Hello and welcome to Riyadh and the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia's English language channel. This is the penultimate week of racing here in Saudi Arabia, and of course we want to hear what you think throughout the day. We've got a 12 race programme on the cards for you today, so plenty of racing to look forward to. We're looking at the maidens and the open races, and of course here to talk us through all of the day's action is Rory Delaghi. Rory, back in the hot seat once again. So much to look forward to today.
Yes, it's been a bit of a break for me. I've been away for a month, missed all the excitement of the Saudi Cup, but back for the last couple of weeks, and as usual we got a reasonably quiet card to start the week here on Thursday with three interesting open races and the usual mix of maidens in there as well, but some very good racing to look forward to tomorrow and Saturday as well.
Absolutely, and a packed day of action as well. 12 races across the card over the next few hours, so plenty to look forward to. And we do want you to put your comments on our YouTube channel as well. We do like to know that you're joining us and also enjoying the action, so let us know what you think. And Rory, we've got a lot to look forward to today, as you said, so let's take a look at some of the horses that we're looking forward to seeing in action today. Mahalik runs in the third race of the day, and this is him finishing second last time out at the end of February. He runs over 1,200 metres today, and that is the trip over which he gained his most recent win. Man of the night goes in race number 10, and you can see him here finishing second in the Gulf Cup. He's odds-on favourite to go one better than that today, over 1,600 metres, and top jockey Ricardo Sousa Ferreira is in the saddle. And finally here is Mustatar. This daughter of Premium Tap won 2 starts ago and is the horse to watch in our final race of the day. Camilo Ospina takes the ride for the White Stable. Well, of course, we will be joined by a third member of our team today. We've got Gareth Topham, who is here to talk us through all the runners and riders over this 12-race programme. Gareth, a very warm welcome to the programme today. Let's take a look at the first race.
Yeah, good afternoon, Rebecca, Rory, and everyone watching. Indeed, a 12-race card to look forward to. Here is the Thursday race schedule. Getting underway shortly with a maiden over 1,200 metres, and then after that, a maiden confined to fillies only, again over 1,200 metres. 1,200-metre open race, followed by locally bred horses maiden to follow, also over the same trip, an Arabian horses fillies maiden coming up at 5:05 at local time. Then we go up to 1,400 metres at 5:30 local time for a locally bred horses maiden, 2 of those in fact, and then a maiden over 1,600 metres at 6:25. A locally bred Colts and Geldings maiden over 1,600 metres at 6:55 local time, and then we move on to a good open race at 7:25 local time. That race again over the 1,600 metre trip, and we finish with a couple of longer races, as is usually the case. So this opening race, a maiden over the 1,200-metre trip. Number 1 is Malakea with Louis Morales. Number 2 is Al Moareb with Sultan Al Mamoni. Number 3 is CC Senor, the mount of Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 4 is Ain Al Wala, Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 5 is Yesha, Ricardo Ferreira. 6 is Morkib, Thurb Al Timiat. 7, Katana, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Number 8, Arcane, Eddie Castro. Over the page to 9, Wardat Al-Saman, Muhammad Al-Nassar will be on board. Number 10 is Wadat Al-Kir, the mount of Ali Al-Mamoni. 11, Sultan Storm, Abdullah Al-Fayruz. Number 20 is Survivalist, Camilo Ospina rides. 13 is Fatin with Victor Gutierrez. 14 is Mokdam, Fahed Al-Faradi. 15 is Smash Factor, the mount of Adel Al-Faradi. 16 is Brand Daisy with Tariq Al-Mansour on board. The race favourite is number 17, Rebel Icon. Mohammed Aldaham takes the ride. And 18 is Lam Al-Aziz, partnered by Abdullah Al-Credis. 18 runners then for our opening race, and very shortly we'll be seeing them enter the paddock.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Gareth, for that comprehensive run through. And as you can see, the horses are in the paddock just behind us there. And Rory, where do you want to start?
Well, there's a couple of interesting ones. We'll see some footage of Wadat Al-Khair we will see, and we'll also see a good one from Rebel Icon. They're 2 of the more interesting runners in this contest. We might as well start from the start and run through them as quickly as we can. Malakea was well beaten on her debut 3 weeks ago over 7 furlongs. She'll need to prove an awful lot for this step back and trip. Al Muareb was second to Farza Al Waga in January. That would give him chances in this contest, but he's been well beaten either side of that, and he needs to prove that he's not flattered by that effort. CC Senor has only had one run here. He was well beaten on his debut here, but he did have 4 runs in the UK for Dave Loughnane without showing a huge amount. But a rating of 58 means he doesn't have a massive amount to find to sort of sneak into the frame in a race of this nature.
Let's move on to number 4 then, Rory, Ain Alawawa. No rating for this horse, finished 17th at Taif last time out.
Yeah, I mean, that was in a tough race for his debut. It was the auction race at the end of the season at Taif, won by a good horse in Barik Al Fuz. But Ain Alawawa wasn't really ready for that and was beaten an awfully long way. We'll get more of an idea what kind of ability he has here, but he's not easy to fancy on paper. And
horse number 5, Jcsa, you think this is an interesting one, don't you, Rory?
Yeah, this is an interesting newcomer from a stable with a good record first time out, Lucas Gaitan. Doesn't have the biggest string here, but does have a very good strike rate. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, also a jockey who rides very well here. He doesn't ride at Taif because he's contracted to ride in France and Spain. But he's made a very good impression here since December. And Jcsa has got a decent pedigree. He's a gelded son of Mizzen Mast. He's out of a mare called Too Much Is Not Enough, who won 12 times in the US. Now, prolific race mares don't always make good brood mares, but that pedigree does catch the eye and what looks a fairly modest maiden. So I thought he was perhaps the most interesting horse in the race, certainly the most interesting newcomer.
So that is Jcsa to look out for then, Lucas Gaitan's horse. Let's look at Morkib, horse number 6, Rory. He's run over 12 furlongs, 16 again, and now back down to 12.
Yeah, Connections are trying different trips to unlock a little bit of ability in Morkib, but we haven't seen much of it so far, and those 3 runs suggest that he's of little account. And
Katana is number 7. You look at this horse's form, Rory. She's been placed before, but it seems like she's gone off the boil a bit.
Yeah, she ran 3rd back in meeting 42 in Taif. Ended the season there on a little bit of a low note. Didn't run too badly on her first start in Riyadh, and going back to meeting 72 in, I think it would have been late November, but 2 runs since that have been disappointing, particularly last time out, where she was tailed off in a similar event.
Well, let's hear now from our reporter, Shamila, who, as ever, is standing by and ready to lend her insight. Shamila's down in the paddock. Shamila, who do you like the look of down there today?
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Happy Thursday to everybody watching live on YouTube. As always, it is a very hot day here today at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. My first paddock selection of the day will go the way of horse number 17, Rebel Icon, who jumps out of stall number 17. He looks like an absolute monster, honestly. 3 years old by showcasing, was 3rd last time at a meeting 97 for Thamar Al-Dihani, who will be ridden by Mohammed Ad-Daham as well. I just absolutely love the look of him. Obviously, he has a bit of a job on coming from stall number 17. However, looks absolutely stunning here in the parade ring. A few other horses caught my eye. Horse number 5 for the Lucas Gaitan stable. You might notice that Alexis Marino, the stable jockey, is not on board. That is because he is serving a ban today and tomorrow. However, we will be seeing him ride on Saturday. And horse number 10 caught my eye as well.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Shamila, for that insight. Always good to get Shamila's thoughts because, of course, she is down there in the paddock and she can provide us some good insights there. She mentioned, Rory, that Alexis Moreno, the stable jockey for Lucas Gaitan, isn't riding. He's been banned for 2 days. He'll be back on Saturday. What are the implications of that then?
Well, obviously, he's a very competitive jockey, Alex Moreno, but he does occasionally fall foul of the stewards because of that competitive nature. And he's just serving a ban for careless riding, which sees him miss the first day. The top jockeys don't always ride as much on the Thursday of these meetings, but the Friday and Saturday, obviously, where the bigger prizes are, they don't want to miss too much action there. So Alex won't be desperately happy to miss 2 days of action, but he'd be happy that he's back on Saturday, where the racing is a top notch.
Yeah, of course, and we'll look forward to seeing him back in the saddle on Saturday. Let's have a look at Jcsa Senior then, Rory. He's you talked about him. He's run before in the UK. What did you make of him there?
Yeah, he's got a bit of experience. He had 4 runs for Dave Loughnane. They showed enough to get that rating of 58. Obviously, didn't repeat that form on his first start here. But often it takes imports a run or 2 to find their feet. So if he can find the best of his form for Dave Loughnane, he wouldn't be without a chance of hitting the frame here.
And this is Jcsa, who we spoke quite a bit about earlier on. You really like the look of him, and having seen him there in the paddock, what do you make of him?
Yeah, we only got a fleeting glimpse of him there, but he looks okay to me. He's not getting overawed by the occasion so far, and he's not a bad looker. We see Morkib, who looks perfectly well, but unfortunately his form doesn't look as good as his strutting around the parade ring does.
Up on his toes a bit there anyway. This is Katana, who we mentioned earlier, the horse that form seems to suggest has dipped a little bit. Do you think there's much of a chance for her today?
No, she does have a place chance if she finds the form that she was showing a few months ago, but she's had a bit of a break between her last 2 runs, and she was very disappointing last time out. Maybe that was needed after a break, but you wouldn't be hugely hopeful.
Well, we had a big break as well for Arcane, horse number 8, who we've just seen. We'll skip forward then to horse number 9, Wardat Al Samam, who's run over 1,400 metres before, now drops back down to 12, Rory.
Yeah, but she was very well beaten on that debut, and Wardat Al Samam is difficult to fancy on the back of that. I often say you don't want to judge a horse absolutely based on 1 run, but you want to see something on debut to make some kind of case for them second time out, and we didn't see anything from her.
And Wardat Al Kea, who we saw just a couple of horses ago, horse number 10, the highest rated horse in this race with a rating of 72, Rory.
Yeah, she's rated 72. She probably ran her best race last time out when finishing 3 1/4 lengths second to Saudi Front in a 0-80 handicap last time out. That was a pretty competitive event, and she did well to finish second. But when we'll see the VT footage, you'll see that she actually runs around a little bit when asked for her effort, and that probably explains why she's still the maiden after 7 runs. She's certainly good enough to win a race. This one should be within her compass, but she does need to be a little bit more straightforward in the finish if she's going to justify that rating.
So that finish is something to look out for today. Let's have a chat about Brandaisy, number 16, Rory. Finished 10th here on debut.
Yeah, she didn't show an awful lot on debut, and she had a fair bit of racing in the UK. She raced for Richard Fahey as a 2-year-old. She ran 4 or 5 times in nurseries. She did manage to hit the frame on her final start, but that was off a mark of 60. So she is pretty much a low-grade performer. If she can find the best of form she's showing for Richard Fahey, she won't be too far away, but she does lack the scope of a few of these.
And another horse who's run in the UK is number 17, Rebel Icon, who we saw just a moment ago. Ran for Kevin Ryan back in the UK.
Yeah, I'm not badly bred, a son of showcasing, but two runs for Kevin Ryan didn't show an awful lot. Was 7th on debut at York and then unplaced at Pontefract. But he did run well on his debut here when finishing 3rd to Stanley Street over course and distance on the 1st of February. Beaten 7 lengths that day, but did quite good late work. And you'd like to think the son of showcasing could build on that. He's an interesting one. Got a rating of 65, but he does have scope to improve on that, whereas I think we've pretty much seen the best of Wardat Al Khair, who is £7 clear on the ratings. Of course, she also gets 2 kilos sex allowance as well, which is worth bearing in mind.
Certainly one to look out for in that case. We didn't mention Lam Al Aziz, Rory. The last time we saw this horse was over 1,400 metres and she was way off the pace.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't absolutely disgraced 2 starts ago, but the balance of her form suggests she's just a poor performer, and her rating of 51 fairly sums her up. She'd be better off in low-grade handicaps than this, and I'd be surprised if she's in the mix at the finish.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Rory. Well, the horses, of course, making their way down to post at the minute. And just talk us through these pictures, Rory.
Yeah, we'll see in the red cap with the black and white half sleeves. That's Wardat Al Khair running in this 0-80 handicap. Saudi Front ends up running out, quite an impressive winner. The horse in the white colours with the blue cap. And Wardat Al Khair plugs on quite well to grab 2nd place, but she was coming with a run at the same time as the winner was, and she sort of ducked inside when that one came past her and then had to be coaxed back out to come with her run. In fairness, she runs on well to the line to grab 2nd place, but you just wonder how happy she'd be putting her head in front in a different kind of contest. The next horse we're seeing is Rebel Icon on the yellow colours here with the black cap. This is the horse who had 2 runs in the UK for Kevin Ryan without showing an awful lot, but this was a lot better on his debut in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia last time out, where he's no match for the front 2, but kept on best of the others to finish 3rd. That's gained him a mark of 65. Essentially, you know, that's a little bit of a step up in what he was showing in the UK. But I got the impression the 2 runs he had for Kevin Ryan were largely educational, and I'd like to think he could step forward again from this. You can see he was a little bit weak in the finish there, but he's in a slightly weaker race here today, and I'd like to think that he should be able to play a big part despite being drawn out in stall 17.
And this horse we're seeing here is Wardat Al Khair, the highest rated horse in the race. That looks very well, Rory. Yeah,
there's certainly Wardat Al Khair does look the part. She's got £7 in hand on official ratings, and of course she also gets the weight from Rebel Icon. She's got 56 kilos. He's got 58 kilos. That's essentially £4. We convert kilos into pounds. 1 kilo is £2, which is not strictly accurate, but that's the way it works with the weights and measures. Ideally, you'd like to have your ratings and your weights in the same sort of measure, but that's a minor inconvenience. Those 2 are very interesting. But as I said, I thought Jcsa, as a newcomer from a very good yard and with a an excellent rider booked, was very interesting on paper, and he'd be an interesting one. Others that we didn't get a chance to see really. Mokdam isn't without interest. Was beaten 14 lengths on his debut, finishing 7th of 16 to Fars Al-Waya over course and distance. He's bred to do better than that, and he wouldn't be out of this. And Smash Factor makes his debut here, having had 2 runs early in the season last year for Andy Slattery. He was last seen finishing behind the Coventry Stakes winner River Tiber at Naas. Beaten 13 lengths that day, but this would be a lot easier than running up against a Royal Ascot Juvenile, and I wouldn't be surprised to see better from Smash Factor.
Smash Factor horse number 15, certainly one to look out for. Thank you, Rory, and do let us know what you think as well. We've got a comment already on YouTube from Adil. Hello, everyone, and hello back to you as well, Adil. Thank you very much for joining us here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. The first race of the day is going to be shortly underway. This is a 1,200-metre race for fillies and colts, maiden race, and we'll head over to our commentator, Gareth Topham. Shortly, he's going to talk us through the runners and riders as well. Rory, just before we head to Gareth, can you give us your selection?
Yeah, just to confirm that I'm giving a chance to Jcsa, number 5 on debut.
Fantastic. Thank you, Rory. Shamila, I can't recall exactly what Shamila went for. She went for Rebel Icon, didn't she? Number 17. So thanks as well to Shamila for her pick too. And let's see what Gareth Topham thinks. Gareth, who's your pick for the first race?
Yeah, Rebel Icon did look well, didn't he, beforehand in those excellent sort of one-on-one shots that we get of them going around the paddock. We get to see them up close and personal, which, you know, particularly in races such as this, it can be really valuable, can't it? Really good insight. We don't know much about these horses. We haven't really seen them a great deal on the racetrack so far. So any real clues that can be offered up, and as I say, plenty of them pre-race here today for this opening maiden. Rebel Icon on the international markets, I can tell you, is the 15-8 market leader or thereabouts, with Wadad Al Khair 5-2. Jcsa, this newcomer that Rory was talking about, at 130, and 8-1 generally, bar those 3. So that's a little look at the international markets and some of the prices that are on offer as the runners are heading into the stalls. And indeed, no great surprise to see Rebel Icon up at the head of the betting, given that that one run so far at meeting 97 looked particularly promising when finishing 3rd, and he can definitely build on that. And although Shamila said that the 17 stall is a little bit of a negative, which, yeah, it's not exactly ideal, is it? But hopefully for supporters, this horse can overcome that, and that experience from last time will certainly aid him in that respect. This is Al Moareb heading forward now under Sultan Al Mamoni. He's ridden plenty of winners here over the last couple of months or so, and still out of line as well is Lam Al Aziz. This is Rebel Icon, who's about to head forward. As Shamila said in the paddock beforehand, it is a very hot day here in Riyadh today, so seeing these young horses go forward, and I haven't seen any of them really get into a mug sweat or anything like that, so they all seem to be taking the prelims in really, really well, which is yeah, a real big positive. And Jcsa, this is the newcomer, having his first day out on a race course, and he's about to be offered up to stall 5. He'll be one of the last ones to go in. Also out of line is Sultan Storm. And for our first of 12, we are just about ready. There is Sultan Storm heading into stall number 11. So best of luck, our first race of the day. They are lined up. 1,200 metres, the journey ahead of the field. And they're away and racing. Jumping out with Jcsa Senor getting a flyer over towards the inside, with Al Moareb and Malakea not too far off the pace. From a little bit wider out, Brandaisy in the yellow sleeves is crossing over to show up in company with Sultan Storm as they race towards the turn, which will bring them out of the back straight. Survivalist is not too far off the speed either. Rebel Icon in the yellow and black colours on the very wide outside as they're making the run back towards home. And it is Al Moareb against the rails, with now breezing through Wadad Al Khair powerfully the red coloured jacket with the black and white sleeves. Next to that one, and being ridden along, is Sultan Storm with wider out on the track, Survivalist, and that one now looks pretty threatening as they swing on in, and deeper still to Brand Daisy, and away to the extreme left, the favourite being pushed along here, Rebel Icon, trying hard to make some sort of impact as they make the run down towards the final 200 metres. Staying on back in behind those is Mokdam in light blue. With every stride, Rebel Icon is closing the gap on Wadat Al Khair as they head into the closing stages. The two leaders are racing wide apart. Against the rails is Wadat Al Khair, and nearest to us is Rebel Icon. Rebel Icon's getting up close home, and Rebel Icon it is who's off the mark. Staying on strongly down the outside, Mokdam has pressed Wadat Al Khair for second. That will go to the judge for the minor honour, but no doubting the winner, Rebel Icon. He took a moment or so to get going, but once he hit top stride in the hands of Mohammed Aldaham, he really has powered home and has gone through the line strongly to break his duck at the second attempt. Rebel Icon overcoming that 17 stall has done it a shade snugly and in a time of 1 minute 13.72 seconds. And he's worn down Wadat Al Khair, who may have just held the second, indeed did. That one beaten a length, and it was a head back to the fast-finishing Mokdam, who's run with plenty of credit back in third place. But the winner, Rebel Icon, there's the result of our first race on the screen, bottom left. Rebel Icon, it is doing it nicely. And he looks to be a horse with a really nice career in front of him. Probably wasn't the strongest of maidens on paper, but he's done it well. Rebel Icon it is, our first race winner.
Well, myself and Mohammed Aldaham are starting the day off strong with the winner, horse number 17, Rebel Icon. Drawn in stall number 17, wins the first race of the day, which was a maiden over 1,200 metres worth 19,000 Saudi Riyal. This was trained by Tharma Dehani, one of our friends of the channel, and this horse was just looking absolutely stunning in the preliminary stages. And I can't wait to see what he does next season. Honestly, he looks like an absolute beast. He is only 3 years old, so definitely more to come from Rebel Icon in the coming months. Rated 65 for now, was third last time out at meeting, 97 under Mohammed Al Hubail, so a little bit of a jockey change there, but kept him at the same distance, and he looks like a fabulous sprinter. Now we will hopefully get a few words with Mohammed Aldaham after that. Congratulations, Mohammed. That looked a nice race for you.
Alhamdulillah, thank you. First thank to God and the trainer. MashaAllah, good horse.
He was third last time out, so were you confident in this race even if you were in stall 17?
Yeah, gate a little bit, not very good because too much outside for distance short, you know. But Alhamdulillah, my horse is okay. I mean, inshallah, Alhamdulillah, he come.
Were you worried in the last 200 meters? The horse that came second, you were very close to each other.
Yeah, it's a good horse, and he inside me, outside. He fight, but Alhamdulillah.
Do you think he's definitely a sprinter? You would keep him at the same distance next season?
No, this horse, I think he can go more. Better, maybe.
Thank you so much, Mohammed.
Welcome.
Well, some interesting words there, Rory, from Mohammed Al Daham, the winning jockey. He thinks this horse can go even better.
Yeah, he thinks he'd go further than 6 furlongs next season. He's by a speed influence in showcasing. Showcasing tends to get a lot of sprinters and was obviously a pretty fast horse himself. But there's a little bit more stamina on the Dam side of the pedigree, and he's taken just time to hit top gear in both his runs here. Done his best work. Well, he was doing his best work until very late in the day last time. I think just lack of fitness saw him fade close to home. But here it seemed to take a fair while just to get on terms with Wadat Al Khair, but he was strong at the finish, and the time is not spectacular. 1:14.04 I made it, but he's got scope to do better. As I said, he had 2 runs in the UK. He was well beaten on those, but I think it was a case of give this horse a bit of experience at 2 and he'll do better next year. He was owned by Clipper Logistics in the UK, but was sold to join Present Connections here, and clearly he's going to do okay. This wasn't the strongest maiden in the world on paper. He had an official rating of 65 coming into it. Wadat Al Khair was rated 72. The handicapper might take that literally, but I think you got 1 or 2 horses close up here who'd be a little bit lower down the scale. So I think the handicapper will probably take the view that Wadat Al Khair, having not been the easiest to win with, hasn't necessarily run to her very highest rating, and hopefully that means that that the winner, Rebel Icon, ends up with a rating of around 70. I think that would give him chances to win more races. If he's much higher than that, then he'll need to improve stepping up and trip.
So a good start to life in Saudi Arabia for Rebel Icon. We heard from the winning jockey there, Mohammed Al Daham, saying that this horse can go even faster. You said it was a slow race, but where next for a horse like that, Rory?
Well, handicaps would be the obvious thing because he's got the handicap mark already. Obviously, if you win a maiden first or second time out, then you need to look at non-winners of 2, non-winners of 3, open races. But for a horse who's already got a rating and wins an ordinary maiden like this, I think handicaps are the obvious place to go for him.
Fantastic start to the day here in Riyadh at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. That was our first of 12 races, so plenty more action still to come. And thank you very much for joining us on YouTube. We've had plenty of comments coming in, so we're glad that you're enjoying the racing today as well. Well, next we'll be looking at the second race, that is over 1,200 metres as well. And Gareth Topham, our commentator, can give us more details.
Thanks, Rebecca. Yeah, race 2 coming up again, 1,200 metres at the journey, and the fillies in action this time. Number 1 is Mota Gadea, the man of Ahmed Al-Shra. Number 2, Celestial Star with Ahmed Al-Azari. Number 3 is Calm Universe, Abdullah Al-Fairuz. Number 4 is Out. Number 5 is Kairat, partnered by Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 6 is Out. 7 is Zabi Al-Sadawi with Mohammed Al-Abib. Number 8 is Al-Rahaj with Louis Morales riding. Number 9 is Mogbagatar Najid with Ricardo Ferreira. Number 10, Habub Al-Riyada with Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 11 is a late scratching. 12 is Webar Adel Al-Faradi. 13, Benora Azuz Al-Yesh. 14, Unagi Khalid Al-Mamoni. Number 15 is Tenol with Fahed Al-Faradi. 16 is Out. 17, Basharat Camilo Ospina. 18 is Simti with Ayad Al-Tarisi taking the ride. Those are the details then for our second race. Runners currently in pre-parade, and very shortly they'll be heading into the paddock.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Gareth, for talking us through all the runners and riders for the next race. 3 reserves go in this next race, 19, 20 and 21. So 3 scratched. We've got Razaza, number 19, Amaralis, number 20, and Miracle Al-Shagraf, number 21. So these horses replace, Rory, Queen Stride, Fadla, and the other one, Rory, that is being
number
replaced?
11, Halat Al-Mutara, is a late scratch from this race, would have been one of the fancied runners. So all 3 of the reserves ended up getting into the contest.
And 16 is also out as well. Horse number 16 is Gaida. So 4 non-runners in this second race, Rory. Does that change things at all?
Not really. Well, it does change. Sorry, the late non-runner does. The 3 who came out earlier allowed the 3 reserves to come in, but the reserves are rated 41, 46 and 32. It would be a surprise if any of the 3 is good enough to win this. But Connections obviously will be keen to get a run. Yeah, we're getting to the end of the season and these races are oversubscribed. So even with the ratings that they have, I think trainers and owners will be happy that their horses are able to get a run out before the season finishes. And that's a priority for a lot of people. But I don't think it changes massively who is the likeliest winner of this. But that's late scratching of Halat Al-Matara, which we only heard about 10 minutes ago, does make a little bit of a difference. The likeliest ones are the ones towards the bottom of the card in this race. Those numbers 1, 2, and 5 difficult to fancy, but towards the bottom of the card, that's where the interesting runners come. Well, so actually, I'll start with number 8, Al Rahaj, who we'll see in action. She's dropping down from open company. Her last few runs have been in opens, and she was back to form when finishing a 6 lengths fourth to not even close in a course and distance open last time out. She's a pretty solid performer. She's not from 13, so it's a little bit of a concern when a filly with her rating, she's rated 71, has not been able to get her head in front. But in fairness to her, you're normally concerned about that when these horses aren't winning maidens, that they're good enough to win. She's actually been racing against horses who are better than her in her last few starts. So this is a much more realistic chance for her, and she deserves to be a reasonably big fancy in the contest. Mobayatat Najd, number 9, is another one representing Lucas Gaitan and Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. Again, it's a similar sort of profile to the one that they had in the first. He ran respectably. I think finished about 5th in the opening contest. She's a daughter of a summer front out of America called Something Wong, who won multiple stakes races in the US. She was actually champion Iowa race mare. So that's a good pedigree. You'd have to bear her in mind. The fact that she's making her debut as a 4-year-old is a slight concern, given she's got quite a precocious pedigree. But you would definitely mark her up as a very interesting newcomer.
And what about horse number 15, Rory? Tenol
Yes.
is the highest rated horse in this race. You mentioned Arahaj rated 71. Tenol has got a rating of 79.
Yeah, was second in a 1 mile maiden here in February last year, and would have claims on that, but is dropping back sharply in trip. Most of Tenol's form is over a mile. In fact, all her runs to date, all 3 of her runs last season were over a mile. She was placed in the first 2 of those, and then was a bit below form when last seen last March. She's coming back off a significant layoff, which is the concern for her. Now, if she runs to the form she showed 2 starts back, she'll go very well here. But you do have to bear in mind, long layoff and drop back in trip suggests that she might just need this run.
Yeah, so we haven't seen her on the track since March of last year. So that's a 12-month break for Tenol, horse number 15. Rory, how important is it to get one last run into these horses before the break in the season?
Well, it's interesting. I guess there are 2 different things. A lot of trainers want to get reasonably inexperienced horses, these maidens, out and give them a bit of experience, particularly those who've been in training this year and maybe haven't got a run. You don't want to disappoint them completely, just let them down without seeing the race course. So if you can get one run into them before the end of the season, that is job done in terms of their development. And there will be a few trainers with an eye on Taif who want to get a run here if they've been off the track for a while, with a view to getting them fit for the early races in Taif. But we're looking at quite a big break before the Taif season starts, which will be sort of the back end of June.
Yeah, so 3-4 months away before we get back to racing. So this is horse number 17, Basharat, Rory. It's one of 2 horses without a run.
Yeah, and again, a very interesting one. Newcomers from this stable tend to be ready first time out, and Basharat's got a very good pedigree. She's by good magic out of a mare called Juma. Juma was herself unraced, but comes from a very good family, and she is a half-sister to 4 winners in the US. So again, a very interesting newcomer.
And Camilo Ospina takes the ride on that one. So under very capable hands indeed. And speaking of capable hands, let's head over to our reporter Shamila, who is down in the paddock.
In this second race. So we have a maiden up next yet again, but this time for the fillies. And horse number 12 caught my eye, who will be jumping out of stall number 12, Weba, rated 63. She's partnered with Adel Al-Faredi, and I have a little bit of a feeling that Adel Al-Faredi is going to have a really good day today. She is a little bit on toes, just as the bell has gone for the jockeys to take their mounts, but I'm confident in my selection. She was 5th last time at a meeting, 92, and just looking really well in herself, and hopefully she doesn't boil all over before the start of the race. She has pulled off one of her front shoes, so she will have to see the farrier as she gets down to the start to re-put on her left front shoe. So that's a great start for my selection. However, horse number 9 is also one to keep an eye on yet again for the Athba stables for Lucas Gaitan and Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. One horse to keep an eye on as a negative is horse number 3, just getting very hot and sweaty in these preliminary stages.
Thank you, Shamila. So Shamila is saying that Calm Universe isn't looking all that calm down in the parade ring, Rory. What do you think of this horse? We last saw her over 1,800 metres at the start of February. That's Calm Universe.
Yeah, she's got a rating of 55. She's well, but I'm guessing she's by Blame. It says by Aim on my race card, but I would have thought she would be a daughter of the Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Blame. But she's showed just a modicum of ability this season. She's had 16 runs. She did show a little bit more last season, but she didn't come much higher than 2 runs in Taif in July, had a long break and came back here and didn't run an awful lot better last time out. So she does seem to have trained off a little bit, Calm Universe, and the fact that she's getting a negative from the paddock is not encouraging either.
And were you surprised with Shamila's pick of horse number 12, Weber, Rory, given that she's lost a shoe and was looking a bit agitated down there?
Yeah, well, I think I'll give Shamila a pass on the lost shoe because she would have picked Weber out before that. I'm slightly surprised. I would have thought she would have gone for Basharat because she does tend to be very keen on the white stable newcomers, particularly those by Premium Tap, but and this one's by Good Magic. But I expected Basharat to have been the paddock pick, given the type of horse that Shamila tends to like. But interesting that she's gone for Weber. She's been running respectably of late, and she's got certainly place claims. Was 5th of 17 in a similar race over 7 furlongs last time out, but I thought she'd had a chance or two, and other less exposed types were liable to have her legs again. And
she says that jockey Adele Alfredi is going to have a good day, Rory, so perhaps she knows something that we don't.
She's certainly closer to the jockeys than we are, and Adele Alfredi, one of the leading riders, is champion jockey in actual fact, and yeah, he doesn't miss too many when the chances are there to be had.
Well, there's been plenty of comments on our YouTube channel. George, Mustafa, Adil have all got involved. Glad that you're all watching the output today.
Yeah, we're going to see a little bit of the action here. This is Al Rahaj, who's been running an open race. This was a good open race she was in last time out, and you'll see her coming from quite an awkward position and running on well down the outside of the field, when finishing at 4th and not even close. The winner was impressive this day and looks a nice sort, but Al Rahaj did well to grab 4th, given that she was parked out wide and found herself in a bad position early. She's finished off better than most, and she's now back in maiden company, which gives her a decent chance of getting her head in front.
Yeah, one of the highest rated horses in this field as well, horse number 8, Al Rahaj. So certainly one to look out for, Rory, but would that be your pick for this race?
She'd be very close to it. I'd certainly prefer her to the to Tenol, who's higher rated than her. Again, I'm obviously tempted by the newcomer from the Lucas Gaitan stable. We're seeing Weber in shot at the moment. She's again waiting to be reshot, I imagine still. So we'll see. That might delay our start slightly here. Although what we've seen when races have been delayed by incidents such as this is we tend to pick it up very quickly again. But if she needs to be reassured, that might see us have a few minutes delay to this race. And you can see her jockey, Adele Alfredi, leaning casually against the rail while he waits for that job to be done. I don't know where the farrier is.
No, he's being made to wait out there in the hot sun. It is a hot day here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack in Riyadh. Anyway, the horses are making their way down to post without Weber, horse number 12, Shamila's pick, who has lost a shoe, and we are just waiting for the farrier to arrive. So, Rory, looking at this card again, it's a big field. We've got 4 late replacement horses, but you're confident, are you, in your selection of Al Rahaj?
No, I'm going to go for Basharat.
Sorry, I'm putting words in your mouth.
Yes.
It's because you were
sorry,
talking...
we're in the middle of a conversation
we
there.
Were.
As I said, I do respect the Lucas Gaitan newcomer again, but also I respect all the newcomers from the white stable. Camilo Espina booked to ride Basharat, and he is first rider for the white stable. She's drawn in stall 17, which looks like a negative draw in the first place, but there's a big mix of ability in this race, and we've seen Camilo time and time again able to get across from a bad draw without having to use that much energy. And I expect him to do the same here on Basharat. I'd be surprised if she's not ready for debut.
Horse number 12, Weber, has been scratched from the race, so a late withdrawal for Weber, Shamila's pick. So that's a shame that we won't see her running today, but she has lost her shoe and she's still in the paddock. But let's get back to Shamila to see what she thinks. Shamila, big shame that your horse won't be running. Who are you going to pick instead?
Yeah, huge shame that she has spread a plate here in the parade ring because she was looking really well. So she has been scratched from this contest, unfortunately. I will be sticking with horse number 9 for the Lucas Gaitan stable and Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. They came 5th in the last contest, so hopefully they can go a few places better this time.
Let's hope so. For your sake, Shamila, to keep your unbeaten record intact. Shamila 1 from 1 so far. So let's see if you can make it 2 from 2, Shamila. So you can see that horse number 12, Weber, who spread a plate just a little earlier on, is getting a bit agitated down there, Rory. Yeah,
but obviously she's been withdrawn from the race now. And the interesting thing there is normally when you enter a horse in a race in the UK, you sign a form to say if the horse spreads the plate at the start, either you want it withdrawn as a matter of course, or you want the course farrier to come and fit a new plate. And a lot of people, when a horse spreads a plate like that, would rather the horse doesn't run, and some obviously would rather get a run, whatever the case is. So you have a choice as an owner, or indeed as a trainer, as to whether the horse will have a plate refitted or will be withdrawn in the case of them losing a shoe. But you see quite a lot that horses will lose racing plates during races or before races, or indeed immediately after races. They are quite light. Some of them are stick-on these days as well, because thoroughbreds tend to have very sensitive feet. And it's surprising how often you'll see a shoe fly off during a race.
Well, we can see the farrier behind us. He's had to pack away his kit and head back to base. He is not needed because Weber has been scratched. Number 13 is Benora, looking a bit sweaty there down at the stalls as well, Rory. No rating for this horse. What do you think we can expect from Benora?
Well, Benora was actually in front of Weber 2 starts ago when they were 4th and 5th. But that was a big step up on her debut effort, but she went backwards again last time out, beaten 15 lengths in a 7-furlong maiden on her most recent start. So she needs to show that she can put 2 runs together, and I'm not sure she's going to run her best today because she is getting a little bit worked up at the start there. There hasn't been a huge delay, but there's been enough of a delay for a few of these just to get warmer than ideal behind the gates.
And that's Calm Universe just loading and looking pretty calm now, Rory, despite what Shamila was saying when she was in the parade ring, not looking calm.
No, you'll see a lot of horses will get a little bit on their toes in the parade ring and then calm down at the start. You see a lot of horses who actually go the other way. They'll be perfectly okay walking around the ring, and then when they get to the start, then they start sweating.
Well, let's head to Gareth Topham, our commentator, who is going to talk us through this next race.
Thanks, Rebecca. Yeah, the runners heading in. So just to recap on those non-runners now, take out in race card order numbers 4, 6, 11, 12 and 16. They are not going to be running the 12-horse Weber, just taken out a few moments ago. Basharat pretty strong in the international betting markets at 7-4, the race favourite here, with Camilo Ospina booked for the ride. We see so many horses in these colours go close as youngsters go close on their debuts, and that will be what Basharat is looking to do here. Benora heading forward. Leaves around about 4 others out of line at the moment. Kairat is one of them. Basharat is out as well. So is Amaralis. And also Zabi Al-Sadawi. This is Zabi Al-Sadawi heading forward now. And the 20-horse Amaralis slotting in. So we are just about set to go. Lined up over the 1,200-metre trip once again. Favourite coming out of stall 17. They're off and racing, and Basharat swerves right as the gates flew back, and Simti was done no favours. So Basharat slightly on the back foot following that beginning. One of the first ones to show is Amaralis, the horse in the blue noseband, with Motagadea down along the inside. Prominent also is Habub Al-Arir as they make the turn left-handed, and quickly making up that ground loss, Basharat towards the outside, with Al-Rahaj not too far away. They're a couple of lengths away from Kairat and Unagi, and then Miracle Al Shagaf up towards the outside, racing next to Celestial Star as they're on the home turn. And out in the lead here, Al Rahaj going strongly, moves away by a length and a quarter to up into a dispute of second place on the outside, but working now Basharat, trying to get involved as they make the run down the home straight and on towards the last 200 metres of their journey. Also competitive, and they're holding a chance is Habub Al Riyadh, and over towards the inside, Amaralis is picking up, but at the moment, holding them at bay is Al Rahaj. It is Al Rahaj who, if anything, is coming further away in the closing stages, with staying on well down the outside Unagi for a place, but this will quite easily go to Al Rahaj. Al Rahaj breaking a duck in style. Getting there from in second position across the line. Unagi put in some fair late work, and it was tight for the miners in behind, with Amaralis one of those involved. But, well, there'll be no photo finish on the win, that's for sure. Al Rahaj, Louis Morales, has won this and has won it in fine style in a time of 1 minute 13.6 seconds. And it's always up in the vanguard. It's having its 14th try today, beating Unagi into second. It was indeed Amaralis hanging on to third ahead of Habub Al Aradia back in fourth place. And there we are, 3 3/4 lengths, the official margin between the winner and the runner-up. And although Unagi has stayed on strongly, was never getting to Al Rahaj, who has run out an easy winner of our second race of the day. It's taken 14 tries, but what a way to do it. Al Rahaj it is. Race 2, our winner.
Louis Morales is our winning jockey of the second race of the day, a fillies maiden over 1,200 metres. And horse number 8, Al Rahaj, trained by Abdullah Al Manif, makes it 14th time lucky for this filly, finally breaking her maiden, rated 71. She's a 4-year-old filly by Storm Wolf out of Trippin Along for the Ayman Nasser Al Hajri stables. Very well done as well to Abdullah Al Manif. This is his second winner for the Riyadh season. And he just keeps improving every single season. He's only a young trainer and he puts a lot of pressure on himself, but I'm so happy for him and this win, really good. So we'll just wait for Louis Morales to weigh in for this race, the second race of the day, before we get a quick word with him. But yeah, really good performance from Al Rahaj. No doubt that she was going to be the winning horse of this race. Nothing was going to beat her. And as you can see, Louis Morales is just weighing in there before he gives us a quick word. Congratulations, Louis.
Thank you, alhamdulillah.
And it's not very often we see you riding for Abdullah Al Manif, but a really nice filly you had under you.
Well, I think I think that was the first ride for him this year. Alhamdulillah, you know, the good start for me with him. You know, he has some good horses.
And it was her 14th run, finally breaking her maiden over 1,200 meters. Do you think this is the perfect distance for her?
I think 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs. It suits her very well because she has some speed, and you know, her turn of foot is like about 300, 400, 300. You know, so you have to manage the energy very good with her. But she's very, how you mean, controllable. Yeah. So you can sit second, third, and you can go in the lead. So it's good.
Are those the instructions Abdullah gave to you before the race?
Yeah. He said save as much as you can and make one run.
Brilliant. And do you have anything else for the rest of the weekend that you're looking forward to? Obviously, 2 huge days tomorrow and Saturday.
Well, I hope I can win the King Abdulaziz Cup, Casamasis. This is the dream for every trainer, owner, and jockey here. But, you know, it's a tough race. It's an even race. I think I have a shot, I think.
Thank you so much, Louis.
You're welcome.
Congratulations to the winning jockey, Luis Morales, there, who was with Shamila. And it was 14th time lucky, Rory, for Al Rahaj. How impressed were you with this win?
Yeah, well, she's not beaten an awful lot among those with form in the race. The reserve, Amorales, finished 3rd, and she was rated 46 coming into this, so it's not form to go mad about. But Al Rahaj was entitled to win this. As I said, you know, she'd had 13 tries without getting her head in front before, but she had been running in better races than this. She hadn't just been getting beaten in similar maidens. She's been holding her own in good open company. So a repeat of her run last time out against much stronger opposition was going to be good enough to see her go close here, unless one of the newcomers was above average. One of the newcomers that we talked about, Mobai Tat Najd, fell out of the stalls and was in a bad position early on as it run on into midfield. The other, Basharat, was up there early, always sitting in 3rd place as we see them at the moment in the white colours of the green cap on the outside. But Al Rahaj was always well placed from stall 8. She popped out, disputed the lead early. Luis Morales didn't have to ask her too many questions to get to the front before the bend. And although Basharat briefly looked at danger here, she's run a little bit green under pressure and hasn't been able to go on with things and has faded just out of the frame. And it was Unagi, number 14, who'd run well a couple of starts back in open company. She bounced back to form to running on late in the day in the blue colours with the white hoop to get 2nd place. And as we said, Amorales, who inherited a good stalls position here, she ran on to hold that 3rd place. She kind of holds the form down because she had 14 starts as well. This was her 15th start. She's been struggling to even get into the money in those races in ordinary maidens. So the fact that she's filled 3rd spot here gives you an idea that it's weak enough. The newcomers weren't quite as good as we thought they might be. Basharat was promising enough, but you expect a little bit more oomph from the White Stable debutantes than this. She's shaped as if she'll come on for the race, having shown early speed, and you just see her fading out of the picture there in the green cap. But a likeable performance from Al Rahaj. She hasn't jibbed it at all. She was entitled to win, but she can get back up to open company after this, and she should again hold her own.
And a pretty decent run as well for Unagi, who ran over 1,800 metres the last time out. So clearly this is a distance better suited to that filly.
Yes, I mean she was well beaten over course and distance a couple of starts ago, but this was just an easier task for her. Again, Unagi, she had a similar profile to Al Rahaj in that she'd had exactly the same number of runs, 13 runs. She'd been running an open company, but struggling largely. She did finish 3rd in an open over a mile, 3 starts back, but had been well beaten in 2 since. This was easier for her, although the trip was probably on the sharp side. She was doing her best work very late. She didn't really figure with a winning chance, but she kept on past tiring horses in the last furlong to grab 2nd place.
And Tenor was the highest rated horse in this contest, Rory, but didn't really show anything.
No show from Tenor really. I didn't really catch where she was. She certainly wasn't in the first 7 or 8 after a furlong. She got herself obviously well back in the field and wasn't able to get involved, and she's finished in the ruck in the end. That's always the worry when you've been off the track for that long. It's usually because no one plans to come back at this time of the year. You don't. If you've had your 2 or 3 runs last year and you want to bring the horse back for experience, you're not going to suddenly wait until March. So that suggests that she's had her setbacks, and she needed this run probably just to get her back on track for the Taif season. They'll be hoping and just hoping she comes out of this race well enough that they can keep training her.
And off the back of this run, Rory, do you think 71 is a fair rating for Al Rahaj, or do you think she was perhaps flattered by the other runners?
I think she would struggle to win a handicap off her mark at the moment, but because she keeps running respectably in open races, you can see where she gets her rating of 71 from. She hasn't had to run to 71 to win this race today, but we know that she's a solid performer and she'll keep running her race.
Let's head back to Shamila then, who is with the winning trainer.
I am with the winning trainer, Abdullah Al Munif. Congratulations. I'm always so happy when you have a winner, and you have a nice filly on your hands there.
Oh, thank you so much, Jamila. I totally appreciate it. Yeah, congrats to the owner, to the jockey, and the whole team who supported me to secure this win. The filly, she has been doing very good lately. Sometimes I have to take her to open class, where I think she should be a competitive filly, and she was always placing. Thanks God, we had the chance to secure her maiden at the end of the season. She's rated, above average comparing to maiden rating, but she's doing great. She break her maiden today. I look always forward to take her to the next steps.
And we don't have very long left of the season. Do you think you'll run her one more time, or that's it for her now until next season?
Yeah, I think I'll just conclude or have it like a happy conclusion with her and give her a break. She's been doing so good. She have a placing in the open classes. So in the end, she's a filly. We need to treat her gently.
Thank you so much, Abdullah.
Thank you so much.
Trainer of race number 2. But Gareth Topham will take us through the runners and riders of race number 3.
Thanks, Shamila. Yeah, our third race not too far away. They really do come up rat-a-tat-tat, don't they, these races with the shorter gaps. 1,200 metres again at the distance. Number 1, Machiavello with Fahed Al-Faradi. Number 2 is Sam 6, Naif Al-Anazi. 3 is Amarillo Gold, Camilo Ospina. Number 4, V-Site, partnered by Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 5, Kabab, Abdullah Al Odib, with 6, King's Guard, Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 7 is Al Dassim, Ricardo Ferreira. Mohammed Al Daham, who looks for a double, partners number 8, Al Tahab. Number 9 is Mahalik, the mount of Tariq Al Mansour. 10 is Ryan's Party, Azil Al Zahani. 11 is Recall the Show with Adel Al Faradi. Horse number 12 is Eshkal, Thurb Al Timyat, with 13 Al Moassis, Mual Nassar, with 14 Wishar, Khalid Al Mamoni. Louis Morales replaced in this race by Abdullah Alofi on board number 15 Pagan. So a jockey change there for 15 Pagan, that's now Abdullah Alofi. 16 Narkel, Ali Al Mutib. 17 Shamastar, Ayad Al Tarisi. And 18 is Stanzo with Azuz Al Yesh on board. Full field of 18 to contest race 3.
Very many thanks to our commentator Gareth Topham for running us through all the horses in the next race, horse number 3. This is going to be a great race, Rory, isn't it? And we've got Life is Blessed on our YouTube channel, who's going for horse number 15, Pagan. Would you agree with that?
You know, Pagan's got a very good chance here. That's the late jockey change. Slightly surprising one. Luis Morales listed as the rider. And obviously, Luis has already been in winning form, but Abdullah Alofi comes in for the ride on Pagan, who was successful off a break on turf last time out. That was in the International Jockeys Challenge, and he won in good style from Monacy. We'll see a replay of that later on. He's perfectly good on the. It's not like he's a turf specialist. He's perfectly capable of running to that sort of level on the dirt as well, and he is a 7-time winner over 6 furlongs Pagan. So got a big chance here.
Yeah, keep an eye out for Pagan, horse number 15. Any others who've caught your eye, Rory?
Well, Amarillo Gold is an interesting one as well. He's we see him plenty often enough. A lot of the horses running in these Rafael Guraban colours are seen fairly regularly on the track. Camilo Ospina obviously is an interesting jockey booking for the Nasser Fawaz stable. He was third to Zefzaf and of course in distance not to 90 last time out. Camilo was on board that day. He keeps the ride here, and Amarillo Gold won't need to step up much on that to be a big player in this race as well. He's one of the more obvious ones on paper.
And Nasser Fawaz has another runner in this one in Ryan's Party. He was placed over 1,400 metres a couple of weeks ago, drops down to 1,200. What do you make of Ryan's Party?
Yeah, listen, we've seen an awful lot of Ryan's Party this season. We saw a lot of him in Taif. He was He turned up at all the dances. He generally gave his running. It was a bit disappointing 2 starts ago, but that was a tough race for him. And came back last week to finish a good 4th to Alotabi over 7 furlongs. The drop back to 6 furlongs will be fine for him. He's effective at both trips. He's got a similar sort of rating to Amarillo Gold. Amarillo Gold rated 87, Ryan's Party rated 88, but is giving a kilo away. So Amarillo Gold just has the measure on the ratings, and obviously Camila Ospina prefers him.
Well, let's see who Shamila prefers. She is down there taking a look at the horses. Shamila, who's caught your eye?
Hopefully the horse I choose in this race does not spread a plate. It is horse number 9 coming up here behind me, Mahalik, jumping out of stall number 9 for the Almondale Stables team. Now, we were actually watching Mahalik as he was walking into the stabling area before the racing began today, and he looked really well walking down, and he looks really well here in the parade ring as well, so I couldn't not choose Mahalik for this race. Will be ridden by Tariq Al Mansour, so I think that if Tariq Al Mansour can get him in a good position throughout the race and keep hold of him right until the very end, he is on to a winner for sure. Stunning, beautiful Mahalik. I absolutely love this horse. So very best of luck to the whole Mindil team in this race. Horse number 3, Amarillo Gold, has been doing so well all season as well. He's had a pretty tough season. I feel like we've almost seen him running every single week. So definitely still looks very fit and ready to go. So hopefully Amarillo Gold will be in the placings as well. And horse number 7, Al Dasim. Tharmardana has already had a winner today, so they're hoping for a double on the day, this time ridden by Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. Only 1 paddock negative in horse number 11, looking to carry a little bit too much condition for my liking, but that is all, and I will be sticking with horse number 9.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Shamila. So she's going for Mahalik, Rory, but she also mentioned horse number 7, Al Dasim. That's the highest rated horse in this race.
Yeah, got a rating of 103, Al Dasim. He just a little bit to prove at the moment. Very, very good form last year. He won the Group 3 Nad Al Shiba Turf Sprint. And he had a prep run here at meeting 87 with the view to qualifying for the dirt sprint here, but he was disappointing. He was beaten 10 lengths by Rossmore Nation on his return. I thought that was an okay run for a horse who was liable to need it, but I would have expected him to step up last time, but he ended up finishing 14th in that qualifier. That was a very disappointing run, and now the Connections are really on a retrieval mission with him. He doesn't seem to be at his best, but obviously given the class that he has, and the fact that he's capable of winning group races at this trip on turf, you'd be unwise to rule him out, despite the fact that he doesn't appear to be at the top of his game at the moment.
And the horse that we just had a look at before this one was number 9, Mahalik. Do you like this horse as much as Shamila does?
He's a real favourite here, Mahalik. His run style is well established. He tends to travel very strongly in his races, but he ties up very late in the day. Almost whatever trip you run him out, 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs, a mile. Essentially, he's a miler. He travels like a miler. But when he runs over a mile, he looks like he's going to win, turning cartwheels with a furlong to go, and then suddenly he empties. Now the question is, there's a suggestion from 1 or 2 people that he isn't putting it all in the finish, but I think he ties up. His last win came over this 6 furlong trip. In a really good race over 6 furlongs, he probably lacked the speed to go with them. But outside of Cup company, he's a useful tool. And again, he's very closely rated with the likes of Amarillo Gold and Ryan's Party. And they've all met each other, both here and in Taif earlier in the season. So on his day, Mahalik's got a decent chance. Tariq Al Mansour given the job of riding him today. He did have a little bit of a barren patch after that win back in meeting 77, but again, he was taking on tougher opposition, and he's a horse who likes to bully his rivals. He likes to be up against lesser horses and get himself to the front on the bridle, and then it's a case of hoping he can hang on. We'll see. I imagine he will travel very well in the race again, but it's whether he gets home when the push comes to shove in the final furlong.
And if Mahalik is lacking that speed, as you seem to suggest, where is the speed going to come from?
Well, again, I wouldn't expect to see Amarillo Gold and Ryan's Party too far off the pace. Ryan's Party tends to settle just in behind. Mahalik wants to go forward. I mean, he does have, as I said, he's been dropping back to 6 furlongs simply because he weakens late over further. But he does. he does want to get himself to the front fairly early on in his races, so I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him get a prominent position from stall 9. It's just a case of whether he's able to get to the front easily, or he has to work a little bit harder. You don't want to see him off the bridle in the early stages, because you know that he doesn't find an awful lot at the business end of the race.
So the start will be key then for Mahalik, horse number 9, Rory.
Yes, I mean, he's such a professional. You wouldn't expect to see him in trouble, but you want to keep an eye on him. And if you're with him, you want to see him travelling very easily in himself through the early part of the race. And you see him going to post. He's an absolutely gorgeous looker, and we're going to see him in action here. He leads into the straight, apparently going as well as anything at this stage. But you will see that Alo Tabi comes with a challenge, 3 off the rail, grabs him with about half a furlong to go. And you'd have thought it's going to be very close at this stage. That, well, it might be half a length, it might be a neck. It ends up being 2.5 lengths, and that's the issue with dear old Mahalik, is that the last 50 yards just seem to see him treading water very badly in a lot of his races. And it's not trip related, it's effort related. I think it's probably a lactic acid build-up issue. When he's on the bridle, everything's fine. The second he goes off the bridle, it all goes wrong fairly quickly, but hopefully he can send the bridle as long as possible. Here's a big danger in the race though. Pagan, running really well. This was him on turf last time out, winning the International Jockeys Challenge 2 weeks ago in good style. Monasib ends up running through horses in the yellow colours with the red striped sleeves and the red cap. He was a bit unlucky in the run, Monasib, but he runs on well to get second. But Pagan was away and gone at this stage. This was turf, obviously, over the 6 furlongs, but he's equally adept on the dirt. And Pagan, again, you saw that he had a sharp turn of foot to get himself to the front there. He's capable of holding a good pitch early as well, and he'd be looking to inject pace off the turn as well. Looks like a really interesting race between a bunch of horses who've seen each other in various guises plenty of times already this season.
Absolutely, we've got a good race in prospect here, and thank you very much for those of you who are joining in on our YouTube comment section. We've got George, who thinks that Mahalik is going to be the winner of this one, and Life is Blessed as well likes Pagan. So those are the 2 horses that are creating a bit of a buzz on the YouTube channel. So thank you very much, guys, for joining in there. George says he really likes the jockey on board Mahalik as well. That's Tariq Al-Mansour. So watch out for horse number 9. We've had a lot of chat about horse number 9. And Tariq Al-Mansour on board, Rory, you know, he couldn't be in better hands. Yeah,
Tariq Al-Mansour is one of the most talented local jockeys here. We talk a lot about the likes of Alex Moreno, about Camilo Espina, but when you speak to those jockeys who've come across and got great success, they will tell you that the local jockeys are a lot harder to beat than they were 15, 20 years ago. And Tariq Al-Mansour is a very talented rider who's getting better and better year in, year out.
Well, we have George on our YouTube comment section who thinks Pagan is better on turf, Rory. Would you agree?
Well, strictly speaking, that run last time out is his best effort in a while, but he has been successful in similar grade on dirt this season. So even if you think he's 3 or 4 pounds better on turf than dirt, he's got a rating of 94 here. He's definitely shown that he's capable of running to a figure in the high 80s on dirt. So even if you take the view that turf run is his peak, he's still very competitive here.
So Shamila likes Mahalik. Who's your pick, Rory?
I'm going to take a chance on Pagan. I know he's stuck out wide here, but he's got the speed to take a good position. I think it's a really tough contest, but Pagan seems to be in very good form at the moment, and I think he can back up from that turf win.
Well, it's going to be a fantastic race, and here to talk us through it is our commentator, Gareth Topham.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, they're loading up. Mahalik about to slot forward now into stall 9. Amarillo Gold, I can tell you, is the current race favourite on the international markets at around about 9-4, with Mahalik and Ryan's Party both at 7-2, Al Dassim at 5-1, 6-1 Recall the Show, 7-1 Pagan, and 20-1 and upwards the others. That's a rough guide of the betting on the international markets on this 3rd race of the day in Riyadh. The runners are continuing to load the stalls, with in shot at the moment V-Sight, a light blue coloured jacket here, and about to head forward into stall number 4. And still many of them out of line here. We've just got the first handful in. Al Dassim has gone forward. Mahalik, who we touched on a moment ago. Al Thahab is in as well. Kingsguard in that dark jacket. in shot and about to head forward into stall 6. In this race, the number cloth, the saddle cloth number, indicates where they're going to be drawn as well. And down to the final half dozen or so now. Sam 6 about to slot into stall 2. Into 13, Al Moasis, a little bit wider out. About 5 left to load now. Amarillo Gold, well-fancied contender in that black and white jacket. Camilo Ospina heading forward now into stall 3. Looks capable of a big run from that inside berth as well. This is Kabab heading forward in those very famous red Prince Faisal silks, and out of line as well. Recall the Show, another fancied contender, and down to the final couple now. Pagan goes in. We've touched on him, of course. Enzo in as well. Just about lined up then. 18 strong field over the 1,200 metres. Set. And off. Flying out as well, Amarillo Gold from that 3 stall, bands on into an early lead. Closely pursued by Machiavello, who's against the rails, without a little bit wider King's Guard, and from deeper out Al Dassim, and wider still Mahalik in predominantly green colours. Ryan's party is on the outside as they now make the left-handed turn on the run back towards home. And as they do so, it is Machiavello, Fahed Al-Faradi along the inside of Mahalik. They are the first 2. Amarillo Gold racing in 3rd, 4th is Al Dassim, with following those through Ryan's party, with over towards the inside King's Guard as they're making the run back for home. Kabab is following without wider on the track. Al Moasis trying to step forward with Pagan as they now swing on into the home straight, and very quickly Machiavello drops away. Mahalik is out in front, but only has a length and a half or so on in second position. Now going Al Dassim, who's giving chase. So can Mahalik finish it off? Well, if anything, he's stretching away. Mahalik racing into the closing stages is now 4 or 5 lengths in front and is going to stay in front at this afternoon. There's no doubting it. Tariq Al Mansour and Mahalik pulling right away in the closing stages. A real race on for second position, which is probably best left for the judge. Pagan was picking up. Also, Recall the Show was staying on late in the piece as well. It's a bit of a blanket for the minor honours, but Mahalik it is in a time of 1 minute 12.59, coming right away there. Tongue lolling out to one side, pointing his tongue out at the other, but he had them beaten by a long way. And Mahalik it is, scoring by 5 1/4 lengths in the end from the fast finishing Recall the Show, who was up for second place, and Pagan back in 3rd. Another putting in some good late work there, right down the outside, just managing to get the bob for 3rd place. Had a fair bit to do that one off the home turn, but Mahalik nicely positioned throughout. We knew he was a strong traveller. It was a question of whether or not he could finish it off at the business end. Well, finish it off he has. He's run out a worthy winner of what looked a pretty competitive race beforehand.
Well, that was an absolutely fantastic win for Mahalik, Rory. And as he was finishing that race, he said he's actually going to hang on. He's going to finish it.
Yeah, and interesting. Al Dassim looked a big danger with a furlong and a half to run, but as that horse, the son of Harry Angel, who's finished very weakly, ended up being unplaced, whereas Mahalik kept going. He's able to keep going a little bit better over 6 furlongs than he does over further. His problem over this trip, of course, when he's in really strong races, he's unable to boss them, and that has seen him finish out of the frame 3 times before that back to form effort last time out, when overrun by Alo Taby late in the day over 7 furlongs. But he was able to get handy over 6 furlongs here, and he's seen things out very well. Recall the show's run well to be second. He was behind Pagan last time. I turned the tables today with Pagan running on late from that wide draw to grab 3rd place, but never able to lay a glove on Mahalik, who seems very happy at this sort of level. He's a talented horse. He's got 1 or 2 little quirks, but he's a lovely looker, and he's enjoyed himself today, and that's the key.
And it's 3 from 3 for our VT department, who've been picking the horses to watch throughout the day. So well done to them, and well done, of course, to Shamila,
2 from 2 for Shamila, because she's a 2 from 2 and a non-runner. This is we talked about Tariq Al Mansour pre-race, a very talented young local jockey. This was a 33rd winner of the season for him. He's sitting about 7th or 8th places, 7th or 8th place in the jockey's table. I mean, you consider people like Wigberto Ramos is in his 50s and has been there and done it and got the T-shirt. Tariq Al Mansour, just 19 years of age, and those ahead of him in the jockey's table have been plying their trade around here for a fair bit longer. But he's a natural talent. He doesn't get he doesn't panic in races like this, and this is a perfect example of his skill in the saddle. This is a very good horse, but he's the kind of horse who can leave you a little bit panicky in the closing stages, because he'll go from travelling really, really strongly to beginning to just sputter a little bit. And jockeys in that sort of situation can lose their cool, but no sign of that at all from Tariq Al Mansour, who kept Mahalik rolling along quite happily, and he's ended up winning by a big margin in the end. Yeah,
he just seemed to get better and better, didn't he, as the race went on, and that was a really mature ride from the 19-year-old, who's now got how many wins, Rory, so far this season?
33 this season. He's a pretty popular jockey in terms of the rides. He's ridden 500 and maybe 550 rides all told this season, but 33 wins. When you consider how competitive these races are, 20 runners in most of the races, the big stables having their own retained jockeys, but he's taken this opportunity. I guess Alex Moreno might have been on board if he'd been available today, but Tariq Al Mansour has taken the ride, and no one would have ridden this horse better on the day.
No, a very worthy replacement indeed, and congratulations to George on our YouTube channel, who's also 3 from 3. So that's a successful day for everybody all round, I think. So Rory, just talk us through these closing stages of the race. It just seems like Mahalik, we talked before the race about his problems with staying on, and he fades in the closing stages, but there was no evidence of that.
No, he's clearly, when he gets into the clear over 6 furlongs, then he's much more likely to see it out. His last 2 runs at 6 furlongs have seen him successful. He does have the stamina for a mile. It's just that last. He goes really deep into the race. It's literally the last 50 yards of races over 7 furlongs in a mile where he can just tread water really badly and lose places. He wouldn't be a natural sprinter on looks or in terms of his early races, but because he's got that strong way of travelling, he's always able to take a fairly good position. And at this level of competition, outside of Cup company, he was able to move up quickly onto the heels of the leader, Machiavello, the outsider from stall 1, got himself into a good position. He's a horse who won in the UK for John Butler. He showed a bit more today than he has done recently, at least for a few furlongs of the race before fading out of it. But Mahalik was very happy on his shoulder. Off the bend, it looked like the top-rated Al Dassim was going to be a massive danger. But he loomed up, and you thought, oh, Mahalik could be in trouble here with this Group 2 winner. Group 3 winner last season coming to join him. But Al Dassim himself has actually been very, very weak in the finish, having looked a huge danger. The pair of them had built up a lead of 3 or 4 lengths over the rest of the field, but Al Dassim has faded back through them and finished in about 6th place in the end.
And he's got a rating of 103, whereas Mahalik is 87. What do you make of those? Do you think that's fair for Mahalik? Should he be higher rated than that?
Well, the problem with Mahalik is when he runs in. He's a horse who looks like he might be able to hit 100 when you see him winning easily, but when he's put into stronger races, his weaknesses come to the fore fairly quickly. So he does have that ceiling. This is his sort of level. He is a 90-plus horse. Al Dasim, of course, he got that rating last year. You win a Group 3, you have to be rated in the low hundreds, but he just hasn't been at his best this season, and clearly something physically not right with him. And
just a word on the other horses who we mentioned before the race, the likes of Amarillo Gold, Ryan's Party. What kind of a run do you think they had?
Well, Amarillo Gold got a pretty good start, but he wasn't able to sustain his speed through it in the latter stages. I mean, you consider he was on the outside of Machiavello, he was a wee bit disappointing.
Well, the next race will be shortly upon us, race number 4 of 12 today, sticking with the 1,200 metre distance, and this is the Arabian race. So we'll shortly be seeing the horses in the parade ring behind us. But first of all, let's head to Gareth Chopham, who's going to talk us through all the runners and riders for this next one.
Yeah, a slightly smaller field this time. Again, 1,200 metres, the journey ahead of the field. Number 1 is Saif Barzan, Jimmy Carrion on board. Numbers 2 and 3 are both non-runners. Number 4 is Hafal, partnered by Abdullah Al-Khamis. Number 5, Asil Gouda with Tariq Al-Mansour. 6 is Kahilan with Adel Al-Faredi. 7, Meiraz, Muhammad Al-Nassar. Number 8 is Al-Mukhtar with Azuz Al-Yayish. Number 9 is Safak Al-Keel with Osama Al-Sharani. And number 10 is Hamdan Al-Zamili with A. Al-Muhammadi taking the ride. The absentees then here, 2, 3 and 11. So we've got a slightly smaller turnout this time for this locally bred horses maiden. Runners about to make their way towards the paddock.
Thank you very much, Gareth. So this is our first Arabian race of the day. Bit of a change of pace for us, Rory, and a much smaller field. What's caught your eye so far in this one, looking down across the card?
Well, this is a race where Shamila will be doing an awful lot of the heavy lifting, because we don't have an awful lot of form on show here. A fair number of newcomers, and the newcomers are very, very hard to weigh up on paper in pure bet Arabian races, and I'm not going to try to guess too much here. We might as well start at the top and run through what I have for them. But Saif Barzan at the top, that showed ability on debut, finishing 4th of 18 to Montera Alamal back in January. You'd like to think he would progress from that. He was ahead of Asil Gouda on that occasion, number 5. So if he progresses as expected, you'd hope he would be able to confirm that form with Asil Gouda. 2 and 3 are both non-runners. Hathal is a newcomer who I couldn't find anything massively positive to say about on paper, but looks will be important, and we'll hear from Shamila as to what catches her eye. Asil Gouda, we've given a quick mention to, was 5th on debut and meeting 90, just behind Saif Barzan. Was a little bit disappointing that he didn't build massively on that, although it's probably a slightly better effort, finishing 7th of 15 to Dave Heisey over 7 furlongs last time out in open company. That wasn't a strong open race. A lot of the open pure bet Arabian races can be fairly weak, particularly for the 3-year-olds. But that was a sort of similar effort to debut. But at least Asil Gouda has 2 runs behind him and should at least see that experience standing him in good stead. And he had a few of these in behind on that occasion anyway.
Well, there is Saif Barzan, the favourite for this one, 4th of 18 runners on debut. That was over 1,600 metres, Rory, so drops down slightly in trip here today. Yeah,
the drop in trip is probably not absolutely ideal, but there are limited opportunities for the pure bet Arabians, and they do tend to shuffle around from trip to trip. They should be a little bit more adaptable than thoroughbreds regarding distance, so I don't tend to get too hung up on that.
Well, shortly we'll be looking at horse number 4, Hathal, who you couldn't find much on this horse, Rory, a debutant in this race. You said it's going to be based off looks, and what do you make of Hathal?
He's getting a little bit het up pre-race. You can see from the look of Hathal that he will benefit from another year. He looks weak. He's got a little bit of size about him compared to 1 or 2 of these, but he does look weak and he needs to fill out a little bit. But we'll see how it gets on in the race.
Yeah, certainly one of the bigger horses. Looking over our shoulder, we can see the horses going around the parade ring. He certainly looks to be a bit bigger than the others, but like you say, needs to put on some muscle, I think. Asil Gouda, horse number 5, has run twice, got 2 races under his belt, Rory. Perhaps we'll see him in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, he's not been disgraced either time. 5th on debut with Saif Barzan just in front of him, and then 10th in a big field behind Dave Heisey over over 7 furlongs last week. That was as recently as Saturday. So I suppose the question would be whether this comes a little bit too quickly for Asil Gouda. But on the other hand, the 2 runs should at least stand him in good stead, experience-wise.
Well, we briefly saw number 6. That was Callahan, an unraced colt. So let's move on to horse number 7. Made his debut here in February.
Yes, this is Mayraz was tailed off in a course and distance maiden last time out. Should learn a little bit from that. Still doesn't look fit to me, and the problem with a horse who lacks fitness on debut, if they're turning them out a week later, they're not going to have gained an awful lot fitness-wise from that. They will know-how wise, but I think he will take a little bit more time to develop, and that's probably the same for Al Mukhtar we just saw, who's a newcomer and doesn't look fully wound up to me.
And this is Safuk Al-Keel, finished 8th on debut, so needs to improve from that, Rory.
Yeah, was beaten 30 lengths there, but was at least well ahead of Mayraz, who was tailed off. You'd like to think, again, that he will improve for that, but this run comes pretty quickly, and it's all about gaining experience for these 3-year-olds. They're young enough to be racing. The Arabians tend to develop a little bit later than thoroughbreds, so 3 is the youngest you can race them, and most of them just look immature at this stage, but they need the experience, so that'll do them good.
Well, last horse we saw there, Hamdan Azmilau, another first-time starter. So let's get the views of Shamila, who's been looking at the horses. And Shamila, this is your specialist area, isn't it, the Arabian racing?
Well, I do try, Rebecca. Only 8 runners in this contest, but it's absolutely wide open. Now, I've decided to go the way of horse number 5, Asil Gouda, who will be partnered with Tariq Al Mansour. Tariq has already had a winner in the previous race on board Mahalik, so he has that confidence behind him today. And common sense and on looks, I think Asil Gouda is definitely the horse to go for. 2 runs to tee him up nicely. Now, he did run it literally on Saturday, which was 5 days ago. So it could be too much of a quick turnaround for him. But some horses like that could do him the world of good. And he just looks absolutely stunning here in the parade ring. A little pocket rocket, probably the smallest of the field. However, he does look like he is shaped like a bull. So it was honestly a toss-up for me between horse number 5, Asil Gouda, and horse number 1, Safe Brazan, who we haven't seen since meeting at 90, where he came 4th. Jimmy Carrion is on board. I'd love to see Jimmy Carrion back in the winner's enclosure. I feel like he hasn't had a winner in quite a while. However, I think horse number 5, Asil Gouda, was definitely the horse to go for in this contest, and should be the one to take all the beating. As far as debutantes go, horse number 6, BR Kaylan, who will be partnered with Adel Al-Faradi, looks really nice. I don't think any of the debutants will win this race. However, as I said, with Arabians, it's very difficult to tell, especially in small fields like this when they're all on a level playing field. However, I think that Asil Gouda will take all the beating in this.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much to Shamila there for her insights. Shamila likes Asil Gouda, horse number 5. She also likes Safe Brazan, horse number 1, Rory. And I suppose you'd agree with her picks there.
Yeah, as we said, Safe Brazan and Asil Gouda met at meeting 90. Safe Brazan finished 4th in that race, which won by Montera Alamal, and Asil Gouda was 1 place behind in 5th. He's had a chance to build on that, and he ran a similar race, as I said, when 10 lengths 7th last time out, but it wasn't a massive step forward. I thought Safe Brazan was likely to improve a little bit more. And I like the break he's had a little bit more than the short break that Asil Gouda's had. So I would pick Safe Brazan over Asil Gouda. Although it's an interesting point that that Shamila makes, that you can see that Asil Gouda is better defined than most of these. Had a couple of runs. He's quite well muscled up. Isn't particularly big, but is fit. A lot of these have scope to do better, but look like they will really need the run.
Like you say, Asil Gouda was in action just 5 days ago. Do you think that might be too quick a turnaround?
It can be. It's impossible to tell until you see them run. Some horses thrive off a quick turnaround and show their best form when running fairly quickly. And you're more likely to run well off a quick turnaround when you're racing over this 1,200 metre trip. If a horse is running over 2,000 metres and was turned out 5 days later, I'd be a little bit more wary of it. But certain trainers condition their horses to be able to take quick races like that as well. But as a rule, I don't like a quick turnaround unless I've seen the horse able to handle it in the past.
And it's interesting, isn't it, Rory? Looking down this card, we've got a number of first-time starters, and then we've got 2 or 3 horses who ran 5, 6, 7 days ago. So it'll be interesting to see that kind of contrast.
Well, again, there's just very few races for the 3-year-old maidens on the card. So there's one last week, there's one this week. You pretty much, don't have a choice if the horse is fit enough. You want to get those runs into them, so you'll turn them out quickly. And of course, we talked about some of the maidens for the thoroughbreds being oversubscribed at this stage of the season, 80 and 90 horses being entered for those early in the week. Not so much the case with these. There aren't so many 3-year-old Arabians in training, and therefore they're more likely to get a chance to run. But yeah, maybe you might sort of knock the race plan. You have to have two races per card for the Arabians, and I think a lot of the high class horses are now sort of aiming for other races. So these Thursday races are a little bit more low key, and we're giving opportunities for the youngsters here.
And of course, you mentioned 2 Arabian races per card. We have another one that follows this. That'll be the fillies, but this, of course, is the Colts race. Smaller field than we were expecting, a couple of late withdrawals, and the horses are heading down to post. So Rory, having looked at them in the paddock, there's obviously not much information on these unraced horses, but was the one that, going around the parade ring that looked particularly good to you?
I'd agree with Shamila. I thought both Asil Gouda and Saif Barzan looked well, and Saif Barzan's just got a little bit more scope about him. He's got a lot of white about his legs, which not everybody likes, but I thought he looked in good order, and I expect him to improve past Asil Gouda, who certainly won't be beaten for fitness.
Well, please do let us know what you think. Keep those comments coming into our YouTube channel. We have Life is Blessed, who's picked horse number 9, Suffolk Al-Keel, who's had one run, finished 8th at meeting 105. That was his debut, so needs to improve from that, but Life is Blessed likes the look of horse number 9, and do keep those comments coming in and let us know who you think. Thank you very much for your comments, Life is Blessed and George, who are enjoying a bit of chit-chat back and forth on our YouTube channel, and we do like to know that you're watching and enjoying the action. This is race number 4 of 12 and the first of 2 Arabian races on the cards. This is the Colts race for the 3-year-olds, and then we'll be following up with the fillies after this. They're heading down to post, and Shamila's had a good long look at these horses in the paddock and likes Asil Gouda, who's had 2 runs so far, 2 runs under his belt, so we should be seeing him in the mix, and Rory likes the look of him as well. But competition perhaps will be coming from horse number 1, Saif Barzan, who perhaps looks like he will be the favourite, finish 4th out of 18 on debut. That was over 1,600 metres, so dropping back down to 1,200. Rory, I'm going to ask you for your pick. You've been kind of reluctant to really pin your colours to any mast here, but you're going to have to make a choice.
Yeah, I'll go for Saif Barzan. As I said, I prefer his profile coming here with a bit of a break after that debut than that of Asil Gouda, who's the other obvious one on paper.
Yeah, it'll be
that one
interesting.
backing up quickly.
Absolutely. There is your pick, Rory, Saif Barzan. I love those long white socks. I think they look fantastic.
Well, yeah, they are. I mean, it's just people have their preconceptions about white legs, but they do look good.
Very flashy indeed.
Yeah.
Yes, I like the look of that horse too, Rory. Horse number 1, Saif Barzan. Let's get the thoughts then of Gareth, who is standing by, ready to talk us through this next race. Gareth, do you like the look of Saif Barzan as well, or are you going with Asil Gouda?
Yeah, I think Saif Barzan, off the back of that debut effort at meeting 90, is entitled to take a step forward. And yeah, I agree. It's sort of some people not so keen on those white legs. I don't particularly mind them too much. I'd rather be looking at sort of the fitness and the overall build of the horse and how they're shining in their coat and how well turned out they are. And Saif Barzan passed many of those tests, so he's definitely one of the strong contenders for me in this. And he is for many, judging on the international betting as well. He's the 9-4 market leader with Jimmy Carrion on board, with Suffolk Al-Keel in at 11-4, Hathal at 9-2, Kahilan at 4-1 now, just into third favouritism over Hathal. It's then 11-2 Asil Gouda and 16-1 bar those. So perhaps the winner going to come from a few of those just mentioned, as the loading up is about to get underway. We're still officially 2 minutes from the scheduled off time. This is Hathal heading forward. Hathal going into stall number 4. A reminder here that numbers 2 and 3 are out. So Hafal, although drawn in stall 4, it effectively becomes 2 because he's right next door to Saif Barzan in stall 1, who is now in shot and about to head forward with those sort of checkered flag sash and sleeves. Very sort of futuristic silks there worn by Jimmy Carry-On. We wouldn't see them everywhere around the world just yet, but who knows in the future. Kahilan about to slot forward. Adel Al-Faradi on board, slotting in now to stall 6. And once again here, they are drawn in saddlecloth number order. This is Asil Gouda, who was given a positive mention beforehand by Shamila, and that will leave just a couple of others out of line numbers 8 and 10, Al Mukhtar and Hamdan Al Zamili about to head forward. This is the latter, slotting in now to stall 10 on debut today, and will, I think, complete the lineup. Just the 8 runners then this time for this purebred Arabian race. Set to go. And off, jumping away with Hafal breaking the line with Asil Gouda towards the outside. Rushed forward here by Tariq Al Mansour. The one who was quite slow in getting going was Hamdan Azamili, a long way back as they push through the opening 300 yards. Saif Barzan now along the inside, moves through, accelerates and takes over. From Asil Gouda racing in second, up into third Kahilan, and then along the inside Hafal now back in fourth, with Safuk Al-Keel running next, 2 lengths off that one to Meyraz, and then a little wide around is Al Mukhtar, and Hamdan Azamili continues but is hopelessly tailed off as Saif Barzan goes strongly, turning back towards the entrance to the straight and their final 2.5 furlongs. Saif Barzan and Jimmy Carry-On by 3 lengths, with giving chase and up into second place now Kahilan around the outside of the ridden along Asil Gouda, the blue cap, and then Hafal down along the rails as up ahead Saif Barzan. Now he starts to get to work, and on the outside Kahilan looks a pretty big danger, pulling out a bit more here Saif Barzan with 200 metres left to go. Hanging on in there back in third is Asil Gouda, but racing down towards the final half furlong. Kahilan continuing to press Saif Barzan for the lead. He might have to get off and push here on Saif Barzan because Kahilan is wearing him down. Kahilan towards the near side of Saif Barzan. Oh, it's tight at the line. It will go to the judge. Very, very close with Asil Gouda best of the rest back in third. Well, it's a photo finish between in race card order numbers 1 Saif Barzan and 6 Kahilan. Kahilan, who, as we can see on the head-on replay, slightly had his head to one side, and whether or not that fully sort of hampered him from going forward as quickly as he could, I'm not sure. He was closing on Saif Barzan, but it probably hasn't helped. Has he won it? Has he lost it? Not sure yet. The result yet to be called. Saif Barzan has held on, I'm hearing, and we're getting the ultra slow motion replay here. I mean, as far as bob of the heads go, that is a bob of the heads. And just as the line comes, Saif Barzan, there we are, just nosing through. I mean, there's a millimetre in that, isn't it? That is as close as it gets without being a dead heat. But the judge has called it. Saif Barzan is home in front from Kahilan in second place. The official distance, a nose, a pixel there between the leading two. What a stirring finish. And in the end, they came nicely away from their rivals, with Asil Gouda, who hung on in there for a fair while, finishing back in third, a further 3 1/4 lengths back. As we see them from a bird's eye view here, you can see the different head carriages, can't you? You can see Kahilan there looking out to the right-hand side, looking at the stands, whereas Saif Barzan, despite just getting a little bit tired in the closing stages, running straight and true. Was that the difference between winning and losing? We'll hand back over to the guys in the studio and they can discuss further after this. But Saif Barzan it is, confirmed the winner by the narrowest of margins.
All entirety.
It's a tough race, and last 2 furlong.
Yes, it was a difficult race. I know this horse is very good. My horse, Kit.
How is it today?
I think it's very good. Very
Congrats.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Our first Arabian race of the day goes the way of horse number 1, Safe Barzan, and Jimmy Carry-On. This horse was 4th last time out at meeting 90, looked very well in the parade ring. I just didn't have him above Asil Gouda, who eventually came 3rd under Tariq Al Mansour, but very well done to all involved there. He is a 3-year-old by El Saker. Only 1 run to his name, coming 4th, and then his second was breaking his maiden on this occasion. So will be a nice horse to keep an eye on for Taif maybe next season if that's where they plan to take him. Nice Arabian, nice for white stockings as well on him. So it looks like a really genuine horse they have on their hands. Obviously it was a very small field, so it'll be interesting to see what he makes if the field is a little bit bigger, but we haven't spoken to Jimmy Carry-On, I don't think, since the Taif season, I'm pretty sure. So very well to Jimmy Carry-On for that win. And the owners, Abdullah Muhammad Al-Hanabi as well. So congratulations to all involved with Safe Barzan. Jimmy Carry-On is just weighing in here. And hopefully we can get a few words with him. Jimmy, come back. Congratulations, Jimmy. You haven't had a winner in a while, so it feels good.
Yes. It was a difficult race, I know. Yes. This is very good horse today. Good race.
Did you think you won when you crossed the line? It was like so close.
No, I don't like it. Close. The race was close.
And good distance for the horse?
Yes, it's very good difference. 1,200.
Well done, Jimmy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to Shamila. And wow, Rory, what a finish this was. And Gareth mentioned the head carriage of the horse that finished 2nd, Kahilan. That cost him.
Yeah, it's cost him in the finish, but it's worth pointing out that even though he was carrying his head to the side at Kahilan, he was in front of the winner, probably 5 strides out of 6, going to the line and coming out of it again. It was just right on the line that Safe Barzan has put his nose down. So it was a game performance from the winner, and it's easy to crab the second because of that awkward head carriage. But he was a debutant, and you'd give him a little bit of credit for that. We see a reasonably level start from those we see, but number 10, Hamdan Al-Zamila, was left way behind at the start, and the race begins to take shape fairly early. Safe Barzan from stall 1 takes control on the rails, and immediately Asil Gouda from stall 5 moves out to put a bit of pressure on him, and the eventual runner-up, Kahilan, is already in 3rd place moving forward, and not much changes in the order from here on in. Safe Barzan quickly gets a couple of lengths out of Asil Gouda, and it's Kahilan who then moves forward to throw in his challenge. Eventually you'll see Asil Gouda stay on again, but he just looked a little bit short of pace at this 1200 trip, dropping back from 7 furlongs, but kept plugging away to finish 3rd. And it took a little while for the penny to drop here. Kahilan's moved into challenging position, but looked a bit green when asked for his effort in the first place. And as you'll see from the overhead shot, you'll see his head poking out at an angle, whereas the eventual winner, Safe Barzan, is going straight and true on the inside there and sticking his neck out. I don't want to crab a horse too much on debut for doing that. It's clearly cost him the race, Kahilan, by carrying his head awkwardly. It makes it more difficult for his jockey to ride him out anyway, but it also means that he's given up a couple of inches just from the head carriage, and he's only been beaten a nose at the line. But give him another run to sort that out, and then you can start calling him names if he does that again.
Can they sort that out, Rory?
Yes, I mean, horses will often run very green on debut, and you don't necessarily see the same quirks from horses 2 runs in a row. You tend to put this down to inexperience first time out, and give the horse the benefit of the doubt. And when he's next on a race course and he knows a little bit more about what's required of him, he should do that. I suspect he'll still carry his head slightly to that side, but whether it ends up affecting his finishing effort, I'm not sure. But he looks a little bit awkward to ride out there. He probably should have won the race, but it's the horse with experience that did.
And the 3rd place went to Asil Gouda, a horse we talked a lot about before the race. Do you think perhaps he just hadn't had time to recover from the last outing? No, he's kept going at the finish. If he'd weakened out of this in the last furlong, I'd have said, this was too soon for him to back up.
but actually he's kept going pretty well. He just lacked tactical speed at a crucial point there before staying on again. His runs to date have come over longer trips, and he saw it out well enough last time out. This is the closest he's come to winning a race, but it's probably the weakest race he's been in as well.
And Safe Barzan looks like a nice horse, Rory, doesn't he? Fourth on debut with a win on his second outing. What next for this one?
Yeah, well, he shouldn't. I don't think the handicapper can give him too stiff a rating. I may not give him a rating at all on the back of this, but I'd imagine they'll probably throw him into open company. You can get very mixed open races for the purebred Arabians. When they're this age, you don't have an awful lot of choices of what races you can throw them in. Maidens are out the window now, and there's no harm in finding what they might hope to be a fairly weak open race next time out. He again won't particularly mind stepping back up and trip from here to 7 furlongs or a mile. And what you have to say about him, he's probably no superstar, but he's shown a good attitude and he's run very straight to the last 2 furlongs. I mean, we can see the waywardness of the runner-up, but there aren't many of these purebred Arabians who will run as straight as a die under pressure for the last 2 furlongs of a race, and he's done that. So his attitude is spot on, and he just needs to find the right sort of race. I don't see him being much better than a sort of 65, 70 horse at this stage, but we'll see.
It was a very professional run indeed from Safe Barzan, the winner there under Jimmy Carrion. So a second run for him and 1 win from 2. So not a bad return for Safe Barzan. A seal good, lots of chat before the race about that horse finishing in third, and a great debut for Kahilan, who finished a very, very close second indeed. Well, we'll be heading to the second Arabian race of the day next. That's the Arabian race for the fillies, our 5th race of the day. We are going over 1,200 metres once again, and we'll be having a little look at the horses very shortly. They're starting to come into the parade ring just behind us. A bigger field in this next race than we saw in the last Arabian race. We've got a couple of first-time runners here, a lot of unraced fillies in this one, and some quite highly rated, well, high-ish rated horses in comparison. Rory, we've got a 70 rated horse, we've got a 60, so again it's going to be quite a hard race to call.
Yes, it's not easy because there's quite a lot of either newcomers or horses who've just had the one run. They seem to be at first glance, a slightly better looking bunch, all told. So we might see something half decent in this contest.
Well, let's see what Gareth thinks. He's going to run us through the card.
Number 1 is Gara, the mount of Abdullah Al-Khamis. Number 2 is Maythab Al-Zamili with Mohammed Al-Daham. Number 3, Baraka Al-Baha with Abdulaziz Al-Musa. Take out number 4, that's an absentee. Number 5 is Hila Al-Senga, Muhammad Al-Nassar. Number 6 is Ghazwa Al-Murtaza with Rakan Al-Abaid taking the ride. Number 7 is Shathat Al-Qarnain with Azil Al-Zahani. Number 8 is Rayat Al-Baha with Adel Al-Faradi. Number 9 is Salafa, the mount of Abdullah Al-Credis. 10 is Miss Ward, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. Number 12 is Or Al-Barak with Abdullah Al-Saidi. 13 is Kinder Rama with Khalid Al-Mamoni. Number 14 is Hazwa Judah, Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 15 is Saytara, the mount of Naif Al-Anazi. And Isa Al-Shamari takes the ride on 16, Hanouf Al-Shahab. So number 11 is scratched. That leaves us with 15 for the second of our purebred Arabian races. This one for the fillies.
Fantastic, Gareth. Thank you very much for that. So Rory, having heard Gareth's run through of the runners and riders there, having a look at the horses going around behind us, anything that's catching your eye?
Yeah, just to clarify there, we've lost Arub Al-Mushmer, number 4. We also had Hamdania Al-Ghafaran, who was already a non-runner, so 14 of them go to post in this race.
This is horse number 10, who we're having a little look at. This is Miss Ward, finished 40 lengths behind the winner on debut. That was just a few days ago, Rory, so certainly needs to improve. Yeah, this time last week, and you know, she'll need the experience again, and I'd be surprised to see her in contention in this contest. Hor Al-Barak, again, I looked through the pedigree. I couldn't find anything massively positive about Hor Al-Barak either. But there's a bit more to say about Kinder Rama, number 13, who showed promise when 5th to Afdal Muhaymin a week ago on debut. Beaten 18.5 lengths in the end there, but a few of these in behind on that occasion. I thought there was enough promise in that to think that she could actually step forward and be competitive here. What about number 14, Hazwad Judah? Has had 2 runs so far, but perhaps needs to improve.
Yeah, well, she was behind Kendra Rama last time out, beaten 29 lengths in that race, won by Afdal Muhayman last time out. She was 7th in that. Kendra Rama was 5th. Big distances between the beaten horses in that contest as well. So not easy to fancy Haswa Judah, given that she'd got experience before that as well.
Probably not easy to fancy Saitara either, Rory, horse number 15, second last.
No, she looks all right, but she was beaten 48 lengths in the race won by Dave Hayson over 7 furlongs here on Saturday, and it's hard to see her improving enough to get involved, for all she does have a bit of size and scope about her.
So we've seen plenty that you think need improvement, Rory, but any that you think show promise here?
Yeah, again, we'll hear an awful lot more from Shamila, but one or two interesting newcomers on paper. Obviously, you've mentioned the ratings here. Salaf has got a rating of 60, but Shatart Al-Karnian is probably the pick here. Her better effort win 12 3/4 lengths third to Afdal Muhayman in that course and distance maiden last week. Plenty of those coming from the same race. You'd think she'll come forward for that.
Well, let's see what Shamila thinks. Shamila is down in the paddock for us. Shamila, who's caught your eye?
Second Arabian contest of the day, this time for the fillies. And I didn't have to look very far for my paddock selection. It's horse number 1, Gara BJ by Shagmoom Al Khaladia. She's a really nice looker. She's a little bit keen here in the parade ring, giving her groom a little bit of a hard time, but she's not getting hot or sweaty behind the saddle, just a little bit on toes. But a lot of these horses are getting a little bit on toes in the preliminary stages. So she isn't sweaty, so it's nothing to worry about too much. The jockey, Abdullah Al Khamis, is just going to get the leg up onto her now by the trainer Rayan Al Ibrahim. So she was 9th last time out at meeting 105 only last weekend, but I really like the look of her, and hopefully she doesn't boil over before the start of the race. A horse that I also really like the look of, who is boiling over just a little bit and giving everybody a bit of a hard time in the parade ring, is horse number 7, the favourite and the highest rated, but she does look well. That being said, she was 3rd last time out last weekend as well, with Asil Al-Sahani on board. I'm just watching my back here because I almost got run over last weekend, so she is a little bit naughty in the parade ring, however, still does look good. And horse number 16 looks really well in herself as well, so those are my 3 eye catchers to keep an eye on. One horse that was a little bit of a question mark for me was horse number 14. Probably through no fault of her own, she's very small and scrawny, so just as well she has Tariq Al-Mansour on board, who is himself very small, but I just wasn't a fan of how she was going around the parade ring.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Shamila, for those insights. I'm glad she stopped short of calling the jockey scrawny as well there, Rory. Referring to the horse as being scrawny, but the jockey is small. So well done. Thank you very much, Shamila. So let's just chat a bit, Rory, about the horses that Shamila likes the look of. She picked out horse number 7, which you've mentioned, Shat Al-Kameh, and also on our YouTube comments, we've got a lot of chat about that horse as well. Number 7, 3rd race for her. She finished 3rd the last time out, so potentially a promising one.
Yeah, she's the obvious one on paper because she had a few of these behind when 3rd last week behind Afdal Muhayman. Beaten 12 3/4 lengths that day, but the winner's probably quite useful. Yeah, she'll be your starting point here, highest rated, placed last time out. I thought the one we just saw go through picture there, Maithab Al-Zamila, was quite interesting on paper, but showing signs of temperament on the track, flashing the tail and throwing in the occasional buck. Mohammed Al-Daham booked for her. She's a stablemate of the one that Shamila mentioned, Gara, in the preliminaries. Gara was well beaten 34 lengths behind Afdal Muhayman a week ago, but I agree with Shamila, she does look well. She looks like she's better than that form, but she's a stablemate of number 2, Maithab Al-Zamila, and it's interesting that Mohammed Al-Daham is riding number 2. Yeah, I thought that was interesting on paper. Whether the fact that she's throwing in the occasional buck and flashing her tail on the way to post should be taken as a negative, I'm not entirely sure. At least she's showing a little bit of character and a bit of life. Baruch Albar is another newcomer that I couldn't really get any clues from, either looks-wise or on pedigree. So I'm not entirely sure what to expect there.
And the only other horse in this contest that has a rating, Rory, is horse number 9, Salafar, rated number 60. This is a 3rd run for her. Could be one to watch, do you think?
Yeah, she was actually in front of our previous winner on debut. She was 3rd in a race won by Montera Alamal First time out, I'm meeting 90. Disappointing, though, in that race won by Dave Hasey last week, beating 22.5 lengths in 9th. So she didn't really build on the promise of that debut. But if she can get back to it at the second time of asking, she'd obviously have a chance with the debut form working out. The two who finished immediately behind her were first and third in our previous contest. So there's reason to think that form is good, but she didn't back it up last time out, and that's a concern.
Let's see if she can do any better this time. We've got some comments on YouTube. We've got David, who's going with horse number 7, who we've mentioned, Shatat Al-Kayan, and George, I believe, is going for horse number 9. Now, Life is Blessed is going for horse number 9. That's Salafar. So those guys picking the horses with the ratings who've had a couple of runs under their belts, but plenty who are making their racecourse debut here today. So pretty hard race to pick. And Rory, you think that a lot of the time with these trainers, it's just a case of getting these horses a race before the end of the season, before they go away again for a few months?
Some of them, that's definitely the case. And particularly so, I thought with the colts in the previous race, I thought those looked very weak. I thought, looking at these briefly in the paddock, although if I turn around to watch them, I tend to lose my earpiece on my microphone, so I mustn't do that too much. I thought they were, as a bunch, they looked a little bit better. So we should see a more competitive race in this. And yeah, you get a mix of those who've got form, as you said. Shatar Al-Kernan is the one with the best piece of form, and should be able to build on that. But there are some interesting newcomers. Another one we haven't had a chance to mention, Hila Al-Sengar, number 5, wears blinkers for debut, and she is a half-sister to Shibble Shemek, who was a winner here recently in a similar sort of contest. So there's something on pedigree there to go in. A lot of these, it's difficult to find much on the pedigrees of the dams. You don't tend to be able to trace it back more than one generation, but it's nice to see something with a winning sibling. That gives you a little bit of confidence. So Hila Al-Sengar might make appeal to one or two.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much, Rory. Well, it looks like the horses are down at the stalls now, so race number 5 will shortly be underway, the second Arabian race of the day. We've had the colts, and this is the turn of the fillies, also going over 1,200 metres, a bigger field than the last time, and we've got Shamila's views. And Rory, I'd like to get your pick, please.
Yeah, and I've not even mentioned my pick yet. I haven't gone through various other ones. Again, I've picked out a newcomer as being very interesting here. Number 8, Riyadh Al-Bar. Riyadh Al-Bar is wearing a tongue tie for debut, trained by Rakan Al-Otaibi, Adel Al-Faredi on the plate. I thought it was, those are solid connections. But she is a half-sister to a filly called Dim Al-Bar, who's only run once. She ran here back in November, I think. She won by 11 lengths on her debut. And this is as I said, this is a sibling to that impressive filly. And I thought on pedigree, Riyadh Al-Bar must be interesting from a yard that knows the time of day and can get one ready on debut as well.
Well, let's see if it can be as impressive a debut for Riyadh Al-Bar as her sister or half-sister, Rory, I can't remember which, her sister.
I think it's half-sister, I believe, yeah.
Yes, so an unraced filly, number 8, Riyadh Al-Bar, with high expectations, Rory.
Yes, I mean, listen, you can't... I've heard it said that you can trust the pedigrees a lot more with the Arabians than they can with the thoroughbreds. Just because you're by a Derby winner out of an Oaks winner doesn't mean you're going to be any good at all, for example. But when you find the winning formula with the purebred Arabians, it tends to be a little bit more reliable. So finding one who's related to an impressive, unbeaten debut winner makes me reasonably excited about the chances of Riyadh Al-Bar here. And there's nothing I've seen of her to suggest that my opinion is wildly wrong.
Well, let's see, Rory. We'll find out in a few moments' time. But just a quick word on Kinda Rama. Had one run, made her debut in meeting number 105, finishing 5th. And do you think that she could perhaps be in the mix based on that?
Yeah, she's beaten the fairway that day, but she did finish well ahead of most of them. She was in that race won by Abdul Muhayman just a week ago. I thought that was a more promising run than the distance beaten would suggest. Again, I think the winner's probably quite good, but the field was very well stretched out that day, and it's not always that easy for a newcomer in a race like that where you've got gaps to fill. I thought she ran pretty well, and I'd not be surprised to see her come forward a fair bit for that run.
But you are going for Riyadh Al-Bar, horse number 8, an unraced filly in this contest. We've had Shamila's pick as well. She's going with horse number 7, Shatat Al-Kayan. The favourite probably for this contest. And let's get the thoughts then of our commentator, Gareth Topham.
Thanks, Rebecca. Yeah, at the moment, Shahat Al-Qaneh is the market leader and is in it at 5-4 with Rayat Al-Baha 130, Salafar at 11-2, 15-2 Kinderama, 14-1 Bardos. That's a rough guide of the betting on the international markets. So Shahat Al-Qaneh is the race favourite due to head into stall 7. Hasn't gone forward just yet. But we'll be next door when she does go into this filly in shot, Ghazwa Al-Mutazeh, slotting in under Rakan Al-Obeid. Rakan has picked up a spare ride a little bit later on in the card as well. Several jockey changes as the card goes on today. We'll keep you up together with all of those as Shahat Al-Qaneh heads in. Baruch Al-Baha still out of line, and this one in shot is Rayat Al-Baha with Adel El-Faredi taking the ride. It's just got a little bit warm in the prelims, and this one on debut, a little bit restless, a little bit on her toes down at the start, but it is a pretty hot day in Riyadh today, and for one so inexperienced, these pre-race antics are pretty forgivable. Hopefully they don't go on for too much longer, though, as the stalls team try and just direct Rayat Al-Baha towards the starting gates. And she's heading in now. And we'll complete the lineup then for this Fillies Maiden, Arabian Fillies Maiden contest, and off they go, jumping away. It was a ragged old start, wasn't it? Hila Al-Sengar was very slow in getting going, and Hor Al-Barak is in rear as well. One of the first ones to show is Miss Ward, who is up with the pace. Looks like Salafar not too far away as they run towards the turn. Up towards the outside, then Miss Ward in the purple colours, Salafar in the black, and through along their inside, the other grey, Baruch Al-Baha. They're being chased through by Maythab Al-Zamali as they're making the left-handed run back towards home. Kinderama is wider out on the track. Gara in the yellow headgear is over towards the inside. Rayat Al-Baha races next as they're coming around the home turn. And Salafar's rider there, Abdullah Al-Credis, took a little look behind, and he appears to be quite content with what he sees because his filly Salafar has cruised on into a 1 to 2 length lead. Giving chase along the inside, though, is Maythab Al-Zamali to give chase, and is now mounting a strong challenge as they make the run down the home straight. Rayat Al-Baha is also getting into the thick of the action out wide as they race inside their final 200 metres. Maythab Al-Zamali has taken over now from Salafar in second, and Rayat Al-Baha down the outside, but going close home with less than 100 metres to stride. Maythab Al-Zamali is going to make a winning debut here. Double on the card for Mohammed Aldaham, the rider. Tight in the end for second place, maybe Salafar with Rayat Al-Baha in that order, although we'll leave it to the judge to confirm. But Maythab Al-Zamali in the end proving too good and scoring in a time of 1 minute 21.48 seconds and comfortably on top. Had the rails run coming into the home straight and quickly took over from Salafar, who did travel well, did in the end hang on for second place. And Rayat Al-Baha down the outside, back in third, another of the newcomers. 3 3/4 lengths, Maythab Al-Zamali has won by. That's a pretty tidy performance on debut. And there's the head bob for second place, which has just favoured Salafar over Rayat Al-Baha. So that's our fifth race on the card, and it's a winning racecourse debut for Maythab Al-Zamali, and Mohammed Aldaham having a very productive afternoon.
At the beginning of the day, I said that today was a day for Adel Al-Faredi, but I think I might have been wrong on that one. It's a double for Mohamed Adham, so he's already having a good day. It's only the 5th race. He has plenty more rides to come today and this weekend. He said he cannot wait for the 2 big days we have ahead of us as well. So horse number 2 takes our 2nd Arabian race of the day, Maythab Al-Zamili. So congratulations to trainer Rayan Al-Ibrahim as well. He had 2 horses in the race and he came out successful. And it's a double, of course, for Mohamed Adham. As I said before, really good performance there. And she was a clear winner yet again. Mohamed Adham knows how to ride these fillies, but it's not very often we see him on the back of an Arabian winner. So really good performance there, and her debut run as well here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. So fantastic to see, and well done to all connections involved. Shabib Haza Al Rabain as well. Congratulations, Mohamed, a double for you.
Thank you, alhamdulillah, thanks to God.
Were you expecting anything from her? Because obviously her first time out, she was with some other experienced horses.
Yeah, but this filly not first time. He ran before one race, not here, Al Qasim, another track. And he know, and mashallah, it's a nice filly. He jump good and stay behind the speed horse, and mashallah.
And Rayan had 2 horses in this race. Was he expecting your horse to do a little bit better?
Yeah, he tell me this, and me, I ride before one time, I finished 3. And me already, inshallah, when I ride this race, I put for my mind, inshallah, my filly today, inshallah, improve, and he can improve.
And this distance is perfect for her?
Yeah, no problem. He go this, more, little bit, no problem.
2 winners already. Any more winners for you for the rest of the day?
Inshallah, inshallah. I hope this. Thank you.
Well, what a debut it was for Maythab Al-Zamili, Rory. Fantastic run for that unraced filly, and not one that we mentioned before the race.
Oh, we're going to mention of her.
You say that now. You're backtracking.
She was, she was a stablemate of the Shamila's pick. Shamila was keen on Gara, and I thought Maythab Al-Zamili was the more interesting of the pair from the Rayan Al-Ibrahim stable. The only thing that put me off a little bit with her was when she left the paddock, she threw in a few bucks and flashed her tail and looked a little bit of a madam. But when she got racing, she was thoroughly professional. It's never easy to tell when you see those little signs whether it's a good, as I said, it can be a good thing. It shows that the horse is healthy and well and is showing off a little bit. Sometimes they can be a display of temperament, but you have to judge each horse on their merits. And she comes from a yard who can ready a newcomer. And Mohamed Adham is a very good jockey in races like this, riding a double on the day as well. And she was sharp enough from the stalls, from stall 2, always in a good position. Interestingly, she left a gap on the inside for her stablemate Gara, so they didn't want to carve each other up there. But she sort of tracked the pace in about 4th or 5th place. You'll see in the orange colours with that blue cap. And she's kept on very strongly. You see Salafa there in the black colours with the white epaulets and the white cap. She has run on again for 2nd. My pick, Royal Albar, is in the light blue colours, moving into a dispute of 2nd place at the moment with the winner and setting off in pursuit of Salafa. I thought she was going to be a big threat at this stage, but she's just hung fire slightly when asked for a referee. And again, that's just a sign of inexperience. She's carrying her head slightly to one side as well, as we saw the runner-up in our previous race. And as I said, this is the first time a lot of these horses are being asked questions in a race and being asked to seriously go about their work. And sometimes they just don't really know what's required of them. So I'm never too harsh on them. The winner's done it quite nicely in the end. She's got past one with experience in the shape of Salafa, and she's cleared away nicely to win in a faster time than the Colts race. And we said in the paddock, these looked a slightly better bunch than the Colts, or certainly a readier bunch at the very least. And the time of that race suggests they are a little bit ahead of the Colts at this stage. Absolutely fantastic debut for the winner and for Riyadh Alba, who you really liked at the beginning of this race. And Salafa, the only horse in that top 3 with a rating, with a couple of runs under her belt already, finished 9th in meeting 107, so just a few days ago, and was fresh here today. Yeah, she's shown a lot on debut, Salafa. As I said, she'd actually beaten the 2 who were 1st and 3rd in the Colts race, but went backwards from that, went only 9th, albeit in probably a strong race last time out, but she's bounced back to form, making most of the running here and just collared late. to finish a clear second.
And what happened to horse number 7, the favourite for this one? We spoke a lot at the
You see her
beginning.
there coming out the stalls, the grey. She just had to be nudged along to hold her position. Her ears are flat back. She didn't look particularly happy. She managed to get herself into a reasonably good spot, but she'd never travelled particularly well. And that was disappointing given that she'd gone with a bit of promise on debut and had stepped up on that next time. So she seemed to be, coming on from race to race. But as we join them now, she's hard off the bridle, sitting at about 9th place and just not going anywhere. And that's a disappointing effort from her. Again, this is a week on from her previous run, and it may well be that she's one who doesn't want a quick turnaround. She never looked particularly happy through the race, and you can see from her demeanour with the ears back against her head that she wasn't enjoying herself as much as she did last time out.
And let's just have a quick word on Gara, one of the horses that Shamila liked the look of heading into this race. Was it a pretty disappointing effort from Gara?
Little disappointing from Gara. She showed speed in the race, but she's also looked a little bit of a hard ride, throwing her head around a little bit in behind them. Again, I wouldn't want to judge her too harshly at this early stage of her career. She's got the looks, and she ended up being hung out. Despite the fact she was drawn in stall 1, she had to move wide to get into position. She hasn't helped her jockey an awful lot, but she could do better.
Well, let's move on then to race number 6, approaching the midway point of the day, race number 6 of 12, and we are returning to the thoroughbreds. This is the locally bred fillies and colts. They'll be running over 1,400 metres, so we will be stepping up in trip ever so slightly for this next one. And let's join our commentator, Gareth Topham, who's going to talk us through all the runners in this next one.
Thanks, Rebecca. Yeah, big field at this time. And number 1 is Farah Najid, partnered by Khalid Al-Mamoni. Number 2 is Butulea with Azil Al-Zahani. Number 3 is Hothameya with Al Saeed. Number 4 is Darnat Al-Afras with Mohammed Al-Habib. Number 5, Malaya, the ride of Abdullah Al-Lofi. 6, Mayman, Camilo Ospina. Number 7, Kissam, Fahid Al-Faredi. Number 8 is Abo Salmeh with Thurbal Timiat. 9 is Wood Al-Gailana with Jose Rodriguez. Number 10 is Mijan, Mohammed Al-Daham. 11 is Nufat, the mount of Abdullah Al-Saidi. Number 12 is Lamea Kafi with Tariq Al-Mansour. 13 is Salam Allah, Osama Al-Sharani. 14, Caroline, the mount of Ali Al-Mamoni. 15 is Cannibal, partnered by K. Al-Dubayan. Number 16 is Motasaned, Yusuf Al-Hussein. And over the page, 17, Joharat Al-Meek with Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 18, Mandushi, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. 19, Wood Safi, Jimmy Carrion. And 20, Abab Al-Muj with Abdullah Al-Fayrouz. So take out 21, 22 and 23. It is a full field of 20 this time with no reserves required. Race 6 over 1,400 metres up shortly.
Great stuff, thank you very much, Gareth. Well, Rory, the horses are just in the parade ring behind us and having a look at that card. Which ones are catching your eye?
I'm not going to turn around because I know that spells trouble for me from where I'm sitting, which is a shame because it's nice to see them in the flesh, but we're facing in the wrong direction here, really. We're seeing Mayman at the moment. He's an interesting newcomer. Small, the trainer's a sort of low percentage trainer, but Camilo Espina's booked for this. And he is out of a mare called Don't Be Shy, I'll Pay. Again, that name is transcribed incorrectly on the race card. And she was a pretty useful performer. She was grade 2 placed and was a stakes winner in the US. And Mayman is a half-brother to 3 US winners. I thought he was interesting on pedigree, although the fact the trainer doesn't get debut winners and is kind of a 3% trainer, generally speaking, is a little bit of a concern. But Camilo Espino, very interesting booking for a horse who's bred to be decent.
And let's have a little look at horse number 10 then, Rory. The horse we're seeing in shot now, Mijan, has had 3 runs so far. Not really been in the mix, though.
No, but her best effort was last time out when finishing 13 lengths, 6th of 18 in a 6-furlong maiden. Steps up to 7 furlongs today. Does need to do better, but at least if you're looking for the positives, that was a step forward last time out after 2 fairly unpromising starts.
And this horse was placed the last time we saw him in action, La Maya Kefi, horse number 12, who's just gone out of our shot there. 3rd in meeting number 97.
Yeah, La Maya Kafi has run well twice, back to form last time out in 4 lengths. 3rd to Ramadan in a 6-furlong maiden. Was racing over 1,800 metres 2 starts ago. I'm inclined to say that he was a non-stayer there. He was beaten quite a long way. Showed plenty of promise on debut and has solid place claims here, having got back to form last time out. One of the more interesting ones, La Maya Cafe.
Well, it's been a bit of a long break for horse number 16, Mota Saned, hasn't it? We haven't seen that horse since meeting number 64.
Yeah, but showed plenty on debut. This colt who runs in the colours of Prince Saud, a son of spring at last. He finished 4th behind a useful performer called Flywing on debut, beaten 5.5 lengths that day. That form has worked out pretty well since, and looks sure to improve on that. As you said, the concern is that you would have thought he'd have been seen a little earlier than this, but he's certainly interesting and should progress from that debut.
Well, let's get the thoughts then of Shamila, who's standing by, having had a little look at the horses. Shamila, who's your pick for this one? Who's caught your eye?
Really nice contest we have on our hands here, actually. Horse number 12 will be my paddock selection, La Maya Cafe, who will be ridden by Tariq Al Mansour. The connections, the Almondale stables, have already had a winner today with Mahalik, and I just couldn't take my eye off La Maya Cafe in this contest. Rated 66, so highest rated horse in the race, and for good reason as well. 3rd last time at a meeting, 97, so it's had a bit of a break, but looks really well in himself. It's only 3 years old by Dance with Ravens for Fayhan Almondale. But just looks utterly well. I think that if you were to choose another horse against this one, you will be sorely disappointed, because this is our winner here of the 6th race of the day. Jumps out of stall number 12, and I think that our star apprentice, Tariq Al Mansour, can definitely get the job done. A horse that I'd like as a debutant in this contest is horse number 5, who will be ridden by Abdullah Al Awfi. So definitely one to keep an eye on, and surprisingly, no paddock negatives.
No paddock negatives for Shamila then. She really likes the look of La Maya Cafe, Rory, who we spoke a little bit about earlier on, but just what is it about this horse that you think is promising?
Well, he's run to his rating twice, and he had excuses on that penultimate start over a trip that is probably beyond him, 1,800 metres. He comes from a stable doing well at Riyadh this year as well, the stable of Naif Almondale, running in the colours of Fayhan Almondale and Sons. Not surprised that Shamila likes the look of him. They do tend to produce good-looking performers. We saw their winner earlier in the card. He's one of the best-looking horses to race here this season. But handsome is as handsome does, and he suggests that he's going to get his act together fairly shortly. This doesn't look the deepest race on earth. He's top-rated of a mark of 66, and I'd like to think he'll improve a little bit on what he's done so far.
In terms of the more experienced horses in this field, we have Nufat as well, horse number 11, who's rated 45. Another one of the horses who has a rating, one of the few with a rating. Haven't seen much from that horse though, Rory, really.
No, her form's largely regressive. She ran okay when she was 4th back in meeting 76 here early in the Riyadh season, but that form has taken a little bit of a nosedive. Slight recovery last time out when 8th in meeting 98, but you want to see a filly of her age who's shown the ability to get in the frame in these races to show gradually progressive form, and she's largely regressive on the whole. Not easy to fancy in this company.
And what about Kissam with a rating of 66? Last seen race in meeting number 101, so recently, but finished 12th, so has something to prove. We're
getting a chance to see Mota Saned in this contest. This is the horse we talked about who was very promising on debut behind Flywing. Flywing runs on very strongly, the chestnut to grab this late on the day, and he runs on well to be 4th in the end, Mota Saned. That was a really promising debut for Mota Saned, the son of spring at last. As we said, the concern is that he's been lost since week 67. If he'd been turned out sort of 3 weeks after that, I'd very much fancy his chances. Maybe he's had a little bit of a setback. Maybe they're just working slowly with him and thought he needed a bit more time.
Well, time will tell. Indeed, the race will shortly be underway. The horses making their way down to post in the company of the Three Musketeers, who we'll be hearing a bit more about a little later on. But back to the card, Rory, and we'll get your pick on this one. We've heard from Shamila. She really likes number 12, La Maya Cafe. And what about you? Who's your pick for this one?
This is a tough one. I do like La Maya Cafe as well. I thought Mota Saned obviously doesn't have a rating after only running once. I wanted to get to see him in the flesh and see him move to post, because I thought that there was a lot of promise in that run behind Flywing, and he does look well. He's grown a little bit. He looks ready to go again. So I will take a chance on the absence of Motasaned, and I'll put him in as my selection for this race.
Fantastic. Well, on our YouTube comment section, we have George, who's going as well for La Maya Kafi, and someone else has gone for number 14, Caroline, and number 6, Mayman. So 2 very interesting choices there, both of those unraced.
Mayman I've mentioned already. I think he is interesting on paper. As I said, the concern with him is that his trainer doesn't tend to get debut winners, but I thought on pedigree he was very interesting, and jockey booking he was interesting. And the other one I mentioned there was Caroline, wasn't it? She's a half-sister to 5 winners, including a horse called Tristcat, who's not a world beater in the States, but has won 11 times. So there's a lot of winners in that family at a fairly modest level. If Caroline is ready to go first time, she wouldn't be out of this either.
Well, thank you to David Bolton for sending those selections in, and do keep those comments coming in on YouTube, because we love to know who you're picking in these races. We've had quite a few winners from our YouTube comment section already today. And Rory, you've had just the one winner today, but are you confident in this next race?
No, not really, not really. And it's always annoying when you pick a newcomer out as being interesting and then don't go for it. You're always worried that it's going to come and do you. But I kept my powder dry until reasonably late on. Reasonably late on here with Motasaned, just to get an idea of how ready he was to go after a break. But he looks fine to me, so that's where my money is going.
Horse number 16, Motasaned, is the one that you like, Rory. So let's keep a close eye on him when the race gets underway very shortly. And I'm sure that our commentator, Gareth Topham, is eager to get this one going as well, standing by to watch this one. Gareth, who's your pick for this? We've heard from Rory and Shamila, and I'd like to know who you fancy in this one.
Yeah, cheers, Rebecca. I think La Maya Kafi looks fairly solid. Tariq Al-Mansour obviously looking for a double and is being backed as well on the international betting markets. Now 15-8 in from 2-1, and plenty of support behind this one with Mayman at 7-2, 4-1 Motasaned, Kissam at 8-1, Malaya at 12-1 with Abab Al-Mouj, and it is 14-1 and upwards at the other runners. I thought Kissam, on the best of his form of late, could give Fahed Al-Faradi a pretty good spin as well. But it looks an open race, but La Maya Kafi is the one who at the moment is attracting the money on the international betting market. So a big field here, 20 of them. That's a full complement over the 1400-metre trip, and very shortly they will be heading behind the starting stalls. We just had one a moment ago being checked over. That was Darnad Alafras, who is due to go into stall number 4, but has now, I think anyway, rejoined the other runners, which gives us the opportunity to see them head into the stalls with Farah Najid in shot and about to load up into stall 1. Once again, for this maiden contest, they load up in maiden contests in the saddlecloth numbers. So number 1, drawn 1, number 2, drawn 2, and so forth. This is the 11 horse, Nufat, heading into stall 11. Abdullah Al-Saidi taking the ride. 0 from 11, this one so far. Just shying away from the stalls there was Salam Allah. This is Darnat Alafras with Mohammed Al Habib about to head forward. This is a newcomer. He's on debut today and is one of several newcomers in the field. Hotham Meyer having her first start, and Mayman as well. Malaya likewise, and also Wood Algelana and Caroline as well, and Joharat Al-Meek. So Abab Al-Mouj also. So yeah, half the field having their first run. So it does make it, I think, fairly tricky from certainly from a betting angle here, trying to get a grips with the ones which have shown a little bit of form. Is that form going to be good enough to topple some of those who haven't yet seen a race course? Are we going to see a standout performance from one of our horses on introduction today? This is Botulea. She's had 2 runs so far. She's been down the field in each, although you could say it was an improved run last time. When finishing in 7th place, she was well down the field, only beating a couple home on debut. She heads forward now, does Botulea and Azil Al-Zahani. This is the 14 horse, Caroline, one of the newcomers. Ali Al-Mamoni takes the ride. Caroline about to slot forward, and that will just leave 5 or 6 others out of line here. Hotham Meyer is about to head in as well. The start to this race is over at the entrance to the back straight, so just under a circuit of the racecourse here at Riyadh in front of them. And we're down to the final few with Malaya out of line and Mayman out of line as well. You can see those hovering out the back, and Motta Saned under Youssef Al Hussein, who's got a couple of later rides as well. That one about to head into stall 16. So, yeah, tricky little race to try and completely dissect. One thing you can say about this favourite, Lamela Kaifi, is the fact that both, well, in all of his runs so far, there has been promise shown, particularly hitting the frame on 2 of those occasions. We'll be coming out of stall 12. The 5-horse goes in. This is Malaya, and that will just leave Mayman out of line. Mayman about to rejoin the others and heads in. We are set to go then. 20 of them over 1,400 metres this time. Good luck. Set. And away and racing. Off they go, and breaking out quite well Nufat, despite going a little bit right-handed. Jawarat Al-Meek is towards the back in the early stages, 1 or 2 of them already tailing off. Hothame has had a dreadful start. Kisam is showing bright early pace, with Almosome also lying up handily, and they're being followed by Mayman, who's down along the inside. Out a little bit wider is Motta Saned in the blue and white colours, and also not too far off the Wood Safi, who's pressing forward in a brown cap towards the outside as they race towards the turn. Kisam then, the grey horse, has a narrow lead from Almosome up around the outside in the yellow cheek pieces and noseband. Motta Saned is close as well, without a bit wider of them Wood Safi, and despite racing very wide, Abab Al-Mouj is also a member of this leading wave as they're heading back towards the entrance to the home straight. Almosome is following those. They're being chased in by Danat Al-Afras, and then comes Nufat and all of the others with plenty to do. They're homeward bound and racing now with a couple of furlongs to go. Abab Al-Mouj from stall 20 running a screamer here down the outside of Kisam, who's along the inside and responding well, and Motta Saned up in between them. Kisam with 200 to run, finding plenty, extends away again by a length and a half to Motta Saned, who's now clear second as Abab Al-Mouj begins to tire. Going close home, it is Kisam and Fahed Al-Faredi showing out in front as they race up to the line, flying through Mandoushi from nowhere, and snatches it. Mandoushi, Abdel Ella Al-Hussein, getting up in the final few strides, has absolutely sprouted wings, has come from nowhere. Goodness me, Mandoushi gets up to win in a time of 1 minute 28.98 seconds, and was coming home 2 to Kisam's 1 to snatch the prize in the closing stages. Goodness me, we'll need a second look at that. Mandoushi is the winner, Kisam is second, and Motta Saned back in third. In the end, the winning distance is 3/4 of a length, and back to the third, a further 1 length. Goodness me, I need a lie down after that. It's Mandoushi who gets through to win in the nick of time, and it is Mandoushi home in front in our 6th race of the day. What a thrilling conclusion to that Fillies and Colts maiden.
No, that was very much from the clouds from this son of Closing Bell. He was just having his second start. We hadn't seen him since the end of the season in Taif. This was the first run in Riyadh, off obviously a long break. It would have been early October when the season in Taif finished. I did make a note saying, beaten 27.25 lengths on debut, but that was behind the classy Kafla home. Can do better. Well, he did a lot better, didn't he?
He absolutely
he's
did.
absolutely flown home and caught Jcsa on the hop. Jcsa looked like he was holding off all challengers, but couldn't do anything about the rapid finish of Mandushi, who's probably all right. As I said, that was a very warm race he was in. It's sometimes difficult to be competitive when the winner of the race is so much better than everything else and gets them all stretched out. If you're a newcomer in that kind of event, sometimes it's hard to express yourself. And I thought he showed a bit of ability there, but I wouldn't have expected him to have been able to improve to win straight away, particularly off such an absence. And you see he's had to manoeuvre. He's out of shot at the moment. He's on the inside, manoeuvring his way between horses, and he really flies late in the day. Still not in our shot. Here he is, appearing on the inside, having just shot past Jcsa. You can see why the cameraman was focusing on Jcsa, who seemed to have the race in the bag at that stage, but the winners completely blindsided him and our cameraman.
Well, let's see where he comes from in this race. Mandushi from stall number 18.
Yeah, you'll see he actually gets away reasonably well, but he loses a bit of ground here. You'll see him in about 12th position, middle to wide on the track. His rider, not really Abdullah Al Hussein, not in a massive rush with him, just letting the horse find his stride. And as others want to go forward, he's allowed his horse just to settle into his own rhythm, which has seen him sort of 3/4 of the way back in the field. Sometimes you see that and you wish the jockey would be a little bit more proactive and get closer to the pace. But what often happens is you get a contested pace in a race like this, and that doesn't quite see it out. So you see the right horses at the fore at this stage. Jcsa is in front. Motasaned is making his challenge now. It comes to join Jcsa at that stage. It can't quite get past him, and Jcsa looks like he's done away with the challenge, but right at the bottom of the picture, still in about 10th or 11th place, is our eventual winner with the white cap Mandushi, and he's also in traffic problems as well. The horse is weakening in front of him. There's no obvious way of him getting through at this stage. He's had to avoid a weakening rival on the rail, taken back, switched, goes forward again. The race looks all over at this stage, but he finds a remarkable turn of foot, and I use the term advisedly, to run down the leaders late on. Obviously, all those around him are slowing down, having got a hard pace earlier on, but he's still done very well to be stopped in his run a furlong out and finish as strongly as he has. So that's a good performance.
And the jockey hardly had to use the whip either, Rory.
No, he was, again, because he'd allowed the horse to find his own stride earlier on, he was then finding plenty in the finish as others were weakening, and you don't need to revert to the stick in that sort of situation. He did sort of pick it up once and think about it. But again, one of my pet peeves, a jockey with a wall of horses in front of him giving his horse a smack. What's the horse going to do? Jump over the horses in front of him? No point using the stick at that stage. You've got to find your clear path first, and then if you need to give him encouragement when in the clear, you can do. But I think it was clear once this horse got out of that jam, he was absolutely flying at the leaders, and a smack with the whip wasn't going to make him go any faster than he was. He really does fly home. You see him just showing him the stick there and letting them know that it was there. But this horse has finished off really strongly. Sectional analysis of that will show you exactly how well he has finished, and I suspect it will show that although Jcsa seemed to be staying on really well, he was probably dying a little bit in front because he was pressed for that position for a few furlongs beforehand. So that's made it a little bit easier for the winner, but it's very unusual for a horse to come from that position and win a race here, and you've got to give him full credit for it on this second start.
Do you think you might want further than the 1400 metres?
No, I don't think that's. I think that's rarely the case when horses finishing like this. He's got behind just because he's reasonably inexperienced and his rider is not in a hurry to get him into that battle for the lead. He was sharp enough out of the stalls. If he was only getting going after they passed the line, you think he'd want to step up and trip. But horses who finish off as he has to win at this trip, this is probably their trip in the short term anyway.
And we mentioned Jcsa before the race, and you said you weren't really expecting too much from this horse, but nevertheless, second isn't bad from Jcsa.
No, Jcsa has shown the ability to win a race in the past. He just hasn't really gone on with it. He's joined top rated in the race, but just become a little bit disappointing in his last 2 runs. And I made a note that he needed to rediscover his best form. He did, to be second again. That matched his previous best effort. But he's just a little bit vulnerable in the finish. He's done nothing wrong. He faced a strong challenge a furlong out and found enough to beat that off. But once he did so, he had nothing left for the finish, and the winner has finished like the proverbial train to take this. One to bear in mind.
And your pick for this race, Motasaned, goes one better than he did the last time out. Finished 4th in meeting number 67. Very long break for this horse, and now finished 3rd. Good run?
Yeah, he just flattened out a little bit late in the day, having looked to be a big challenger to Jcsa. But he's still run a solid race. He's built on the promise of that debut, and he's now got a decent couple of runs to build on for next season. I'd imagine that's when we'll next be seeing him. I don't think Canesius will be rushing him out very quickly after this, but he's clearly got the ability to win races. He's got physical scope as well, so I'd be pleased with that.
Well, our commentator Gareth Topham said he needed to lie down after the last race, so let's hope he's managed to get a rest and catch his breath, because he's going to run us through all the next runners and riders.
Yeah, cheers, Rebecca. The next race, again, a big field here, a maximum field. Number 1 is Walad Always, partnered by Ali Al Mamoni. 2 is Mossare Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 3, this is the favourite at present, Az Al Mawi with Ayad Al Tarisi. Number 4 is Al Shahab Al Kesa with Adel Al Faradi. 5 is Sign, treble seeking Mohammed Al Daham in the plate. 6 is Kahila Najid with Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 7 is Mishwahi, Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 8, Asa Al Royar with Ali Al Mutib. Over the page to 9, Al Muja Al Layli, Tariq Al Mansour. And number 10 is Mosawema with Osama Al Sharani. Number 11 is Al Kama Ali with Louis Morales. Number 12 is Al Fala with Mohammed Al Abib. 13 is Shiblat Start with Nawaf Al Mudiani. Number 14 is Saheb Al Faha with Ahmed Al Tayar. Number 15, My Knife, Rakan Al Abeid replacing Wigberto Ramos. 16, Hurayat Al Baha. Jimmy Carrion now takes the ride on this one. Number 17 is Ibn Al Jazeera with Eddie Castro on board. 18, Taf Al Bada with Muhammad Al Nassar. 19, Bishkek, Sultan Al Mamoni. And W Al Zami now on board. Number 20, Malieh Al Rayyan. Take out 21, 22 and 23. The reserves don't go. It's a full field of 20 for race 7.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Gareth, for that run through of the runners and riders for race number 7, the midway point in the card, Rory. Still over 1,400 metres. This is a locally bred fillies and colts race, another big field. And it's hard to pick from this, isn't it? When the field is so big, Rory, 20 runners, but who's catching your eye so far?
Well, let's see if we can get them all mentioned, because we almost missed a couple of. Well, we missed the winner in the last race, not being able to go through them.
I think everybody missed the winner.
Let's fire through. Didn't fancy the top one. Mossare has been runner-up twice over 6 furlongs at Taif. Would have leading claims of coming back to that form. Hasn't been seen since the penultimate week of the Taif season. Is not from 18 career-wise, but a fit from a 5-month layoff would be interesting enough. Mossare. Al Zamawi was placed twice over a mile before running a little bit disappointingly over a course and distance in a maiden last time out. Has placed claims on the balance of his form. Might need an extra furlong to be at his very best, though.
And what about number 4, Al Shahab Al Kasa? 6 runs, no wins, last seen in meeting number 100.
Yeah, seems to be at least progressing. The early runs weren't particularly promising, but did run pretty well when a length and a quarter second to Majar Alain over 6 furlongs last time out. The return to 7 furlongs shouldn't be a massive problem. On the ratings, he's got a little bit to do with the rating of 56, but he does at least seem to be finding his feet at this stage.
Horse number 5, Sign, is an unraced colt, but he's one that's getting plenty of attention on our YouTube comments.
Yeah, he's an interesting one. The dam is unraced. Who's been in my bed? She's called, because the grand dam is called Goldilocks bear, I believe. That's from a pretty good family, a prolific US family, and this 4-year-old is by American Freedom. So it does take the eye on paper. Mohammed Al-Taham was looking for a treble on the card as well. So I thought Sign was a newcomer you had to note in what looks a pretty moderate maiden.
Let's move on then to Kolayan Najd, horse number 6.
Yeah, I was rated 56, like Al-Shahab Al-Qasr, who we just mentioned, but I thought Kolayan Najd was flattered by his 4th here in meeting 63, and the balance of his form suggests he's got work to do here.
Mishwahi has run just the once and placed 18th in that one.
Yeah, beaten 26 lengths, won the 18th of 20 on debut behind Al-Metin. That didn't look a particularly strong maiden either, so hard to fancy.
Well, let's see who Shamila fancies then. Shamila, you're having a look at the horses. Any who've caught your eye?
I think my paddock selection in this race could be Adel Al-Faraidi's first winner of the day. Horse number 4, Al-Shahab Al-Qasr, rated 56, looks really well in the parade ring. Big fan of him, of this 4-year-old colt, trained by Gaith Al-Gaith. And all of Gaith Al-Gaith's runners always look really nice indeed. And this looks like a big, strong, powerful colt. Looks like he has some growing to do as well into himself. But he was second last time out at meeting 100 and has only improved on every single run he has had this season. So definitely, I think this could be the winner of our 7th race of the day. That being said, horse number 5 for Abdullah Al-Munif, this first time started Sign. It looks really nice in the parade ring. Just coming up behind me here now, Mohammed Al-Taham has already had 2 winners today. Abdullah Al-Munif has had his 2nd winner of the Riyadh season today as well. So this 4-year-old by American Freedom is definitely one to keep your eye on. No paddock negatives in this contest either. Hopefully we have a thrilling contest as we did in the previous race, and I will be sticking with horse number 4 and Adel Al-Faraidi.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Shamila. She likes Al-Shahab Al-Qasr horse. And number 4, Rory, she likes the trainer. She likes the look of the horse. Do you tend to agree?
Yeah, he looks. We mentioned him before, and he looks like a slow burner. He didn't show an awful lot in his early start. As Shamila said, he probably looks like next year's horse to a degree, quite big and backward, and he's gradually growing into himself. And his form's been going in that direction from a poor start to a career best effort last time out. And 56 is a fair rating.
See him in action then. This is Shamila's pick.
Yeah, we see him on the outside of the 3 leaders at this stage with the red noseband, and he keeps on well. Despite it looks like he might win briefly here, but he keeps plugging away to be beaten a length and a quarter in the finish. This was clearly a best effort from him, and he does nothing wrong. I don't think he's got involved early enough in a battle for the lead. He's put away the 2 horses he's come to tackle, and he's just got tackled by one who's a little bit stronger in the finish himself. I thought it was a likeable performance, and he should go forward again from it. This wasn't the strongest maiden in the world, but nor is this, and he's a horse going in the right direction.
There are a couple of horses here that Rory rated high 50s, and then there's Tarf Al-Badr rated 60. Just a word on that horse.
Tarf Al-Badr is 60 rated. He's had 10 runs. He ran okay in the early weeks of the season. He ran here at meeting 58 and finished 3rd. And the best of his form in the autumn would give him place chances. He's been well beaten the last twice, it has to be said. Over longer trips, the 2 races he's been disappointing in, finishing 15th and 12th. We're over 2,000 metres and 1,600 metres respectively. He may do better drop back in trip, but I'm just a bit worried that he's disappointing at the moment.
And we've got Mosawema. We should perhaps mention Mosawema, who's rated 58. This is the 5th run for this filly, Rory. Are we expecting much from her?
She showed improved form 2 starts back when 3rd in a filly's maiden over a mile, but she ran really badly in a 0-65 handicap last time out. She's been off since December. Maybe there's a reason for her disappointing last time out. If she can shrug that off, she'd have chances. But it's always a bit of a worry when they throw in a stinker like that.
And for you, Rory, who's your pick for this one?
I thought this was tough enough. I thought there were a couple of interesting newcomers. Sign, we've mentioned already in there. I thought My Knife was interesting as well, and I'll put him up as my selection. I was just beaten by Umbra on his debut over a mile. Maybe didn't stay 2,000 metres last time. I was very disappointing that day. The way he shaped on debut suggests he'd be up to winning a maiden. Wigberto Ramos was due to ride him, but I believe that Rakan Al Obeid takes over the ride now. And I thought My Knife was well worth a second look here.
My Knife, horse number 15. And the horse we're looking at is number 4 there, Shamila's Pick, who's just heading down to the stalls. And a bit of chatter that we mentioned earlier, Rory, Sign, a couple of people on YouTube like the look of Sign, but unraced, and plenty of questions around that horse, do you think?
Yeah, well, in a race like this where the top horses are rated in the sort of mid to low 60s, a newcomer doesn't have to run to a particularly high standard to win. When they're 4-year-olds, you're a little bit wary of how ready they'll be first time out, because if a belated debut suggests they've been slow to come to hand, and they don't tend to be the raciest types in the world. But Sign certainly has the pedigree that suggests that he can go close if he's ready for this debut, and he represents connections who are in good form at the moment as well.
Well, let's see. Let's keep an eye on horse number 5, Sign, as well. The race will shortly be underway. This is race 7 of 12, so we are halfway through the day's card, almost ready to get going. And of course, we'll be joining our commentator, Gareth Topham, who will be looking out for fast finishers on the inside this time, Gareth.
Yeah, not too fast. Hopefully the runners then continuing to circle, and we'll be underway shortly with the runners about to load up. We can take a check on the international betting markets. Rory's pick, My Knife, is actually being backed 9-2 in from 5-1, but the favourite here is Al Zamawi, who's in at 11-4. Ayad Al Tarisi, I think this is his first ride of the day, and Az Almawi, as I say, 11-4. My Knife at 9-2, 5-1. Taf Al Badr with Masari at 7-1. Just in front of that one, Al Shabab Al Kaysar at 11-2, then Masari at 7s, 15-2 Al Kamar Ali, and 10-1 bar those. Sign also in that 10-1 bracket, another who the guys in the studio were mentioning. So a big field. They're just at the moment seeing to the 4-horse here, Al Shahab Al Kaysar with Adal Al Faradi. There he is. He'll be getting back on board any moment. The horse looked well beforehand. He's now back in the saddle. And I'm guessing that those of you tuning in today, you'll be fairly familiar by now with the sort of format and what they do here. But if, and it could well be your first time tuning in, if it is, when they get down to the start, if there is an issue, or if a horse needs a bit of assistance with a bit of saddle readjustment or checking the shoes or what have you, they'll go into the middle of that circle while all of the others continue to just mill round. Just keeps them in a nice calm environment, away from the others, out of that circle, and they can be assisted as required. Let's have a little look at one or two of these then as they continue to parade down at the start. There's Taf Al Badr, who's fairly prominent in the betting market. The 7-horse Mishwahi, who was just a little bit on toes there at the start. Khalid Al Mamoni on board that one. Looks to me at the moment as if Walad Always, the 1-horse, has just been taken into the middle of that circle. But once he rejoins the others, which he's now doing, he will be taken towards his stalls, and the loading up process will get underway for this 7th race of the day here in Riyadh. It's been a pretty warm day, to say the very least, but we haven't really seen too many of them sweating too much or boiling over, so that's a good sign. Racehorses do tend to take temperatures, be it cold or warm, very, very well. And they continue to head into the stalls with the 5-horse Sign in shot. Mohammed Aldaham on that one, looking for his 3rd winner of the afternoon. And, well, early evening now, isn't it, as they continue to head on in. The 11-horse there, Al Kamar Ali. This is one of a few newcomers. Sign is on debut, so is Asa Al Roya as well. 3 of the 20 here having their first racecourse appearances. And as they continue to go behind the stalls, we now see Mossare heading in. This is one of the more experienced runners in the race. 18 goes. In fact, just looking down the race card, is indeed the most experienced runner in the lineup here, and has finished second on a couple of recent outings, but has ultimately just struggled to get his head in front. Sahayab Al Farha heading in now, and stall 14 for this filly. Ahmed Al Tayar on board. 12-horse heading in, that's Afhala, Mohammed Al Abid. This is the rather on toes Mishwahi to head forward. It's settled down a little bit now. The 6-horse Kohila Najid heading into stall number 6. We are through the halfway point in terms of loading. Got about 5 or 6 more left to head in. So as they continue to slot in, Al Shabab Al Qasr heading in. The 11-horse Al Kamar Ali goes in as well. Asa Al Royar is out of line, and so is Azal Mawi. So Al Zahab Al Qasr, and then just about the set to go. Now, once again, 1,400 metres the journey ahead of the field, the starting point at the entrance to the back straight. And yeah, let's hope this winner gives us a bit of a chance to identify him or her before the winning post. Goodness me, that was an amazing finisher, wasn't it, to our 6th race. But this is the 7th. They're set and they're off and racing. And a fairly good beginning from Kohilan Najid in a green-coloured jacket with Al Shahab Al Qasr down along the inside. They're being followed up towards the outer by Sign, who's not too far away now, just tucking in behind runners as they make their journey through the opening couple of furlongs. Ibn Al Jazeera is crossing over from a little wider out to be up with the pace as well as they make their progress on towards the end of the back, and Taf Al Badr is up around the outside. They're being followed by Asa Al Royar, who's not too far away, and then up towards the outer is My Knife, the red jacket with the yellow sleeves. But on the home turn, it is Kohilan Najid in the green jacket, now being joined by Taf Al Badr. They are 1 and 2, with back in behind them Al Saheb Al Qasr over towards the inside in the red and white. Pushed along next is Ibn Al Jazeera, and they're being chased for home by Asa Al Royar. Next in running My Knife, the others with plenty to do, but it's not impossible. We saw what happened earlier. Into the home straight they come. 2 furlongs left to go. Taf Al Badr has made a break for it. Races away by 2 lengths, with giving chase down the outside. And coming up there now, Asa Al Royar in the light blue colours to throw down a strong challenge. And Asa Al Royar now strides on into the lead. Down the centre of the track, My Knife is also picking up well, and Al Zamawi from a mile back. But it's Asa Al Royar who shows out in front. My Knife is cutting back the deficit. Asa Al Royar needs the line, was joined on it by My Knife. Again, it will go to the judge, with Al Zamawi flashing home for 3rd. And it was close for the Miners in behind those. We might just need a second look at that. Asa Al Royar, I think, has been confirmed as the winner. Indeed, that is the case. Has held on to beat My Knife, who thrusted as the line came, but ultimately wasn't quite enough for My Knife, Rory's pick, but has run a real good race. Finishes in 2nd place, just beaten ahead. The winner, Asa Al Royar, completing in a time of 1 minute 27.97 seconds. And here's a freeze on the line. Yeah, it's comfortably ahead, isn't it, in the end, for Asa Al Royar. My Knife, head was bowing at the line, but not quite good enough. And Al Zamawi's run with promise, that one back in 3rd. They came away from Masari, who in the end was up for 4th. Asa Al Royar wouldn't have lasted for too much longer, but has made a successful debut, and partnered by jockey Ali Al Mutib. Well done to them.
Yeah, Ali Al Matib looking delighted with his win there. We didn't get much of a chance to talk about Acer Al Roya before the race. A son of Two-Step Salsa out of Miss Catalyst, a half-brother to 4 winners in the US, including a 7-time winner called Battle Ready. So from quite a prolific family, and these US breds tend to be able to go reasonably well fresh as well. He needed the line. He wasn't in front a yard after the line. My Knife finishing to good effect, but he got himself in a very good position, tracking the early leader, who was Tarf Al Badr. Tarf Al Badr travelled really well through this race from stall 18. He's a horse we mentioned, rated 60, had placed for him early in the season, but hasn't gone on recently. I thought the drop back and trip was going to work the oracle for him, given how he tried. I think he wants to drop back to 6 furlongs on this evidence, but his finishing effort was disappointing. But he certainly set it up nicely for Acer Al Roya, who tracked him into the straight and then kicked on. And then for the last 100 yards was crying out for the line, but the line came just in time, and Ali Al Matib got a welcome winner there, and Connections absolutely loving the moment.
And just holding off your pick, My Knife. So Acer Al Roya, My Knife, neither of those horses have a rating. You mentioned Tarf Al Badr, rated 60. Didn't show much in the end there, but based on this performance, what rating would you give those two?
You wouldn't necessarily want to rate the race through a horse like Tarf Al Badr, but I would have thought you're looking at sort of a mid-60s performance. That's the way these maidens at this time of the year are sort of setting up. And unless you get something winning by a wide margin, you put horses somewhere in that 60 to 70 bracket. And although this is like a one-off performance from Acer Al Roya, I don't think we're looking at superstar figures as such, but certainly a promising start and something that Connections will hope he can build on.
And do you think Connections will want him to run over 1,200 metres perhaps next time?
Not necessarily. Again, when a horse weakens, I say weakened, he's held on. But when he's calling out for the line like this, it's just the way the race pans out. It's a question of when the jockey says go, and there's only so long a horse can maintain that pace when they're asked to put everything in. If you delay your challenge a little bit longer, you'll see things out a little bit better. But given where he was in this race, you see that Tarf Al Badr goes to the front off the bend here and seems to be travelling well. So that draws the others in, the other jockeys in to come after him, and you'll see the winner in 4th place here being asked to come between horses. Clearly doesn't want Tarf Al Badr to get away. That's a horse who's reasonably highly rated in the context of this race. So his effort is asked for at this stage. My Knife coming from slightly further back. The winner's quickened up well enough to get to the front, as you see at that stage. But he's going to maintain that run for about a furlong, and then he's going to get tired. That's just natural for horses of this ability. And I don't think the trip's really an issue for him. He's clearly got enough speed for this 1,400 metres. He doesn't seem to be needing any further, but I don't think there's any obvious reason to need him to drop back to 6 furlongs. Although it's an option, it just gives you more options if you get a horse who's effective at a range of trips.
And it was a good run, wasn't it, for My Knife? Just beaten there into 2nd, but last time out was 10th. The time before that was 2nd, so it looks like a return to form for My Knife.
Yeah, the trip was arguably too far for My Knife last time out, as I said, and he wasn't able to match the form he showed on debut. But he was beaten in a photo finish on debut by Umbra, and he's again been beaten in a photo finish here. And although you might question a horse beaten twice in photo finishes, he's been doing all his best work late in the day, and he was in front astride after the line. So there's nothing wrong with his attitude, and he surely gets his head in front fairly soon.
Absolutely. My Knife, certainly one who might have an interesting future ahead of him. Well, you may have noticed the 3 musketeers who we mentioned a little earlier on. They are the 3 ever-present men who lead the horses down to the start line and oversee the start of things, Rory. They keep things going here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack, and our reporter Shamila caught up with them.
Racing is made up out of plenty of integral teams. Today we will be looking at the outriders. We see them every single race day, but who exactly are they? Let's have a look.
I am Faisal Al-Chamri, working outrider for the Jockey Club in Saudi Arabia, almost 18 years now.
Tell me a little bit about your career and your career before becoming an outrider as well.
Actually, I started my riding because my father and my family always with the horses. I started riding horse when I'm a little kid. So after I be 9 years old, because before we have a rule for riding the race, so I started riding race from 9 years old. until I get 16 almost. Before I come into be outrider, the thing stopped me from riding jockey. I'm taller a bit and I have a lot of weight, so like 56, 58 kilo. And then you're still young actually, because apprentice, you have to lose weight and something. So it killed me this thing to lose my weight. And from 2005 until now, 2023.
And tell me a little bit about your social media presence as well.
Actually, the social media helped me a lot with this job, and even let the people outside know about our job. And we actually, the first 10 years we working, nobody know about our job until the social media came in. And then I started with the Instagram. I posted the first video for me, and he took like over 4 million views with the first week actually. And everybody know me, and especially the people before he see us, we just walking behind the horses and coming, the outrider, and nobody know what our job. Until I share the video, loose horse, and then I catch him. But it took actually 6 seconds to catch this horse. Until now, this video viral, and always I find him in other accounts. Yeah, especially outside people. When the first Saudi Cup, and the people coming from outside, and I never meet these people, and he come and call me by name. He say, we need Faisal going with our horses, especially the American people, because always the American style going with the pony and something. Even the European with the time, and he see our job going success and good, and we have a special way to lead the horses and never make the horse panic or anything. So even the European people now start using the pony in the morning and sometime in a race day.
Talk to me a little bit about the tack that you use as well for the outriding ponies.
Actually, we use it like Western saddle without horn, because before we use this, the cowboy saddle. Sometimes when you reach and catch, he actually touch your body, and they're actually dangerous actually for the outrider. So we use the flat weather here, and also not same we don't use same saddle for each horse. We switch in the saddles, because some horses have flat weather like a quarter horse, and some horses we have them skinny a little bit. We use different saddle, because we ride, and you're talking about almost 6-7 hours. You don't need to hurt your horse back. So thank God we never have this thing happen, because we always carefully with how we use our saddle. You see Shimmy here, I'm walking, to be next to the gate, because all the horses almost load. I have to go there. You see the horse, he going under the gate. Thank God I have nice and speed, move that moment. First, I grab his brass collar there, and I reach and catch his rein, because many times happen, if you go back here, you see the first grab, I grab his actually brass collar, and then because the rein outside, and then I reach and catch his rein. And take from me like, from here to here to catch the loose horse, like 3-4 seconds only to catch him. And thank God, he's actually far away from me, but thank God, I hear the voice, everybody is screaming over there because the horse is going under the gate. Thank God we have him under control, and we bring him back to gate, and he run in a race.
Faisal Al-Shamri and his team work tirelessly throughout the whole year to ensure everybody's safety on track. They really are some of racing's unsung heroes.
Yeah, and our thanks to Shamila there for that excellent feature. Really good insight, isn't it, into how a part of the race day works, and a very important part as well. On to a maiden now then. Race 8 coming up in around about 15 minutes. Number 1 is Al Fahed with Khalid Al Mamoni. 2, Yaflan, Victor Gutierrez. 3, Sultan Road, Mohamed Saeed. Number 4, Clovis, Eddie Castro now on board, replacing Wigberto Ramos. 5 is Mekbas, Camilo Ospina. 6, Al Reem, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 7 is Yomnok with Ali Al Mamoni. 8 is Faisal Al Saad, ridden by Abdullah Al Credis. Number 9 is Corinthia Palace, Sayed Al Tarisi. Number 10, Ronza Rose, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 11, Malion with Ricardo Ferreira. Number 12, House of Aviz, the market leader at present on the international betting. Abdullah Al Lofi takes the ride. 13, Al Kafu Ali Mutib with 14, Iftekhari and Naif Al Nazi. 15 is Tabak Adel Al Faradi. 16 is Al Sharek Hamza Saad. 17 Desert Jewel Thurb Al Timyat. Number 18 is Italy, ridden by Fawaz Wanas. 19 Watan Fahed Al Faradi. 20 Arabian Pleasure, ridden by Louis Morales. Once again, they go without the reserves, scratch 21, 22 and 23. It's a full field of 20 for our 8th race, and it's back to the guys in the studio.
Thank you very much for that, Gareth. So another big field here, Rory. Going over 1,600 metres this time. Just having a look through the card. Who's caught your eye?
Well, again, let's crack on from the from the top, shall we? The top one is a newcomer out of an unraced half sister to a very smart performer called Sky Diva. She won the Grid 1 Frisette Stakes as a juvenile in the States and was placed in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. So I thought that was quite an interesting pedigree for Al Fahid or Al Fad. The top one, he's certainly one to make a note of.
Yeah, Flan has had plenty of runs, but doesn't really look to have been in the mix much. Yeah,
I mean, has got prize money in meeting 92 and meeting 97, and would have placed claims on that penultimate 4th of 17 in a 6-furlong maiden. Was in a tougher race last time out. It was a 0-80 handicap over 6 furlongs. A question mark from me over the suitability of a mile trip for a horse who's seems better as a sprinter.
And what about Sultan Road, horse number 3, rated 61, so similar to Yaflan. Not as many runs for this one, though.
Had the 5 runs, has been keeping slightly better company as well. This is obviously, we're dropping back to a lowly maiden company. He was 9th in a course and distance open last time out behind Sarden. It needs to step up a little bit, or at least the drop back to maiden company gives him half a chance of doing so.
And carrying a bit of condition, perhaps, Rory, just based on what we're seeing here?
Yeah, he's coming off a break, so that's a fair possibility. Last seen him meeting 81, so this run might be needed.
And Clovis is horse number 4, following on from Sultan Road, racecourse debut.
Yeah, again, getting a little bit warm there, Clovis, but is quite well bred and has had a race. It looks like a newcomer here, but was seen in action at Ellis Park in the US back in August. Quite well bred from a Judd Munty Farms family. The dam wasn't a superstar, but she won twice on the trial from 4 stars. She maybe wasn't the easiest to train. She had gaps between her races, but again, quite an interesting pedigree and liable to do better than that 9th of 11 on debut in the US. One to keep an eye on, Clovis.
And a Mekbas, the horse we just saw there, the black horse, who's had 2 runs and 2 11th place finishes. Yeah,
has shown just a little bit of ability, but beaten a total of 47.5 lengths in those 2 starts, and easy enough to pass him over here.
And this is Al Reem, who we've just seen 6 runs, but no wins, and a 2nd place.
Yeah, we finished 2nd once in Taif back in meeting 40 and was 2nd again in a 7-furlong maiden here in December. She ran an absolute stinker last time out, beaten a long way when 16th. She just needs to show that she can get back on track here.
Well, we've just skipped past number 7, Yomnak, a racecourse debut for number 7. So let's move on to Faisal Al Sad, who we've just seen there in shot.
Got a rating of 60 and is exposed as being a fairly moderate performer who's not going the right way, and his recent runs have been pretty underwhelming.
And Corinthia Palace, who's had 2 runs and also pretty underwhelming, Rory.
Yeah, well, at least she did go forward from first start to a 2nd, this daughter of Advertise. 7-length 5th of 20 behind Perlite in a 7-furlong maiden last time out. Not the strongest of races, but that was certainly a step up on her debut 13th. So you'd give her a chance to improve again on the back of that.
Ronza Rose is making a debut. We've just seen horse number 10 there, but let's skip forward to Malian, number 11.
Yeah, Malian's very interesting, and I'm sure Shamila will have something to say about him.
Well, let's ask her, shall we? Shamila, what do you think of Malian?
Funny you say that, guys, because Malian is actually my paddock selection for this race. Dharma Diani has already had a winner that we saw in the first race. This time he could have a 2nd winner with Ricardo Sousa Ferreira on board. And Malian is just coming up behind me here now, a 3-year-old son of Twilight Sun. and he looks really well here in the preliminary stages, not getting worked up at all. Horse number 10 was a little bit on toes, and he is keeping his cool under Ricardo. Only has one run to his name, so looking to break his maiden, second time lucky. Is a bit of a pocket rocket, smaller than a lot of the horses in the field. However, it does look really well in himself. Thalmer knows how to get these horses looking really good, so that is why horse number 11 is my paddock selection for this race. Though I do have to say horse number 2, Flan, I'm a big fan of that horse as well. Victor Gutierrez on board, so hopefully he should be in the placings as well, but I don't think he's going to get his head in front of horse number 11, however. For the fillies, I really like horse number 9, Corinthia Palace, for the Eid al-Turisi. However, I will be sticking with horse number 11. 2 paddock negatives for you in this contest. Horse number 7 looking to carry a little bit too much condition for my liking, and horse number 4 getting a little bit hot behind the saddle.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Shamila. So horse number 7, Yomnak, and horse number 4, Clovis, the 2 negatives that Shamila's picked out. And it's been a while since we've had any negatives from Shamila.
Yeah, so it's she doesn't put them up there for the sake of it. Yomnak carrying condition on debut, that's fair enough. He's got his pedigree is a mix of speed and stamina. It's by Kotai Glory, who was a 5 furlong horse out and out, but the dam stayed a mile and 5. I didn't know quite what to expect of him, but it looks like he's going to need this run anyway, according to Shamila. And we mentioned as well with Clovis, that one's quite well bred, but was getting warm that we could see, and Shamila's reported that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We skip forward then to Watan, horse number 19.
Yeah, been a long way on debut, in 25 lengths, went 14th of 18 behind a nice horse called Junior Audible. That was, of course, a distance event in December. Might do better somewhere down the line, and isn't a bad looker at all, but needs to improve an awful lot on the bare form with that debut effort.
And a debut as well, first time out for Arabian Pleasure.
Yeah, representing Powerful Connections, running in the colours of Prince Saud. His dam won a maiden at Deauville on her debut for Andre Fabre. Didn't really go on from that, but this colt was bought for €160,000 at Arcana in August to join the stable of Prince Saud, and he has to be an interesting one here with Luis Morales in the plate. Stall 20 is not easy for debut, but the good jockeys seem to be able to get them across from there.
And there is Shamila's pick, Malian. But let's look at House of Aviz, the favourite for this one.
Yeah, I think we're actually seeing Malian first time out here. He's under strong pressure at this stage, coming alongside a horse he runs in the same colours as Arabian Pleasure. That is Yufakuk Allah. This is a really good performance from Malian. Goes down fighting here. The horse in the rail eventually rallies to get back up and win this by a narrow margin. But I thought there'd be improvement in Malian. The winner of that race runs in the 2,000 guineas tomorrow, held in high regard. The other thing to mention about Malian is he was in training with Roger Varian in the UK. Didn't race for Roger, but he was in training and took a big, well, I was going to take this step forward, but he ran a big race against a well-regarded horse on debut. Right, here we are now watching Al Kafu, number 13 in this race. He ran a good 5th on debut, beaten 8.5 lengths behind Yatafel. Again, that's an above-average contest. Just fades out of it late on this occasion. Obviously, no rating for him, having just had the one run today, but the winner's above average in this contest. Again, you see two of the most powerful stables fighting the finish out here. The white stable in front, and again, the Prince Saud colours in second place. Al Kafu better than the bare result, fading into 5th on debut, and should step up on that.
And what about House of Aviz, Rory? We didn't get to mention this one, horse number 12, who's the highest rated in this contest.
Yeah, he's an intriguing one in that he gets his rating from the time he spent with Aidan O'Brien. His final start for Aidan saw him finishing second off a mark of 80 in a nursery at Dundalk. He then came here and checked out very quickly on his debut. He was expected to go well on debut, showed a little bit of early speed and then checked out tamely. Did a little bit better last time out, but he was behind Malian in that race that we saw, went 5th to Yufakuk Allah, and he needs to step up on that. I'm slightly surprised that he's favourite ahead of Malia in this contest, given that he's got a fair bit of ground to make up on a horse who should have more scope to progress as well. So I thought he was a slightly dodgy favourite.
And what about Al Reem? Will the competition be coming from Al Reem?
Yeah, I thought Al Reem probably had had a little bit on his plate in this contest. It's not. This is probably the strongest maiden we've seen on this card by some way. Al Reem's got a rating of 72 based on what he did earlier in the season, but hasn't really been, or she rather, hasn't really been onto that form recently. And I think that's a slightly dubious rating at this stage. I'm not sure I'd fancy her running to 72.
A few horses left on the card that we didn't get to mention as they were going around the parade ring there, Rory. Are any of those remaining horses, any of those worth keeping an eye on?
Yeah, well, obviously we missed out from House of Aviz. Now, we mentioned him already. Al Kafou, we saw the footage of him finishing a 5th to Yata Fell. Number 14, I couldn't have, was beaten 30 lengths on debut. Tabark was also beaten 20 lengths first time out behind Stanley Street and needs to improve an awful lot on that. Al Sharek has shown a little bit more, but has had 4 starts and has not finished closer than 6th than those. Was beaten 7 lengths behind Perlite in what was a fairly moderate maiden last time. This looks a stronger contest, and I find that hard to fancy. Desert Jewel beaten 34 lengths into 19th on debut. Very hard to fancy. And a similar story with Italy, who was 27 lengths behind Ramadan on debut. Likely to improve at some stage, but needs to improve huge amounts to get involved here.
And Malian, Shamila's clear pick. She sometimes picks out a couple that she likes to look off, but she was very certain on Malian, wasn't she? And are you inclined to agree?
I am, yeah. I thought the... I'm not sure how much scope he has to progress in that, as she pointed out, he's not particularly big. It's worth pointing out that he was in training in the UK before coming here, so horses who've had that bit of background wouldn't necessarily improve as much from first to second start as you'd expect. But I think he probably sets a high standard, having run into a pretty smart one on debut, and a repetition of that I think is probably good enough to win this.
Fantastic. Well, please do let us know what you think. Keep those YouTube comments coming in because we love to know who your picks are as well. This is race number 8 over 1,600 metres. Local and imported fillies and colts, and we will be shortly underway. They're just making their way down to the stalls. It's Malian, horse number 11, who is the pick of Shamila for this one. Rory, who are you going to go for?
Yeah, I'm going to go for Malian as well. I'm slightly scared of Arabian Pleasure if Luis Morales is able to get that into a good position early from stall 20. That's bred to be decent and costs plenty of money at the sales as well. So that's the one I'm most worried about. But I think Malian sets a good standard here.
Well, we are now racing in darkness at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. A very dramatic setting indeed for the day's action. And of course, we had the Saudi Cup here just recently. So coming off the back of a massive spectacle there. And well, hopefully the rest of the racing this week and next week will continue to be high quality and exciting as well, because this is the penultimate race of the season. And often, Rory, these trainers will be racing these unraced horses because they want to get a run under their belts just before we have that break, before the season begins again in Taif.
Yeah, and essentially it's today and it's next Thursday with the opportunity to do that, because we've got some very high class racing on the Friday and Saturday of all these meetings in Riyadh. So most of the maiden races are pushed into the first day.
Well, let's head to our commentator now, Gareth Topham, who's got the call for this next race.
Thank you, Rebecca. Runners then heading into the stalls for this, our 8th of 12 races. And we can take a check on the international betting market. Malian, who has got plenty of positive mentions, currently second in at 130, but House of Aviz is the 9-4 favourite generally. Then at slightly bigger prices, Arabian Pleasure at 9-2, Al Reem at 11-2, with Clovis at 7-1, 12-1 Al Kafou, and 16-1 at upwards the other runners. So that's a rough guide of the betting on the international markets as Sultan Road heads into stall 3. As you can see, plenty of them, the majority of them really still out of line, but it won't be too long before we're underway here. The loading process is generally pretty proficient, to say the least. Yaflan heading in, looking to get off the mark here in Saudi at the 10th attempt. Victor Gutierrez coming in for the ride here on Yaflan. As into stall 12 goes House of Aviz, the market leader, as Rory was telling us earlier on, formerly trained elsewhere and maybe quite familiar to UK and Irish viewers, as the 5-horse Mekbas heads on in. Camilo Ospina, a little quiet so far today. The 10-horse Ronza Rose is about to go in, and 18 Italy heading forward as well. This is Clovis. Eddie Castro now on board this one, replacing Wigberto Ramos. And we're just about set to go. 1,600 metres, the journey ahead of the field this time. So they'll hook up with the course proper pretty soon after the start, and they've jumped away, off and racing. Not the fastest of starts there for Italy, who's towards the outside, one of the back markers early. As they sort themselves out, Clovis is away pretty well, and also racing handily in the early stages. House of Aviz is up towards the outside in the orange jacket, and Malian in the green sleeves and cap, also a member of the leading party, with Tarbak a little bit wider out, being followed closely by Al Kafu, and then from wider out on the track, Arabian Pleasure in a blue cap starts to get involved as well. They're being tracked through in the still relatively early stages by Ronza Rose, and then towards the outside is Watan. As they begin to leave the fast straight behind them, Mekbas also moving up into a fairly good challenging position, is in 5th place at the moment, just in behind this leading wall of 4, who are narrowly led by Malian on the home turn. Over House of Aviz racing in 2nd, Tabak in the yellow jacket and out wider and travelling up sweetly to them as they make this journey on into the home straight. Arabian Pleasure. And Arabian Pleasure's really catching the eye here with a big stride up towards the outside. So 2 and a bit furlongs to go. Shaken up now to the rails is Malian. In the centre, House of Aviz is flat to the boards. Arabian Pleasure down the outside. They've dropped to Bark. Al Kafu is now up into 4th. Less than a furlong to go. And taking over is Arabian Pleasure. Louis Morales strikes for home. Arabian Pleasure boots away by 2 to 3 lengths pretty quickly and has now put the race to bed. Good effort this from stall 20. Arabian Pleasure really pouring it on in the closing stages. House of Aviz in the end will get up for 2nd. Malian back in 3rd. And best of the remainder in 4th was Al Kafu. It's an easy win in the end for Arabian Pleasure. Arabian Pleasure providing jockey Louis Morales with a double on the card. Went off at around about 9 to 2 on the international betting markets. Was one of the favourites, and Arabian Pleasure in a time of 1 minute 39.38 seconds. It's a horse with a fair bit of size and scope about him, and he really has come clear to strike on this his racecourse introduction. That's a nice performance. He beats House of Aviz into 2nd place. That one beaten some 4.5 lengths, with Malian back in 3rd, a further half a length away. Arabian Pleasure then makes a stylish start to his racing career in Saudi Arabia, and jockey Louis Morales on the score sheet for the 2nd time today.
Louis, well done. Tell me about the race, Louis.
Thank you so much. Thanks God, and thanks for the support of Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz. So, see the horse. He was smart doing everything in the gallops, and we have a lot of expectation from him. He did everything like a professional, and he just proved that he's a good horse. Alhamdulillah.
A fantastic effort there from Arabian Pleasure. Horse number 20, who had to jump out of stall number 20 to win the 8th race of the day. A maiden over 1,600 meters. And this horse is owned by Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz. A really, really nice looking horse there. And you can just see on the screen that Louis Morales' daughter is still out here supporting him right up until the end of the season, which will mean the world to him to share these wins with his son and daughter. So it's great to see Louis Morales in the winner's enclosure yet again, second time today, so double for Louis Morales. And what a win for Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz. That'll be definitely a horse to keep your eye on next season. Really nice debut run. Good run from the horse, my selection, horse number 11, who finished in 3rd eventually, but beaten yet again by another Prince Saud horse. So Louis Morales has just finished weighing in there. And hopefully we'll catch a quick word with him before he goes back to the jockey room. Louis? Congratulations, Louis, double on the day.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, we have a good expectation from him. He was doing everything all right. We was afraid only to know if he was like fit enough, to run first time up today against with the 20, draw 20. Night, a lot of things that could make his first time up maybe not where we went, but he was so professional.
Do you think he could have won by further if he wasn't drawn out in 20?
Well, I love to believe that the draw helped us today, because he broke sharp, but I saw the speed, 3 horses fighting each other, so I sit and I make one move from 600 in the straight. He has a lot of power, so I said, okay, just relax. I want to see the class he has, And he just exploded in the last 200. Mashallah, very nice.
He's stunning. Do you think he should be a horse to follow for next season for Prince Saud?
Hopefully, inshallah, thanks God, pray to God to keep him sound and, in his in a better condition, because I believe he's still not in his top, So if from now he can improve a little bit, you'll see he can do much better.
And do you think he could go a bit further as well?
Yeah. I sit, give him all the chance to just take a last breath to make one run, and he did it.
Thank you so much, Louis.
Very professional. Thank you so much.
Great to catch up with the winning jockey, Luis Morales, riding Arabian Pleasure there with a fantastic racecourse debut, Rory. It was interesting, wasn't it, that he said they didn't know if the horse would be fit or not, but it certainly was.
Yeah, obviously he's quite a big horse, and I guess you can get them so fit at home, and you don't know exactly how far you can go. You don't press all the buttons, whereas you're going to on debut like this. And he had to be mentally agile as well. And it's interesting that Luis Morales said more than once he was a complete professional here. And he pointed out the things that could have potentially gone wrong with him. You see him breaking out of stall 20, and he breaks slightly to his right. Horses who are drawn either very, very high or very low in races like this, especially unraced horses, tend to go for daylight out of the stalls. They tend to go in that direction. But he's jumped well enough and settled himself into about 8th or 9th place early on. Obviously, if you get behind, if you start slowly from a draw like stall 20, it's very difficult for you. Whereas he's well enough away that he can allow the horse a furlong or so to find his stride and then move forward. And he's quickly into a challenging position, already up into about 4th place as we watch the pictures at the moment. And he was very happy. We saw the obvious horses going forward there. Malian from stall 11 was in front at this stage. Next to him in stall 12, House of Aviz was challenging him, and we had early pace as well from Tabark in the yellow colours. That was well beaten on debut, showed a little bit more dash for a few furlongs today. He begins to drop away at this stage, and Luis Morales moves forward in Arabian Pleasure to challenge the front two, who were the form two in the race. They were the top two rated, the top two in the betting as well. But he arrives alongside them, travelling much better than the pair of them. And the question at this stage is whether he's got the know-how when asked to go and win his race to get it done straight away. But he quickly goes away and gets into a lead. I think the second and third both rally when they're passed. But the winner looks a little bit better than the pair of them. He's got more size about him than Malian. We said the one potential negative of Malian is that he's not particularly big. He wouldn't necessarily be open to a huge amount of improvement from that debut. He's run a very solid race again, probably run an identical race to debut, but he's found a big improver here, a horse who's on debut has been able to show what he can do. as we said beforehand, the Dam was well bred, won on debut at Deauville, one of the big French tracks for Andre Fabre. You know, regular French champion trainer. She only won the one race, but she was very lightly raced and was sold for good money to go to stud afterwards. And this colt cost €160,000 when up for sale in August last year. So he's come a long way in a short time. He looks a horse who will improve an awful lot next season when he grows into his frame, and he's certainly something to look forward to.
Absolutely. And Malian, there was so much talk before the race about this horse's prospects. You said it was a decent run, but perhaps a bit disappointing, Rory, given how much we expected from Malian?
I'm maybe a little disappointed that he didn't hold off House of Avez, who he was in front of last time out. House of Avez has taken 2 or 3 runs to rediscover his Irish form here, but we knew what he was capable of with Aidan O'Brien. I think what's happened here is Malian has just run the same race. He hasn't found an awful lot of improvement from that debut. As we said, his lack of size was a slight question mark. The fact that he was probably pretty fit going into that, being in training in Newmarket last summer for Roger Varian. But he's not lost an awful lot in defeat here. He just, you know, he's a certainty to win a maiden. But because of the fact that he's essentially a 2-year-old, you know, he was ready to race last year. You see, he's a precocious-looking sort. He's not going to progress as much as the winner. He's probably a hand smaller than the winner as well, you know, and would weigh a fair bit less in terms of his overall weight. And he's not going to get an awful lot bigger than that, whereas the winner will. The winner will actually develop a bit of muscle as well. So you would think he's going to be the better prospect. But that's not to suggest that Malian has blown it here. I think he's just run into a better horse on the day.
Yeah, Arabian Pleasure, fantastic debut for that horse, and a double for Luis Morales, so fantastic for him as well. Well, let's head to race number 9. We are sticking over the 1,600-metre distance. This is for locally bred colts. So let's catch up with our commentator, Gareth Topham, who's going to talk us through the next card.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, we've got a locally bred Colt and Geldings maiden on the way. 1,600 metres the journey. Number 1 is Hasil, partnered by Mohammed Aldaham. Number 2 is Waseb Aldareya, Rayan Al Tosh. Number 3, Sonic, Naif Al Anazi. 4 is Abu Tayyib with Hamza Saad. Then we move on to number 6. We take out number 5. Number 6 is Adam Al Jabriya, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 7, Yanwi Abdullah Bakada with 8, Saba Alanea Camila Waspina. Number 9 is Kadum Al Saad with Rakan Al Obeid. Number 10, Tanaf Abdullah Al Khamis. 11, Kawa Tariq Al Mansour. Number 12 is Biezen Al Wali with Nawaf Al Mudiani. 13 is the current race favourite, Morasil Adel Al Faradi. 14 is Al Bagesh with Eddie Castro riding. 15 is Mucho Karasis, Abdullah Al Credis. 16, Al Sakri, Azil Al Zahani. 17, Here We Are, Azuz Al Yesh. 18 is Mac, partnered by AML Musa. 19, Shibal Omar, Abdullah Al Lofi. 20, Raid Al Akir, Al Shra, and 21 gets a run, Ria Al Malaz, Abdulaziz Al Faradi on board. So we take out numbers 5, that's an on runner, and 2 of the reserves, 22 and 23, they don't run, but number 21 gets in. That's our field for race 9.
Great stuff. Thank you very much indeed, Gareth, for that run through. All the horses are in the pre-parade ring, not quite ready to go into the paddock behind us just yet. But Rory, we've got another big field for this one. So let's go through the runners, shall we? Horse number 1, Hasil. 3 runs so far.
3 runs so far, has got a rating of 45, and he's been beaten 10 lengths or more in all 3 of those runs at 6 furlongs. Takes a marked step up and trip here to a mile. I suppose there's some hope that the longer trip might help him be competitive, but he's not achieved an awful lot to date.
Wasab Aldareya has had 1 run so far. Ryan Aldareya takes the ride. What are the expectations here?
Was beaten a long way on debut, but that was a strong event behind Motawasi. So 21 lengths 5th to Motawasi on debut over 7 furlongs. The extra furlong should help on pedigree. Excuse me. I think he will improve. Obviously, he needs to improve a fair bit to be winning a race of this nature, but he's not one that I'd rule out entirely.
And Sonic with a rating of 55. He was placed a couple of weeks ago, so it looks like he could be in form.
Yeah, we joked about him that he was badly named after his debut. Sonic the Hedgehog, obviously, being being pretty rapid.
But
We also had a
actually-
discussion about whether Sonic was a hedgehog or not. That's another matter altogether. He was well beaten on debut and then stepped forward a bit second time out without looking anything special. I thought his most recent run was actually a good effort behind Stratford Prince, beating a length and 3/4, and he's clearly, from a low base, he's improving fairly rapidly. And although a rating of 55 suggests he's limited, he's improving fast enough that you'd say that's unlikely to be his limit.
But one of the higher rated horses in this contest, Rory, so could be in the mix.
I think he will be in the mix, yes, based on what he's shown so far. And you know, he had a big break after his debut to his second start here, and then improved for that. So he's got the right kind of profile as well. He seems to be coming to the boil.
Well, we will see shortly. That is Sonic horse number 3. Let's talk about number 4, Abu Tayyab.
Yeah, showed a bit on debut, Abu Tayyab, but didn't really improve on that when beaten 19 1/4 lengths into 8th behind Kamra Al Mohammedia over 1,800 metres last time out. Perhaps the drop back to a mile will help. 1,800 metres, I've always maintained, is a slightly odd trip for a lot of horses. On a Saudi Cup's over 1,800 metres, but some horses who are perfectly happy in a mile seem to blow out over the 1,800. So you might want to give him one more chance, but he did a bit to prove after that slightly lacklustre effort last time.
And in terms of a lacklustre effort last time, Adam Al-Jabira ran in meeting number 101, finishing 8th, and definitely needs to improve as well.
Yeah, he wasn't beaten that far, beaten 6 lengths into 8th in that contest behind Stratford Prince. But of course, he's held by Sonic on that running, and it'd be a bit of a surprise if he's able to turn the tables, given that he's a bit more exposed than Sonic as well.
Well, we can have a look at the horses now. Hassil looks to be carrying a bit of condition, Rory, but did actually run quite recently.
Yeah, ran a meeting 97. That was his first start back after a bit of a break. His previous run was before Christmas, but maybe he's just, some horses are just built that way. But number 2 looks a little readier, Wast Al Dareya. But as we said, that was beaten quite a long way on debut behind a smart horse in Motawasi. We'll get more of an idea of what he's capable of in this race.
And this is Sonic. Will we see the Sonic from debut, the slow hedgehog, or will we be seeing the rapid one? That is Sonic, who you quite like the look of, don't you, Rory?
Yeah, I like his profile. I didn't think much of him before his last race, but he surprised me pleasantly, and he's definitely going in the right direction.
Well, we'll skip to number 6, Adam Al-Jabria, who is rated 48.
Yes, behind Sonic last time out, and clearly needs to improve to turn the tables, and has a slightly more exposed profile as well.
This is Yanwi, 3rd appearance on the track.
Yeah, well beaten on the first 2, and I thought Yanwi was a difficult one to fancy, having finished 19th last time out.
Sabah Alanaya is number 8. This is the second race for this horse.
Yeah, beaten a long way on debut and didn't show an awful lot of promise, but the fact that Camilo Ospina, who rode him on debut, is riding him again, it's perhaps gives you a little bit of hope that he'd prove to be better than he showed when 18 lengths, 13th of 20 behind Hayaf over 7 furlongs first time out, but I don't see it myself.
Qadoum Al Sad is number 9. We've just skipped forward slightly. We've got a bit of catching up to do. Let's talk about number 9.
Yeah, let's skip over 9 and 10 so we can catch up there. Kawad was 14th of 20 to Hayaf on debut behind Sabah Alanaya, another one that's hard to fancy, which takes us on to Baizan Al-Wali, who was 14 lengths behind Hayaf on that debut win, 11th, but at least was ahead of a pair of these that we've mentioned before. All those that we've mentioned need to improve a fair bit to get involved here.
And Morris Sill has had 7 runs, so one of the more experienced horses in this field, Rory. One of the highest rated as well, 57. Are we expecting much from Morris Sill?
Well, he's not running badly. He was 3rd to Motawasi 2 starts ago. A race that we've mentioned already, that was a race that Wasp Al Dareya was 5th in. And he followed that with an 8-length sink to Ishq Bladi in a not to 60 handicap last time out over a mile. That's a respectable effort, but does suggest that he's got his limitations. And this needs to be a pretty moderate maiden, which it may well be for him to get his head in front.
Maybe. Well, let's have a look at number 15, Mucho Carces. A quirky type, Rory.
Yeah, he is. He led in a race at Taif back in meeting 41 and ran off the bend on seating his rider. And he again showed wayward tendencies when a 10-length 7th to Palance last time out. We didn't think much of Palance earlier in the season. It took a fair while to break his maiden and didn't look a superstar either. He'll need to improve to win this, and you've got definite temperament concerns with him.
Well, Al Sakri doesn't look to be much of a superstar either. 3 runs, but not really able to do much.
No, rating of 30 tells the story there.
Here we are, number 17.
Yeah, bounced back to form after a couple of moderate efforts when third of 18 to Eishq Bladi in that aforementioned not to 60 handicap last time out. Has the beating of Morasil on that running. And that was more promising, had been beaten a long way on his 3 previous starts. And this isn't the toughest maiden to be getting back into, given there's nothing rated much higher than 55 in the race.
Well, let's head to the paddock now to get Shamila's thoughts on this race, number 9.
Well, I feel as if all my luck has run out after the first few races, but hopefully I can regain some luck here in our 9th contest of the day with horse number 3, Sonic, who will be ridden by Naif Al-Anazi. The bell has just gone for the jockeys to mount, so he's just going to get a leg up onto Sonic there now. Really nice 3-year-old grey by Battle Force. Caught my eye right away, rated 55, so at the top of the ratings for sure, and just a really nice looking horse. Obviously, Naif usually rides horse number 15, Mucho Carasis, but Abdullah Al Khradis is on board there, and as we've said, he has wayward tendencies, a little bit can be a little bit naughty even during the races, so had to stay away from him. And Sonic is just the best looking in the parade ring by far for this contest, so had to be my paddock selection for this race. So best of luck to Naif Al-Anazi there. But it was a big toss-up between horse number 3 and horse number 2 for my selection. Horse number 2 finishing 5th the last time out at meeting 88. So I haven't seen him in quite a while, so that is probably what put me off slightly. However, I will be sticking with Sonic. Horse number 13, Marcel, looks good as well. Only 1 negative in this contest, and it goes for horse number 19. I just didn't love the way he was going around the parade ring.
Well, this is Sonic, horse number 3, the one that Shamila really likes the look of. You do too, Rory. Can you see any competition for Sonic?
Well, it's a reasonably tightly graded maiden because there are no superstars in it. The best of these, I mean, we think Sonic is about the best of them. He's rated 55. My view is that I don't think that should be his limit. Here he is, the grey, getting his head in front at this stage, and he keeps going once he gets to the front. Just slightly odd head movement there when he goes across to the rail, but I don't think he gives up particularly easily here, and he runs all the way to the line when finishing 3rd to Stratford Prince. We've seen a few from this race earlier on in the day as well. He could easily have curled up there when challenged, but I think he keeps running. Stratford Prince comes late in the day to nab the front 2. It's not a great maiden. There's a lot of horses reasonably close up. But he has, he's been given a rating of 55 coming out of it, and that was a big step up on his previous start, which was his first run after a break. There's every reason to believe that this should be his best effort to date, given the way he's been building up to it, and he won't need to take much of a step forward to beat a bunch of rather disappointing rivals.
All his rivals, though, like Sonic, they all have raced recently, so match fitness shouldn't be an issue for any of these horses, Rory. Just looking down the rest of the card, horses that we haven't mentioned because we didn't get to see them all in the paddock. Any here that pick?
I think, yeah, we've probably got 3 or 4 mentioned. Mark was beaten 11 lengths when 6 to Muhi Bukum over course and distance last time out. That gives him half a chance. That was his 2nd start. He was well beaten on debut, but took a step forward. He'd need to improve again on that to get involved, but it wouldn't be massively surprising to see him run his best race on his 3rd start, so I thought he was of some interest. And Shibal Omar, again, that's a very similar profile, well beaten on debut, stepped up on that to finish mid-div last time out, 8th of 17 behind Precious back in December, been given a bit of a break since. If he comes on for that 2nd run, he could be competitive in a race like this, and he doesn't look to be short of fitness. And the other one we've just seen coming past us there, Raid Alikir, was behind Sonic last time out, finishing 2 3/4 lengths 4th to Stratford Prince. Sonic was just a length in front of him that day, so there's not a huge amount between them. Obviously, Sonic's got what appears to be a counter draw in stall 3, but it doesn't always work that way if you don't get away well from the stalls.
Absolutely. And where's the early pace going to come from, Rory, over this mile contest?
Oh, that's a very good question. Sonic will go forward. He was in front reasonably early last time out, and from stall 3 he'll want to press forward and get a good position, but I think most of these will find themselves where they find themselves in the first furlong and a half and try to ride the race accordingly. But I would have thought that Sonic will be prominent. We did notice occasionally that sometimes Naif Al-Nazi can be a little bit slower away. We talked about how well Camilo Espina is at getting away from the stalls. He often seems to get half a length out of them. Naif sometimes loses half a length in a similar sort of scenario. But if he doesn't miss a beat at the start, then I'd expect Sonic to be in the front three going into the bend, and hopefully he can build in that from that point.
Well, the horse that we're looking at in shot there, that is horse number 14, Al Bagash. This is the 5th outing on the racecourse for that horse, but hasn't really been able to do much.
No, showed a bit on debut. I mean, it hasn't got much to find on the rating. It's a rating of 54, but that rating is basically predicated on a fairly promising start at Taif back in meeting 35, but it's not actually shown an awful lot since that, and it's a slightly dubious rating as a result.
And a horse that we haven't really, you mentioned, you touched on this one lightly, Rory, horse number 20, Riyadh Al-Khair. He looks to be an improving horse.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually got a very similar profile to Sonic. Sonic's gone 16.93 in similar races. He's gone 13.64, and he was, as I said, a place and a length behind Sonic last time out. He wasn't really in the cut and thrust of the race as much as Sonic was, so I'd like to think Sonic will uphold that form, but it wouldn't be a massive surprise. And again, as we see him go to post, Riyadh Al-Khair has got a little bit of physicality about him that suggests that he might still be able to keep improving.
Well, do let us know on YouTube what you think. Who is your pick for this race? We've got some support there for horse number 13, Morrisil.
No.
That's a flat no from Rory.
Sorry.
Not having it, no. And we've also got some support for Wasab Al-Daray, horse number 2. What do you make of that one, Rory? Horse number 2, Wasab Al-Daray.
Yeah, well, he was the one who got a negative. Did he get a negative from Shamila in the paddock? Oh no, it was from you in the pictures. You thought he was carrying a little bit of condition, and he's the one coming off a bit of a break. So that is a slight question mark. As I said, I thought he ran okay on debut, despite the fact he was beaten 21 lengths. That was behind Motawasi, who's well above average and would be beating any of these by a wide margin. That was over 7 furlongs first time up. He can improve on that. It's a question of whether he needs a little bit more experience before he takes that step forward. But I certainly wouldn't be ruling him out in a race of this nature.
But all will be revealed shortly. This is race number 9, run over a mile. Sonic is looking a bit agitated, so he doesn't boil over, Rory, before the beginning of this one.
Yeah, I hope his noseband isn't on too tight. But yeah, he's just throwing his head around a little bit. He did, when he got to the front, he just threw his head around a little bit in that last race. But I thought, just watching the replay a couple of times, I asked myself, did he look for something to join him? Did he look to get beaten? And I thought he actually battled quite well when he was joined. So I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt for now. But if he throws his head around in the finish here and gets beaten, I'd be a little bit more judgmental, I'd say.
Well, hopefully he's not expending too much energy before the race gets underway, and that will be happening shortly once all the horses are loaded into the stalls. So please do let us know on YouTube who your pick is for this one, race number 9 of 12. So we are getting towards the business end of the day here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack, and this is the longest race on the card so far. This is our second race over a mile, or our first race over a mile, I believe. So yes, let us know what you think of this one, and our commentator Gareth Topham will shortly be joining us as well to talk us through this next race. A lot of them down there, Rory, at the start looking a bit sweaty, some of them.
Yes, it's obviously not as hot, and it was warm earlier in the day, but the sun's gone down. The temperature's dropped markedly, so you wouldn't have thought it's the weather itself is making these warm, but they can set each other off a little bit. Once one starts getting a little bit overexcited, others can follow suit.
And we can see there Sonic just loading into stall number 3. And Gareth, do you like Sonic as much as Rory and Shamila?
I'd say it's a little bit concerning that he's on his toes as much as he is compared with a few of the others. But as we alluded to earlier on, that might just be him. And he's entitled to come on for his latest outings, which have been encouraging in fairness. He's currently 4th in the betting, but has been supported. He's 13-2 in from 8-1 on the international markets. But Morrisil is the favourite and holding strong at 11-4, with Here We Are at 130, Riyadh Al-Khair at 5-1, Sonic at 13-2, Mucho Caraces at 7-1, Mac at 8-1, and it's 9-1 and upwards the other runners. This is Kadum Al-Saad, who's due to head forward into stall 9 shortly. And also loading up is Coward, who's heading into stall 11, Tariq Al Mansour, on that one, looking for his second winner here today. This is Ria Al Malaz, who's heading forward now. Horse number 21. He'll be taking the 5 stall because he replaces Flash 11, who was horse number 5, but of course is a non-runner. So Ria Al Malaz moves into his position, which is stall 5. And slotting in now under Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Still 6 or 7 of them out of line. Abu Tayyib is out of line. And slotting in Mac going into stall 18. Now down to the final few. Saba Alanea, Camilo Ospina, not yet among the winners today. Heading in on this race, son of Closing Bell, and well down the field on debut. Yanbui is out of line as well. Blue noseband, red socks on as well. We're not going to miss him in the run, are we? Yanbui heading in. Abdullah Bakada taking the ride. And out of line as well, Mucho Caraces, much wider out that one will be at the start. Coming out of stall number 15. But we're nearly ready as the last couple head in. A mile the journey then ahead of the locally bred horses maiden, colts and geldings maiden this. 3-year-olds in the gate and we're ready to go. Off and racing. And as they break away, Ria Al Malaz got a real flying start, but has just been reined back in the early stages. Sonic is away well in a yellow-coloured jacket over towards the inside. Tanaf is prominent as well as they settle, and Sabah Alanea are also in the leading line. Al Bagesh is up towards the outside in the light blue with the red colours, and now coming through to just about take over. Without a bit wider, Mucho Caraces, and also pushing forward Shibal Omar as they run towards the end of the back. Sonic is now in 4th over along the inside, and then out a bit wider is Here We Are, who's being followed a couple of lengths away by Al Sakri, who at this stage races with Tanaf, and Yanbui in behind those, in company with Ria Al Malaz, who's now back along the inside, but many in front as well as behind now as they're on the home turn. And up ahead, Mucho Caraces travels strongly in the red headgear and is now a length or so to the good over Al Bagesh in second. Sonic over towards the inside, trying to get a run with outer a little bit wider and beginning to step forward. Here We Are, and also now Ria Al Malaz coming back into it, green with the yellow cap as they swing for home, and a change of leadership now. Mucho Caraces being joined by Ria Al Malaz down the outside, and also picking up well as they race into the closing stages is Raid Al Akir from a long way back, and Raid Al Akir down the centre of the track has powered to the front here into Ahmed Al Shra and has quickly put this beyond doubt. Raid Al Akir striding clear in the closing stages to win by at the very least half a dozen lengths or so. Tight in the end for second place. That may be just going the way of Cowad, who ran on well. With him behind Adam Al Jabrir, another who was picking up some pieces late in the piece. But it is indeed Raid Al Akir who's run out a clear-cut winner. Scores in a time of 1 minute 42.19 seconds. And once Raid Al Akir appeared on the scene, this race was over and done with pretty much in the blinking of an eye. Gets the better of Cowad, who's through for second. We're hearing Mac has got third from Adam Al Jabrir, who has run home in 4th place. The winner there scoring by, just a little less than 6 lengths. It was 5 lengths in the end, but no denying the ease of the success. Cowad in second, Mac sneaking through for third, and Adam Al Jabrir back in 4th place. And Ria Al Malaz, who looked quite dangerous off the home turn, in the end weakened and finished back in behind those. So you had to look to the bottom of the race card this time. It's another winner coming out of stall 20. It's not been a bad place to be at the start of the races today, and Raid Al Akir has spread-eagled them in race 9.
Well, Sonic failed to live up to the hype before the race, but it was the horse number 20, Riyadh Al-Kir, the horse rated 55, same as Sonic, who actually came through to win that one, a first win in 4 starts for that horse. How impressed were you with that run, Rory?
Yeah, he's got stall 20 was no problem to him in the end. As we said just before the race, he had a very, very similar profile to Sonic in that he's had 3 runs. He didn't show an awful lot on debut. He's gradually come forward from it. And of course, he ran against Sonic last time. It was only a length behind him in the end. I think Sonic's just blown this pre-race. He was fine until about 3 minutes before the start and then got himself warm and started misbehaving a little bit. And he hasn't seen his race out at all. And that form comfortably turned around by our winner, Riyadh Al-Kir, who's not hardly broken the clock in 1 minute 42.19. But you know, this might as well have been a 0 to 55 handicap. And that's the kind of horses we're talking about. There's not really much between first and last in this race either, but at least the winner is progressing and going in the right direction, and he's got the physical scope to do a little bit better next year as well.
Yeah, well, this is the start of the race, so Riyadh Al-Kir, the winner, breaking from stall number 20, and we've had a couple of winners from out wide, Rory. It doesn't really seem to make much of a difference, does it?
No, the key is whether your horse is able to go forward in space, and a lot of people are obsessed with finding cover in races like this. But on dirt, you need to be going forward at your pace the whole time. You don't want to get stopped at any point in your run because it's difficult to regain momentum. And although he's fairly well back in the field in the early stages, his rider is perfectly happy to allow him to find his place in the field. He avoids the kickback. By definition, again, on dirt, they do tend to go slightly faster than ideal because it tends to favour speed. If you're able to get a clear run in behind on a horse that's without quirks, then that can be perfectly okay. And this horse, for all he's fairly moderate, he is straightforward, and you see him making a scything run through runners here. No problem with him challenging between horses. He's got courage, and you see him just pull to the outside here, and he finishes coming past his old rival with a furlong or so to go. He finishes very strongly. Actually, quite an impressive win when you look at it from above and see where he's come from and how well he comes clear. And again, we mentioned this earlier on, in these dirt races, if you look at the speed they're going all the way through, he's probably maintaining a speed rather than quickening at the end of it, whereas the others who've been in the front rank are slowing in the final furlong. But part of that is good jockeyship, and part of that is a horse who is able to be placed where his jockey wants in the race. Again, we're seeing this from another angle here. We're seeing him in the bluey purple colours with the largely green sleeves and the white cap and the blinkers, and you see him making constant ground over the last 3 or 4 furlongs. His jockey is not messing him around, not trying to take him back, not waving the whip at him, just finding space and letting the horse find the room he needs to run on. And as you see, he's managed to get an uninterrupted passage there by staying reasonably wide. He's not lost lots of ground around the bend. He's not been pushed wide by other runners, but he's picked a space where it's been, and he's seen the race out nicely. This is a likeable performance. Again, you've got to put it in context. Nothing in behind him is rated higher than 55. But again, that means the handicapper won't murder him for this, and he should be easy enough to place for further victories.
We can see throughout these replays, Rory, that Sonic is so well placed throughout the race, always kind of up towards the pace at the top of the field. He's on the inside, but just can't produce.
No, and again, he's raced freely, and when you race freely like that, you don't tend to find an awful lot in the finish. It's not easy. Sometimes, if you're going to take a handy pitch, being stuck down the rail just behind the leaders isn't always the place you want to be either. But in fairness, he doesn't need excuses on that front because he's weakened out of things in the last furlong and a half. And I think we saw with his behaviour before the start, he was just getting on his toes, racing on his nerves. And when you do that, you don't give your true running. And he seemed to be going the right way, but temperament got the better of him on this occasion.
And it was a great run, wasn't it? In second from horse number 11.
Yes, Kawad has been beaten. I didn't get the winning margin, but it must be by 5 lengths in the end. But Kawad has run on strongly from out the back to get second.
Well, if you look at his last, sorry to cut over you there, Rory, but if you look at his last run, meeting number 101, so not that long ago, he finished 14th, and to produce that kind of a run second time out is a pretty decent showing. Yeah, you will often get horses who can leave debut efforts behind, horses who've got a little bit of ability, sometimes just freeze a little bit first time up. It's a new experience for them. They're sometimes not fully wound up. They're sometimes a little bit on their nerves first time up, which stops them showing their true ability. Also, again, you look at the run of this race and see that they've gone reasonably hard, as they tend to in dirt races, and horses who've been held up off the pace, who've managed to avoid trouble, have come through at the end to fill the first 2 spaces. So it's worth bearing that in mind as well. But I still look at the winner in a positive light. I like the way he came through. I liked his strength at the finish, and I liked his willingness to go through gaps when he was asked. And the last 2 winners have come from stall number 20, Rory, and of course Mac, who was third in that one, came from stall number 18. So it just shows that you can win from anywhere on this track. You can win from it. Sometimes the worst place to be is right in the middle, because the horses in the low stalls want to go forward towards the bend, and those drawn out wide want to often they'll stay wide for a couple of furlongs, but then they'll want to come across, and sometimes it's those horses in the middle who get squeezed out a little bit. Where we see week in, week out that horses can win from wide draws. The one thing you don't want to be, as a rule, is very slowly away. Then you're in the lap of the gods, and you just hope that they're going too fast in front of you. But you see that the horse we talked about pre-race, Sonic, got into a very good position early, but that was probably a curse to him in the end, because he was inclined to race freely. In a manner of speaking, if he caught a bit of trouble early on, it might just have helped him to drop the bit a little bit. But the winner, despite being back in the field early on, was not troubled. He wasn't struggling to go the pace. He was just allowed to go his own pace. And we've seen that in 2 or 3 races today where jockeys have got the confidence just to allow the horses to find their own stride before asking for an effort. And there was never really a moment of concern here, despite the fact he's come from a long way off the pace. The race panned out seemingly the way Riyadh Al Khair's jockey wanted it to. Was it young Mr. Al-Sharar? Yeah, it was a very impressive, confident ride indeed on Sonic. Very patient ride, not on Sonic, sorry. We'll talk about Sonic in a minute. On Riyadh Al Khair, very patient ride anyway. But Sonic got away really well. And do you think it was his pre-race antics, Rory, that
I think so. I think so. I mean, there is also the hint of temperament about him as well. But he's almost got himself into too good a position, and he's doing all his racing, running his race upside down, as we sometimes say, making his effort too early and not being able to sustain it. Well, let's turn our attention then to the next race on the card, race number 10. We are sticking over the mile distance, and this is for local and imported fillies and colts. And as ever, our commentator Gareth Topham is standing by to talk us through all the runners and riders.
Yeah, another big field here, and we can go through them in order. Number 1, Soros, partnered by Ayad Al Tarisi. Number 2, First Contact, Sultan Al Mamoni. 3 is Heshan Ali Al Mutib, with number 4, Shibal Al Anaya Abdullah Al Lofi. Number 5 is Freshwater Cliffs, ridden by Thurb Al Timyat. 6 is Liberation Point, Youssef Al Hussein. Number 7 is an on-runner. Number 8 is High Accolade, partnered by Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 9 is Al Habayah with Fahid Al Faradi. Over the page to 10, Man of the Night, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. Number 11 is Roman Dynasty, ridden by Ahmed Al Azari. Number 12, Path of Thunder, now the mount of Camilo Ospina, who replaces Luis Morales. 13 is Al Mutib, the mount of Muhammad Al Nassar, with 14 taking names, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 15 is Lati Hati, Khalid Al Mamoni rides, with 16 Al Rahub, Feras Al Sunaitan. Number 17 is Wisdom Keeper, Adel Al Faradi, with number 18 as we cross the page to see Hadab, the mount of Abdullah Al Fairuz. 19 is Trancafero with Abdullah Al Credis. 20 Play Actor, Yasser Al Bakawi. And we have a reserve who gets in here. It's 21 Il Bandito, who will be ridden by Ammar Al Said. So number 7, Boston George, is the non-runner. Scratch reserves 22 and 23, but number 21, Il Bandito, runs. And that's our field for our 10th race.
Thank you very much, Gareth, for that. So Rory, as Gareth said, another big field here for the 10th race. And it looks as though First Contact could be the pick of the runners here, but has a lot to prove.
Yeah, on the ratings, First Contact is very interesting with a rating of 104, putting him a pound clear with the front two, 8 pound clear of the next one in. But First Contact was off the track for a long time before making his Saudi debut in the Ministry of Culture Cup last time out, and he finished dead last in that contest. So that was a tough race for him to be coming back in after such a long absence. He was second in the Zabil Mile at Maidan back in 2021. So, you know, he does justify that 104 figure because he was, back in the day, a solid Group 2, Group 3 performer. But when a horse of his age, he's 9 now, he's been off the track for 3 years, you have to worry about whether they've lost their competitive edge or indeed whether the physical problems have caught up with them. And the signs last time out were that, that he might not be the horse of old.
It'll be interesting to take a look at him in the flesh when we see him shortly in the parade ring. That's horse number 2, First Contact. Let's start with horse number 1 then, Rory Soros, who's got 7 runs so far and 4 wins.
Yeah, he's a decent horse on his day, Soros, but he hasn't been at his best in his last 4 or 5 starts, finishing 10th of 20 behind Alotabi over 7 furlongs last time. I've beaten 14 lengths. Just struggling for form at the moment and not the easiest to fancy here. For all, he looks perfectly well in the parade ring.
He does. He looks fantastic in his coat. First Contact we'll be seeing next. We already touched on First Contact, but it'll be interesting to see what he actually looks like in the flesh shortly. Let's move on then to horse number 3, Heshan.
Yeah, Heshan ran okay on his return to action off a break in meeting 76, but he's been soundly beaten twice since over 1.5 miles. Takes a pretty sharp drop and trip to a mile. His best form is at over further, and he's another one who's got a bit to prove regarding his current well-being.
Shibal Alanaya, horse number 4, looks to have been improving recently.
Yeah, it was 8th in a course and distance, not to 85 handicap last week, and I think he just needs to do a little bit better if he's going to get involved. That was a little bit better than he'd shown in 2 runs. Big gaps between those runs. So we ran early season in Taif, then went missing for a while, ran early season here, went missing again, and ran a little bit better last time. He's a horse I'd like to see string 2 or 3 runs together before I wanted to be with him.
This is Freshwater Cliffs, son of the great miler Canford Cliffs.
Yes, he was quite an impressive winner back in meeting 90. I think that was over the 1,800 metres where he dominated from the start, slowed things down, which you rarely see in these races, and caught his rivals on the hop by kicking off the turn and building up a big lead, which they weren't able to quicken with him, and he ended up running out an impressive winner. He's not been so good in 3 runs since, facing stiffer tasks. And he drops to a mile now, and his best form is at 1.25 miles, you know, up to 1.5 miles. And I don't think the drop to a mile is in his favour here.
Let's have a word then on Liberation Point. He's had a big break.
He has. He hasn't been seen since meeting 69. He ran well here when second in a course and distance open in meeting 58 early in the Riyadh season. He then ran disappointingly a couple of weeks later. Again, was turned out 2 weeks after that. Again, was below the form that he'd shown and was given a break subsequently. It may well be that he had a niggling issue and the break has done him good, but I don't particularly like backing 7-year-olds plus off that kind of break. I think they tend to need a run anyway, and he's got a bit to prove on the back of those 2 disappointing efforts.
And there have been some mixed runs, haven't there, from High Accolade, number 8?
Yeah, it was second in a not to 80, beaten just ahead by Batista 2 starts ago, but 2 runs either side of that are a lot more disappointing. He's raced 4 times at this trip and he's not made the frame on any of them, and that's a bit of a concern. And quite a lot of these actually not really natural milers, I would say, and High Accolade is one of those I'd put in that category.
And what about number 9, Al Heber?
Well, interestingly, he's had 6 starts over a mile, unplaced on all 6 of them. He is a useful performer on his day. Was well beaten over course and distance last week, though, and again, his best form is not at this trip, and although a rating of 83 suggests he could be placed if bouncing back to form, I don't think it'll be over this mile.
Number 10 is Man of the Night, who had 2 wins early on in the Riyadh season, but seems to have tailed off a bit.
Yeah, he's been racing in tough contests. He was He was well behind Badr in the Lucid Two-Wake Cup last time out. That was the Saudi Cup weekend. Pretty valuable prize there. But if you go back a couple of starts, he was only beaten 3/4 of a length by Badr in the Gulf Cup, which is a pretty tough contest. His wins came in slightly lesser company early in the season, but he's a very, very smart horse on his day. And if you take the view that First Contact isn't worth a rating of 104 these days, then Man of the Night will be £8 clear of his rivals here, and this looks a very good opportunity for him.
And Roman Dynasty will need to do a lot better than the 14th place from last time out.
That was his debut here. He was a dual winner last year in the UK for Joseph Parr, but he'll be find easier opportunities for this. I think he'd qualify for 0 to 70 handicaps before too long, and that would suit him better.
And Path of Thunder, number 12, half brother to Man of the Night.
Yes, they're both sons of Knight of Thunder, and Path of Thunder was a good second in a Jcsa award over course and distance in December. That would give him pretty good chances here. But he's been a little disappointing since, although he was a respectable 6th in the Ministry of Culture Cup 2 starts back over this course and distance, and the 1800 metres last time out probably a shade too far for him.
Well, let's get the thoughts then of our reporter Shamila, who is standing by in the paddock. Shamila, who's caught your eye?
This one was so difficult for me, Rebecca, because, I mean, you have horses in here like horse number 8, High Accolade, horse number 10, Man of the Night, and horse number 12, Path of Thunder, who are fantastic lookers. However, I've decided to go with horse number 18 as my paddock selection for this race, trained by Abdullah Al Manif. I'm standing by hoping that he can get a second winner of the day. You know what they say, you wait all day for a bus and two come at once. So this is what I'm hoping for horse number 18, Haddab, in this contest. Rated 80, second last time out at meeting 107, and I actually chose him as my parade ring selection last time out as well, and I was absolutely heartbroken when he finished second over the line. So hopefully he can go one place better in this contest and get a winner for Abdullah Al Fairuz.
Well, we don't want Shamila to have another broken heart, do we, Rory? She likes the look of Hadib, number 18. So what about a win for this one? Do you think that's likely?
Yeah, well, let's focus before that on Man of the Night, who's our market leader here. As we said, he was well beaten behind Badr last time out, but his best recent effort came behind the same horse 2 starts back. That was in the Gulf Cup, where he ran on strongly from a difficult enough position to be second. You'll see him in behind the leaders there in that familiar green cap and green sleeves, and he does solidly at work to finish second to Badr. We'll see Badr towards the head of affairs there in the stripes cap. Badr's gone on to win a big prize here 2 weeks ago at the Saudi Cup meeting. Man of the Night was disappointing on that occasion, but this is more what he's about. And he's finished off really strongly here and not been beaten too far. And he will take a lot of beating in a weaker race than this.
This looks like a really strong field, doesn't it, Rory? There's plenty of horses still that we haven't yet mentioned. Looking down the rest of the card, I think we got to horse number 13, Al Matib, but there's still plenty more that are worth mentioning. Of these remaining horses, who do you like the look of?
Most of these are worth a second mention, so I'll go through them in order. Al Matib has been in the frame in 3 of his last 4 starts, but those races have been at 2,000 to 2,400 metres. I think he's set to struggle back in trip. He's pretty consistent on the whole. His last run came in a 0 to 80 handicap, but I think this trip will be on the sharp side for him. Taking Names is a bit of a law unto himself. He's good in his day. He won a 0 to 80 apprentice handicap over 1,800 metres back in meeting 75. It was well held on turf 2 starts back, and the race he ran in last time again was a toughie. It was a non-winners of 4 over 2,000 metres. He should cope okay with a drop back to a mile, Taking Names. Tariq Al-Mansour, we've already seen winning in these colours tonight, and he could play a part if he fancies it. He's a little bit hard to predict, but he's got the ability to get involved. Latahati is very much in the same sort of category. He's won 5 races. He was a winner in open company in December over 7 furlongs. He's been below form since, but he's the type to bounce back out of the blue. In fact, most of the horses carrying these colours, they're always kept fairly busy. They run more often than not, and sometimes, you don't catch them on a going day, whereas there are other trainers who only run their horses when they're sure they're 100% right. But the horses that wear these black and white colours, they do tend to retain their form and bounce back and win races in their turn. So it wouldn't be a huge surprise if Latahati puts 2 or 3 subpar performances behind him, and White is back to form here.
And we've got Al Rahoub, number 16, who runs for the White stable. Similar profile again, Rory?
Yeah, well, he's just been running in tough races, Al Rahoub. He was a winner back in meeting 72. But he's been running in cup races since, and he's not really up to that, to be perfectly honest. Back in open company, he's capable of winning at this level. This looks a pretty competitive contest, though, and his record over a mile is 1 place from 11 starts. So again, I think he's got a little bit to find here.
Wisdom Keeper is rated 86, so sort of at the same kind of level as the horses we've just mentioned. He's got 1 win from 4 runs.
Yeah, he's a hard one to weigh out, Wisdom Keeper. He absolutely bolted up on his debut and looked a potential superstar, and he simply hasn't reproduced that form. He's gone backwards a little bit in 3 runs since, not showing much oomph in his finish. But the way he won on debut suggests he's a good horse. Interestingly, he's been given a break since his last run. We last saw him in meeting 89. Perhaps he's the type to go best fresh, and I'd be interested to see if he can get back to that debut form, having been given a bit of a break. But just, you know, he's been frustrating for his followers, and there are plenty of them. He's a good looker. He looked like he was going to go to the top on debut, but he's now just got a point to prove.
And there've been some pretty decent results, haven't there, for number 18, Hadab Shamila's pick. What do you make of him?
Yeah, he's only won 1 from 19. He's pretty consistent at his level, and he was just beaten ahead at the weekend behind Mojazal in a course and distance not to 80 handicap. So this trip is absolutely right for him. He comes here in good form, but he's normally competing at a slightly lower level than this, you know, sort of not to 80, not to 85 handicaps, whereas we're looking at horses who are rated in the 90s, in the hundreds in this race, and I think he'd be doing well to get his head in front, given that he's not the easiest to win with anyway.
And Trancaferro, number 19.
Was 6th behind Mojazal in that race, in which Hadab was second, so he's got a bit of work to do to turn the tables. That was his first start in a while. He might strip a little bit fitter for it, but I think he's just got fair claims at best.
Play Actor, number 20, very lightly raced so far.
Yeah, he's not had many races here. He was 6th in a 2,000 metre open last time out, beaten 6.5 lengths. He needs to step up markedly on that to get involved. He does have form outside of Saudi Arabia before that, so it's not like he's just had 2 runs. He's going to improve lots. He already had himself sort of established as a 75 rated performer. So I think Sol 20 isn't a worry. We know that from previous races, but he does need to raise his game to get involved. And
Il Bandito is the last horse we need to mention who replaces Boston George.
Yeah, he's won 5 times in his career, but he's out of sorts in his recent starts in Saudi Arabia, so not easy to fancy.
So Rory, who do you fancy in this one then? Shamila's made a good case for Hadab, but you're not convinced?
No, I think obviously, you know, she's sticking with a horse who ran really well at the weekend, but I think he's in deeper water here, and I think this is a very good opportunity for Man of the Night to get his head in front again. Absolutely.
Well, we will see shortly then. Let's head to Gareth Topham, our commentator, and get his pick for this one.
I think Man of the Night should be able to justify shorter odds, Rebecca, back in slightly calmer waters than last time out. And his form stacks up as some of the very best on offer here, but it's reflected in his price on the international betting markets. He's 5 to 6, so just a shade of odds on. Path of Thunder at 9 to 2 is second in. It's then 8 to 1 first contact. Wisdom Keeper at 10s. Soros at 12 to 1. 16 to 1 at Shibble Alanea, and 18 to 1 and upwards the other runners. So although we've got a big field here, you know, if the international betting is anything to go by, it might not be quite as competitive as it could be, but we shall see. We've seen 1 or 2 surprises throughout the course of the day here in Riyadh so far. Loading up underway. Freshwater Cliffs is one of those 2 have already loaded. The 6 horse heading in here, this is Liberation Point, who's one of the fancied contenders, and Soros heading in as well. He's been kept quite busy in recent weeks. He's run a good few times, and he'll be coming out of stall 1 tonight. High Accolade heading in as well. High Accolade, who's one of the 2 greys in this race. The other one is First Contact, who the guys in the studio were speaking about a few moments ago. Hasn't had a lot of racing in recent times. This is Hesham Ali Al-Mutib heading forward. Ali looks for a double on the card. We're about halfway through loading. Path of Thunder is out of line, and And we've got a couple in those famous green silks with the red epaulets. Path of Thunder's rider Camilo Ospina, who replaces Luis Morales, incidentally. He'll be wearing the first set of the silks with the green cap. And Tariq Al-Mansour, who's in shot there on Taking Names. As you can see, he wears the white cap on number 14. Just a couple left out of line now. Alaber and also Al Rahoub. And we are just about set to go for race 10. 1,600 metres the journey ahead of the field, and they're off and racing. Jumping away, Taking Names got a real fast start and is going to show in front through the opening couple of 100 yards, with High Accolade, the grey, also in close proximity, and Soros is over towards the inside. Shival Alanea in a predominantly yellow-coloured jacket is not too far off the pace, with Wisdom Keeper in white colours working wider. That one being tracked through by Latihati without Deepa Hadba. And deeper still, Trancafero as they race towards the second half of the back straight. In the second half of the field at the moment, Man of the Night, white jacket, green sleeves and cap, positioned on the outside, is just in front of Path of Thunder as they head towards the left-handed turn, which will bring them on towards home. Taking Names has the lead, shows in front by around about a length or so, with Wisdom Keeper racing a close second. Hadba is around the outside in the turquoise colours, followed in a fourth by Trancafero, and next in running Shibal Alanea, who's now being ridden along as High Accolade drops away towards the outside, but with still plenty of running to do. Man of the Night, and trying hard to come with him is Path of Thunder. They're homeward bound, and Taking Names has now been passed, and going for home is Wisdom Keeper, but watch out to the outside. Man of the Night is really storming home here, and the short price favourite Man of the Night is now coming through to take over. Path of Thunder attempting to go with him is 2 lengths away and not making any impression at this stage. Man of the Night is out in the lead in the hands of Ricardo Sousa Ferreira and is holding Path of Thunder at bay. The betting got it right here. Man of the Night it is, beating Path of Thunder into second place, and in the end those two were coming nicely clear of their rivals. Trancafero was putting in some fair late work in behind them, but it's Man of the Night who records a winning time of 1 minute 38.65. And just like last time, really, had quite a lot of horses to pass turning in. Only this time, he's managed to do it, and he's done it well, with only Path of Thunder able to sort of keep up with him in the closing stages. Trancafero was left behind, but ran on nicely back in third. Al-Mutib was best of the remainder in fourth place. As we see them in the slow motion replay across the line, it is Man of the Night who goes on to prevail under Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, and has done it comfortably, beating Path of Thunder into second. 1 3/4 lengths the distance between the first two home.
بالفعل ميزر مان اوف ذا نايت يحقق هذا الانتصار ويعود الى سلسله الانتصارات. ريكاردو فريرا، كونغرات ريكاردو.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all the team and the Tamer.
You know him very well. The last running with him, you come.
Yes, two riders to win. I understand the source and the source understand me, and good luck, you know. But if the job of the trainer and the team not good,
This is
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no important.
The last 8 furlong.
Yes, did not start very well. I come behind the pace because I know you have very, very big heart, and last 400 I have horse. Thank you.
Thank you. Congrats.
Race number 10 goes the way of horse number 10, Man of the Night, trained by Thamar Adehani. That is a double for trainer Thamar Adehani tonight. And first winner of the weekend for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, our winning jockey. This is a stunning 7-year-old gelding by Night of Thunder for Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Mek Al Sabah, rated 103, so one of the highest rated horses in this race. Was 14th last time out at meeting 103. That was over 1,800 meters, so they've dropped him back in trip, back to 1,600 meters, which has done him the world of good. This was a strong contest and really well done for everybody involved. We'll get a quick word with Ricardo. Congratulations, your first winner of the weekend.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy because last week, and really happy about Man of the Night. 2 times I ride him. I have a good feel with this horse, but the team is more important, you know. Arrive a good condition. This race a Thursday, not a big cup, but a strong race, you know, not bad horses. He give all, and now maybe have a little break for go Taif and last race win Anderlecht.
And he was 14th last time out, over 1,800 meters. Do you think the drop back in trip suited him well?
Before the race, you know, I think this race very, very, very speed. This horse not important, come too much in back. I like more come 5, 6, but not jump good. And I ride for horse. I come stay by stay because I know the last 400 the horse comes strong.
And it is your last weekend here, as you said. You're going to Madrid straight after the races on Saturday. What has been your highlight this season so far?
I'm very, very happy. This season, more winners for me. Thank you, Saudi Arabia, because give me this opportunity. And I don't want back. I want to congratulate your team because this is very good program.
Thank you very much, Ricardo, and well done for you, of course.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations to Ricardo there for that win on Man of the Night, and thank you indeed for the compliment as well. I'm glad that he enjoys watching our programme. Well, Rory, Man of the Night, you know, it was never in doubt, was it really? Looking at this, the form ahead of the race, you know, Shamila spoke to the winning jockey there about him running over 1,800 metres, and obviously this is a trip that he likes.
Yeah, certainly the way races are run here, he actually stayed a mile and a quarter perfectly well in the UK. He was trained originally by Richard Hannon, who trained his sire, Night of Thunder, who just won the 2,000 guineas at Big Price under Kieran Fallon all those years ago. And he's been responsible for the first 2 here. He's a very versatile sire. He gets winners on all types of ground, dirt, very fast turf, very soft turf, and he himself was effective on very quick ground and on very deep ground as a racehorse as well. So a really likeable performer on the course and a really likeable sire as well. And Man of the Night, he's been around for a while. He had 17 races in the UK before he came here. He's a 7-year-old now, and for him to retain all this enthusiasm and actually to be a better horse as a 7-year-old than he was, you know, at 4 and 5 in the UK is remarkable. And Connections have done very, very well with him. He looked to be off the bridle for a long way here, but as Ricardo says, I know this horse knows me. We just bide our time. He knows that, again, they're going hard in front. We saw 2 in the Almondale colours, taking names in Path of Thunder, taking names in the white cap. Showed a lot of speed to get to the front earlier on. Path of Thunder actually was last out of the stalls and has actually done really well to make up a lot of ground to get into second place. But he had a very bad start, all things considered, but it stayed on strongly. But the pace was very strong and it suited the hold-up horses again, as we've seen a few times tonight. But it also, class came to the fore in the end. Although Man of the Night didn't look to be cruising through this race, he found plenty off the bridle and came clear to win in good style. And again, fair play to the runner-up, Path of Thunder, who didn't get the kindest of breaks in the race, but partially his fault. You've got to jump on terms, and if you're going to be slowly away, then there's no one else to blame for that. But he's done well to make up a lot of ground to get into second place. But these two were 2 of the likeliest types on paper with ratings of 103 and 105. As I said, if you ignore first contact, you have that really dubious rating of 104, which is from 3 years ago. Then these were the two top rated horses in the race. They were entitled to fight it out, and they've done just that.
And we have to mention the winning trainer, Rory Al-Dahani, who's got a fantastic record at this track.
He does, and he's. We don't see an awful lot of horses for Tamer in Taif. We don't see an awful lot running in these colours in Taif. A lot of the horses who race in these silks will be in action in the UK in the summer, and then a lot of them are brought over in the autumn, and they do extremely well now. And we'll hear from the trainer, who I think is with Shamila at the moment.
Race number 10 goes to our man of the night, Mr. Thamer Adehani, who's had 2 winners today already. We weren't able to speak to you after the first winner. However, congratulations with man of the night, your second winner of the day.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah. I have 2 winners today. The 3 years old, second run for him, and he do a good job for me as a 2-year-old, because third race in his life. And man of the night, he love the jockey, you know. That's why I put him on Thursday, because I want the jockey before he travel, he ride him, because his mood is, you know, in England when you say about horse SS, he know the jockey which one he ride him. You know, last in the Saudi Cup, in the Tuwek Cup, there is a jockey for Fawzi Nafs, I don't know his name. He ride him good until the straight. When he want to start, he put his hand. The horse, he didn't like to put his hand. When he come to the straight, just change him and he fly. He didn't know him very well. I'm sorry about him, but that's the races. Alhamdulillah, today he finished it with win, because I want to stop him. I love this horse, and inshallah he will continue in Taif and here again, inshallah.
And did you think the drop back and trip suited him? He suits this distance a little bit better?
He's a mile horse, and he loved the 9 furlong, really. You know, Night of Thunder. He loved the mile and the 9 furlong. But the main problem for this horse, I told you, only the jockey. Any jockey, you know him, he do the job 100%. Any jockey, he don't know him, he stop, he don't want to go.
And you've used Ricardo Sousa Ferreira a lot this season. It's his last weekend. Are you sad that he's not staying for one more week, the last week?
No, he will travel, because the season is begun in Europe, and I hope for him a good luck there. And when we need him, we can call him, and he can come to Taif by a race, you know, big race. We can bring him, you know. And he's a good jockey. He's a trust jockey. He do what I want, you know.
And you've had such a good season this year. You've had a lot of winners. Who's been your highlight?
My highlight, you know, by the horses, I think the best in my life, you know, in Saudi Arabia is Final Destination and Way to Excel. Really, I trust them very well, these 2 horses. And for the 3 years old, Ajwadi is my best, you know.
And my co-worker, Tom Collins, he loves Wait to Excel. He can't wait to see him next season and what he's capable of.
Yeah, I'd like to say hi for him, and thanks for every word he talk about me, you know. And really, he's a guy, he know the races very well. And anyway, Way to Excel, since he came from England, he was, you know, poor condition, you know what I mean by poor condition. Run only 1 time per season. And when we train him, he progress his form, you know, step by step. That's why I double him, because it's a big race, you know. And for my dad, he loved the race very well, you know. And, you know, if you know, until Friday, until tomorrow evening, if he stopped from feeding or working no good, I will crush him directly. This is the word from my dad. But until now, he's happy and he's doing the job very well, you know.
Well, we can't wait to see what you do next season. So thank you so much, Thamer, for joining us.
Thank you, and thank you for you. You're really a good eyes, and you're talking about the horse very well, you know. And we love your talk and your describing about the race. Keep going. There are supporters behind the TV for you.
Thank you so much, Thamer.
Thank you.
That was our lovely winning trainer of the 10th race. Gareth Topham will take you through the runners and riders of race number 11.
Thank you, Shamila. Yeah, we move on now to race 11, locally bred horses handicap, those rated 0 to 65. Number 1 is Alatam of Sama Al-Sharani on board. At number 2, Kamikaze, the mount of Ali Amutib. Number 3 is Aladire with Fahed Al-Faradi. Number 4 is Shiblat Cloud with AM Al Musa. 5 is Modbek, Abdullah Al Saidi, a late jockey change now on board. 6 is Walad Chrome, Rayan Al Torsh. Number 7 is La Oyunak Yanawaf, partnered by Azil Al Zahani. Scratch number 8. Number 9 is Kadrak Ali with Domiciano Delgado on board. Number 10 is Zircon with Thurbal Timyat. 11, Arkadli, Fawaz Wanas. Number 12, Black Power, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 13 is Abo Shaybar with Sultan Al Mamoni. 14 is Ayaz Al Faris, Camilo Ospina. 15 Al Najim Al Qasir with Rakan Al Obeid. 16 is the race favourite Moteta with Abdullah Al Lofi riding. Number 17 Ustula Ayad Al Tarisi on board. Over the page to 18, Miller Baroud with Ahmed Al-Shra. 19 is Sanahar with Kamal Juadi. 20, Bihafiz Al-Barre, Ricardo Ferreira. And 21, Sarajevo gets a run here. Victor Gutierrez will take the ride. So the non-runner is number 8. Take out reserves 22 and 23. Number 21 gets a run. That's our field for our penultimate race.
Well, the penultimate race of the day, we step up in trip, 1,800 metres. This is a locally bred fillies and colts open race, and another big field, Rory, for us to take a look at in this one. What's caught your eye so far, just taking a look at the card?
This is not this is not my my cup of tea at all. I was hoping we might get chapter and verse from Tamer Al Dahani for a little bit longer. Yeah, low grade handicap. It makes it difficult to rule some of them out, because a lot of these horses are a little bit inconsistent, are capable of bouncing back at this level, and they are, again, you know, the top 14 are rated within 2 pounds of each other, so it's a really tight handicap. Some of them are in decent form, some of them aren't, but these tend to be inconsistent horses at this level anyway. So again, usual story. Start at the top and see how far we can get down.
And work our way through. Yeah. Well, let's start then with Alatam, horse number 1.
In very good form, a winner last time out of a 0-60 handicap over a mile, beating Halat Al Mutara by 2 lengths. The downsides are that he's up in class, up in the handicap, and up in trip, which are all slight question marks against him.
This is Kamikaze, number 2.
Yes, it's written as Kamikaze, but the owner has confirmed that it's meant to be Kamikaze, and it's one of those issues with transcribing names. Was a mile maiden winner 2 starts back, showed promise early in the season, then seemed to lose his way a little bit, but bounced back to get his head in front 2 starts back. He was in a much tougher race last time out. He was in a non-winners of 4, which is way above his pay grade. He'll be a lot happier back in this sort of company, and I can see him running a big race again.
Aladiré, we haven't seen for quite a while, horse number 3.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule this one out either. It's quite a big price in the international betting market, but he's a course and distance winner back in the day. Well beaten over 2,000 metres last time out, but he does come back from a break, and the fact that he's got form over this course and distance makes him interesting at this lowly level.
Well, Shiblat Cloud doesn't have a win yet to his name. This is his 12th run.
No, yeah, she's a little bit disappointing. She was a good second 3 starts ago, but didn't really build on that. The 6th 2 starts ago wasn't an awful run over course and distance in handicap company, but she was then below form last time out, and she needs to bounce back. Capable, but the fact she's not got her head in front is a little bit of a concern.
And Modbeck has had 49 runs, 3 of those have been wins.
Yeah, he's not been in much form this year, I'm afraid. He ran respectably on the final day of the season at Taif, but he's not been closer than 10th in 4 runs at Riyadh this season, and I put the line through him.
Wallad Chrome, will there be a line through this one?
No, Wallad Chrome's got an interesting one. A course and distance maiden winner, 2 starts back. He then had a little bit of a break and came back and ran an absolute stinker last time out. Too bad to be true, I would say. He's very well bred. It's taken a while for the penny to drop with him. He's a son of California Chrome, obviously, given that name. But yeah, if you put a line through his run last time out, which was, in fairness, a shocker, he's got a pretty good chance, and I wouldn't want to rule him out. Again, a horse he's proven over course and distance, which is pretty important here.
That run came after quite a big break as well, though, so that perhaps played a factor.
Yes, exactly. I'm hoping that's the case, yeah.
And La Oyanak Nawaf, number 7.
No form this season for this one. He's 1 from 22 lifetime, but not in any form at the moment.
Sania Albasma, number 8.
Is a non-runner, the 11-year-old. Would have been coming back from a break, but doesn't line up now.
Quadrak Ali, number 9 then.
1 from 18 career-wise. Ran respectably last time out, I suppose, but not showing enough, generally speaking, this season to be of interest in this race.
And Zircon still without a win after 21 runs.
Yeah, that's a big worry. And he's reasonably prominent in the betting for this race, but he's got claims in his best efforts. But the fact that he's not from 21 and he's had 4 tries over this trip and been unplaced every time means I think he represents pretty poor value.
Cadley as well, you might say the same thing for that horse.
Yeah, again, he's not from 11. I'd have him ahead of Zircon. He was a good 5th at 20 and a 7 furlong maiden 2 starts back. He is trying a new trip, though, which is a little bit of a concern. Obviously, if he relishes the trip, he's got a better chance, but it's a bit of an unknown.
Black Power.
Yeah, Black Power was 10th in a turf handicap last time out. And then prior to that was a close-up 4th to Al Methan in a 6 furlong maiden 2 starts back. This trip is a worry, though, stepping up markedly to 1,800 metres, and I thought that was off-putting.
Abo Sheba, horse number 13, has had plenty of runs.
Has had 49 runs and won 3 times. Again, he's reasonably prominent in the betting, but he's one of those horses who you can make a strong case from going back 4 or 5 runs. He's falling down the grades. But this was a group horse at one stage, and he's just regressing all the time. He does drop from a 0 to 75 into a 0 to 65, which gives him a chance on paper. But a horse with his profile is not the kind of horse you want to be backing.
Well, let's see who Shamila will be backing in this one. Let's join her now in the paddock.
This contest was really difficult for me to narrow down to my top 3, but I managed to do it, and this is my paddock selection for this race. It's for the Prince Faisal bin Khalid stables. Horse number 16, Mota Eter, ridden by Abdullah Alofi, is a maiden, was 3rd last time out, so seems to be going the right way, and hopefully can do 2 places better this time. Just looks really well in himself. I like horses with very well-defined hindquarters, and he definitely has that, so this will be my paddock selection for our penultimate contest of the day. I also like horse number 12, Black Power, and horse number 14. However, we have not seen horse number 14 since the Taif season, so it was too much of a risk to see how he would handle the Riyadh track this season. So I will be sticking with horse number 16, who will be jumping out of stall number 11 this time. And one paddock negative for you, horse number 3, carrying a little bit too much condition.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and well done for narrowing it down to just 3 in this one. It's a big field, so we can forgive her for that one, but she likes the look of Mata number 16, jumping out of stall number 11. That's Shamila's pick. 3 runs, but yet to win, Rory.
Yeah, he's not. Listen, he's got less convictions than most of these. Quite a few sort of long-standing maidens horses who've got a very poor strike rate. Moto Etter is not a superstar, but has gradually been improving with his racing, and was 3rd to Kamikaze last time out. That was a career best. He's up a furlong to a mile and a furlong here. He's waited to reverse that form with Kamikaze as well, so you can see why he's that price. And you see him in action here, running on late in the day to be 3rd, looking as if an extra furlong is going to do him good. He couldn't really get to grips with Kamikaze in this stage, at this point, who got first run, but I thought he's kept on willingly enough, and I can understand why this horse is the market leader. He ticks the right boxes. He's relatively unexposed. He's got some potentials to be a little bit better than this grade.
Well, let's take a look at Ayes Alfarez, another horse that Shamila mentioned, Rory. 24 runs, no wins.
Yeah, he's...
But sorry, Rory, let's look at Alatam before we start on that horse. This is Alatam, which is horse number 1.
Yeah, we see Alatam getting first run here and running on well. To be successful in this lower grade handicap last week. This was a race over a mile. It was a 0 to 60 handicap, and Alatam has done it in nice style. Did get loose a little bit from his rivals and was holding on a little bit in the finish. Well ridden that day. Now, he's a horse in form. You'd have to give him a chance here, but I think the fact that he's up a little bit in the weights, he's up a furlong and trip, and he's a slightly higher class of handicap, just counts against him, I think, and I'd look for something to beat him.
So you don't like the look of Alatam, but what about Ayes Alfarez? Shamila mentioned this horse. She quite likes the look of him.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll get a look at Mota Etter. We saw Mota Etter there in the picture that we just finished talking about, who's got obvious claims. Sorry, she was talking about this horse who's coming off a break, wasn't she? Ayes Alfarez.
This is it, number 14.
Hasn't been seen since the season in Taif. He's a little bit of a tough one to weigh up. Not from 24 career. He's only been placed 3 times, but 2 of those places came on 2 of his 3 most recent starts, and he did seem to be building up to something at Taif before a disappointing effort here back in meeting 68. Had a break since then, and there's a chance that he bounces back from that break. I thought he was skinny enough in the betting, though, given his profile's patchy enough. You'd like to be confident that he's going to do better after a break, and I couldn't be that confident. I could see him winning. I find him a difficult one to rule out, but I didn't find him particularly appealing at the prices.
Well, let us know what you think on our YouTube channel. Please keep your comments coming into the comment section there. We have George on YouTube who's going with horse number 16, Marteata, and David is going with number 17, Ursula. We haven't mentioned Ursula, have we, Rory? Rated 62, 4 wins from 39 runs.
Yeah, she's not been in the greatest of form of late. It was only 11th last time out, but she ran respectably, went 5th in a 1 mile, knocked to 72 starts back. And what I would say about her is when she runs at this level, she's dangerous. She does a lot of her racing in slightly better class handicaps. She's hard to win with these days, and her overall strike rate isn't bad in comparison to these, but she's on quite a long losing run. But this is more her level, and if they go hard earlier on, she's got the capability of getting amongst them and is capable of winning off her current mark. So I didn't want to rule her out at all.
Well, the penultimate race of the day will shortly be underway here in this dramatic setting, the King Abdulaziz racetrack here in Riyadh. It's a huge place, isn't it, Rory? And these are fantastic shots, just giving you a picture of the size and the scale of this really impressive racetrack. This is the 11th race of the day, over 1,800 metres, another big field. We've still not got through all the runners quite yet, Rory. Looking at the rest of the ones we haven't mentioned, any that stand out to you? All rated 62, are they all sort of
No,
kind of
again, they're only 3 points off the top rated, and the horse who is top rated would have been rated down at the bottom last week. So you do have to give them due credit. Mil Baroud is 1 from 18, not really firing in all cylinders. The closest he's actually been this season was 8th place off a break and meeting 76. He's had another break since then. He's well enough handicapped to win this, but I'm just worried about the fact that he's not put too many runs together, and it suggests he's got a physical problem or two at the moment.
And what about Sanaha, who's had a big break, not seen since meeting number 50?
Yes, that was back at the tail end of the time season. Was a second at a modest level very early in the season, and meeting 3. I thought the early meetings at Taif were particularly weak as a rule, and she wasn't really able to build on that later in the season. Although, you know, she's got 2 or 3 respectable efforts to her name. She's coming back from a break. She showed at Taif that she could go well fresh. You know, she was coming into the time season off a break, so maybe that's the key to her catching her fresh. But she does need to up her game a little bit here.
So Shamila likes the look of horse number 16, as does George on our YouTube comment section. Marteata, Rory, who's your pick for this one?
I respect Marteata's chances, and I think that deserves to be favourite. I'm gonna take a bit of a swing at Ursula, who's a little bit inconsistent, but is capable on her day and has a better chance today than she's had for a fair while.
Well, all will be revealed shortly, but let's join our commentator Gareth Topham for this next one.
Thanks, Rebecca. Yeah, the loading well underway here. Marteata currently favourite at odds of around about 130 on the international market. 7-1 bar 1. That brings in Alatam, who Rory was happy enough to pass over. Zircon at 7s as well. Walad Chrome at 8-1 with A. Alfares 10-1, and bigger the other runners as we are halfway thereabouts through loading. Shiblat Cloud about to head on in, and this is our Cadley. Fawaswana slotting into the stalls there as they continue to head behind. Stall 10 for Arkadli. With this being a handicap, they're not drawn in number cloth order, so just something to bear in mind. They'll be coming out everywhere here randomly. And in goes Alatam, number 1, but coming out of stall 7. The horse in shot is Walad Chrome, who picks up the inside berth here in stall number 1. Rayon Al-Torsha on board. Fairly quiet day by his usual standards. He's not been in the saddle all that much today. That one about to head forward now. Walad Chrome. And we'll leave just a couple of others out of line. Shiblat Cloud included in that, and also Abo Sheba, who's on the wide outside in stall 20, but stall 20 has certainly been among the winners here more than one occasion today. They're often racing then, jumping out, and Walad Chrome not too badly into stride. Alatam as well, the grey horse there right down the middle of shot, and also racing prominently Alna Jamal Kaseb and Quadrak Ali as well, as they now are about to link up with the course proper. Quadrak Ali showing up there in company with Alatam in these early stages. Al Najm Al Kaseb is also well to the fore, and Walad Chrome not too far off them. Ayers Al Fares and Black Power. Modbeck is up towards the very far outside in the orange sleeves and cap as Alatam takes them down towards the end of the back straight, narrowly in front of Walad Chrome, who's against the rails. Then a little bit wider out is Al Najm Al Kaseb, with next in the red and white hoop sleeves Quadrak Ali, and then coming closer La Oyunakia Nawef in the white and red colours, and from that wider out position from stall 19, Modbeck is also very competitive, and Zircon is now squeezing through into a prominent role as well, the horse in the white headgear, black jacket. On the home turn then, and up ahead, Quadrak Ali is up towards the outside of Al Najm Al Kaseb. Al Najm Al Kaseb maybe just with that blue nose banded head in front as they make the run back towards the straight. And he goes well too under Rakan Al Obeid. So Al Najm Al Kaseb on straightening, less than 3 furlongs to stride. Catching the eye though, Zircon now moves up into a dispute of second place. Quadrak Ali down the outside is following those. Black Power to the rails, trying to quicken up as they now start the run down the straight. Kamikaze's coming home quite well. And also Bishaf Al Bahri in the yellow colours. It's a busy finish here with 200 metres left to go. And with the advantage on Najm Al Kaseb, but is now being claimed down the outside. Ursula picking up really well. Also Al Dari down the outside and Aladire getting up close home. Al Dari it is, going on to win. Oh, what a busy finish. Got the better of what was a close run thing for the places. Abu Shaybar was in the mix as well, but at the line it was a win going away for Aladire. Aladire late on the scene under Fahed Al Faredi and getting through to score in a time of 1 minute 54.12 seconds. Ursula was late on the scene, so was Abu Shaybar down the outside, and it's Abu Shaybar who gets through into second, just ahead of Ursula back in third. 1 1/4 lengths and a neck were the distances, and in a race which changed very quickly in terms of its complexion there inside the final 200 metres, it is Aladire getting up to score late on. Has won it quite cosily in the end, hasn't he, by just in excess of a length. Abu Shaybar best of the rest in second. Ursula was third. They came nicely clear of Bihafze Al Bahri back in fourth place. Close finish then for our 11th race, an exciting conclusion, and it's Aladire getting home in front.
That was a decent win, wasn't it, Rory, for Aladire, and not a horse that you'd have necessarily picked at the beginning of this race, but it was a close finish.
No, it's a really, these handicaps, as I said, they're a nightmare to unpick because it's very hard to rule many horses out. In fact, Aladire was a relative outsider, but as I said, we went through him earlier on. He was coming off a short break, so reason to think he might be refreshed by that break. He's one of the few course and distance winners in the field, and he'd been higher in the weights before, so racing in better class. If you look at his recent runs, you wouldn't massively fancy him, but you're just looking for the reasons why horses might run better than they have done recently in races like this. And he and Ursula sort of fit that bill. They've been keeping slightly better company, and they do win races when given an opportunity, and the pair of them have run very well. Abu Sheba splitting them in the finish, but a race where plenty seemed to have a chance. But again, it was those coming late and wide who came off best.
And it was a good run, wasn't it, from Abu Sheba as well as Ursula after, you know, they both improved massively from their last appearances. They both ran in meeting number 96, finishing 12th for Abu Sheba, 11th for Ursula, and that's a big improvement.
Yeah, I mean, those were in better races than this, and that's the key there. They were both dropping in class. And they were able to bounce back to something like their form. As I said, Abu Sheba is not the kind of horse you want to be putting in your notebook and following, because he's gradually falling through the ranks, and he will occasionally be put in a race where he can be competitive, but he's regressing at a rate that you wouldn't be sure about him following this up. Whereas Ursula, again, everything needs to fall right for you in a handicap like this. They're big fields, plenty can go wrong, and if it doesn't go right, you'll find yourself, or you can actually run a really good race and end up finishing 10th or 11th. You watch this race until about 2 furlongs from home and mark up 3 horses you think are running well, and then point out where they finished in the end. If you make your move too early, if you're on the pace and the pace is too strong, you're not going to be there at the finish, but you've run a perfectly good race. You just need everything to work out. And as we've seen several times today, horses coming from well off the pace. You see the winner there with the red sash in about 12th place at this point. And Ursula is not that far in front of him. So the 3 who find out the finish are coming from a fair way off the pace. You see Abu Sheba in there as well. And those at the head of affairs just aren't able to keep up the gallop, even though several of them have run very solid races. I would mark up Bihaz Al-Bari, who makes a big move in the yellow colours on the bend. But again, he's making his move as the pace is quickening, as the race is at its hottest, and he's unable to keep that going. Whereas those who've dominated the finish have come from a little bit further back. You see Ursula there moving into about 4th place now, and you see the winner coming latest of all in the black colours with the red sash, just moving to the outside now. In between them, Abu Sheba, who runs his best race in a while. But again, it's the way the race has panned out is the most important thing here. There's no suggestion that those who've come 4 or 5 places clear are miles ahead of the handicapper, because we've got a whole season's worth of form that says they are where they are because of the balance of their form. But every now and again, you're in the right place, in the right race, and things work out for you, and you get a win on the board, and that's what's happened with Al-Duray. He's ended up winning this comfortably. The handicapper's going to hit him with a 4 or 5 pound rise, and that probably stops him winning for a while.
It was interesting just to watch how that race panned out, wasn't it? Horse number 3, Aladire, coming from stall number 9, so not a winner from wide outside like we've seen in the last couple of races, but just interesting to watch him picking off the horses one by one, coming from quite far back in the pack, coming out wide, and it was just a really patient ride, wasn't it, from the jockey? It
was, yeah. I mean, he knows his way around, and what you find in races like this where they go reasonably hard earlier on, they tend to crowd up towards the rail, and if you want to come with a run from off the pace and you want a clear run, you just steer wide of that. So you don't have to be drawn wide in the first place. When you're coming with a run from off the pace, it makes sense in a strongly run race just to peel off into the centre of the course to avoid traffic problems, and that's what the front 3 have done in the end.
So Aladire rated number 65. He won't stay at 65, but let's talk about Abu Sheba and Ursula, 63 and 62. Do you think they ran to their mark?
Yes, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see both of them go up a pound or 2 for their runs here. Ursula will still be competitive. She can go up 3 pounds and still run in this grade. A lot of her races are in not a 75, not a 70 class. And obviously, the lower down the rung, the ladder you come, the more competitive you can be. As I said, the issue with Abu Sheba is that he is fundamentally regressive. He's a 7-year-old now who was a very good horse 3 years ago, but isn't capable of the same form these days. And as he falls through the ranks, every now and again he lands on a race that gives him a chance of winning. But he's his form is still going to be gradually regressive after this, so he wouldn't really want to be going up too much in the handicap. You do have some hope with a horse like him that if they manage to get their head in front, they'll get a bit of a boost of confidence from that, and that will actually help them retain that form for a while. But when they're narrowly beaten, I wouldn't be so keen to back in next time.
Any hard luck stories from this one?
Not really, other than anything that was on the front end, who's ended up getting run out of in the last couple of furlongs. They've ended up, being involved in a pace that's too strong. But that's part of the jockey's craft. Sometimes you find yourself there by default because you want to get a good start and avoid traffic problems, but you end up maybe a little bit further forward than ideal. And you're always praying for someone to set the pace that is just the perfect pace for you sitting in behind. When they go a little bit harder than that, then you've either got to ignore them, which is not easy to do in races on dirt, or you end up being drawn into getting involved in your race a little bit earlier than ideal.
Well, let's head to our commentator now, Gareth Topham, for the final race of the evening race, number 12 over 1,800 metres as well. As ever, Gareth is going to talk us through all the runners and riders.
Rebecca, thank you. Yes, our final race up and coming. It's a race for the fillies, and number 1 is Alsa Firu, partnered by Ahmed Al Shra. Number 2 is Wamda Al Barouk, Osama Al Sharani. Number 3, Manaya Al Kher, Ayad Al Tarisi on board. Number 4 is Johanna, ridden by Eddie Castro. Number 5, Altmar, Mohamed Al Nassar. 6 is Leoyun Bosra with Abdullah Al Credis. 7, Tahim, Abdullah Al Odib. Number 8 is Salfar, the man of Thurb Al Timyat. Number 9 is a non-runner, Scratcher Nazar. Number 10, Happy Baytown, partnered by Adel El Faradi. Number 11 is Returnel, Abdullah Alofi now on board. Number 12, Golden Milk, the Mount of Rayan Al Tosh. 13 is Alausa with Isa Al Shamari. 14, Taseb Al Kher, Fawas Wanas. 15, Mayard, Mohammed Al Daham. 16 is Al Nuri, Khalid Al Mamoni. Over the page to number 17, Mostatar, ridden by Camilo Ospina. 18 is Rietal with Ricardo Ferreira. And 19, Consoling, Tariq Al Mansour. So scratch horse number 9. That leaves us with a field of 18 to contest our 12th and final race. Runners are about to make their way towards the paddock for what is our final race on the card here in Riyadh.
It is indeed, Gareth. Thank you very much for talking us through all the runners for this last one. Let's start from the top then, shall we, Rory? Horse number 1, Alsa Firu.
Yeah, I'll start being fairly brutal in this race. Very hard to fancy the top 2. I'm going to skip straight over them. Manaya Al Kher, number 3, is the first one of some interest. Her best recent effort, finishing a 6 lengths 4th in a 7 furlong maiden 2 starts back. Obviously, this is an open race and she's failed to win a maiden so far, so she needs to improve a little bit further, but she is at least running respectably.
And what about Wamda Al Barouk, horse number 2?
No interest. Rated 45, has been well beaten in 4 runs this season.
You are quite brutal, no interest.
Yes, indeed.
On to the next. Manaya Al Kher, number 3.
Yeah, just touched on Manaya Al Kher. She's still a maiden, but she has at least run a couple of solid races recently, so she's not without a chance, but needs a little bit more over this 1,800 metre trip, having been running over 7 furlongs most recently.
Jehana has got a win under her belt.
Yes, she's won over 2,000 metres. That was a maiden at meeting 91. She was then 6 lengths thanks to Perlite in a 1 mile open last time out. She's running well enough to be to have place claims here. Top rated here is rated 79, 73, 71, the top 3. She's got a rating of 62, so she's got a little bit to find, but she comes here in better form than most.
Altmar has had 3 runs so far, no wins though.
No, it hasn't shown anywhere near enough to be of interest here.
Leoyun Bosra, horse number 6.
It was beaten almost 15 lengths with the ace of 20 behind Nawan in a 1 mile maiden on debut. It's a tough ask coming out of maiden company when you've not been competitive there into this open race. It isn't the deepest open race you'll ever see, so I can understand why a few who've yet to get their head in front are trying their hand here, but tough task for me.
It'll be a tough task as well, won't it, for number 7, Tahim?
Yeah, it's a very good spot. 16th and 17th in 2 runs to date, and she does appear to be out of her depth here.
And what about Salfa?
Salfa does have a little bit of ability, but isn't running particularly well at the moment, and has dropped her rating of 45, not from 12 here, and she's rather a disappointing time.
Onisa's had some pretty good results, horse number 9.
Yeah, she's not without chances. 6 lengths fourth in a 6 furlong maiden, 2 starts back. And back from a break, went 5th over a mile last time out. She should build on that. Second start off a break, and I thought she was quite interesting.
And Happy Baytown is horse number 10 by Run Happy, who I believe is Tom Collins' favourite ever horse.
Ah, well, there you go. Run Happy, quite a story, it has to be said, with the Breeders' Cup winner and doing very well as a sire now. Happy Baytown, I have as having won on his most recent start at Charlestown, but that was over 4.5 furlongs, unless the information I have is incorrect. So this is a big step up and trip to 1,800 metres. But obviously she has a bit of ability. She only raced 4 times in the States. She was in the frame twice as well as winning. So she's a difficult one to rule out in a race like this.
Ritonel was disappointing last time out.
That was her first start in Saudi Arabia. She did win an auction maiden at Thurles on her final start for Andy Slattery last year, dead heating in that. You might give her one more chance just to adapt to a different regime here.
Let's head to the paddock then and get Shamila's pick for this race. Who looks good, Shamila?
Final race of the night, and I'm going with this White Stables runner, horse number 17, Mostata. Now, Rory, you know how much I love these premium tap fillies. They are built like colts. They're all so beautiful. So I had to choose her as my last selection of the night. She's drawn in 17, so very wide, but has Camilo Espina on board. So obviously a fantastic jockey to have on board, and I'd love to speak to him for our final race of the evening. So horse number 17 is my final selection of the day. Lots of nice looking fillies in this contest. Horse number 4 stood out to me, a 3-year-old filly by Flashy Bull, Jihana, who is ridden by Eddie Castro, who also we haven't spoken to in a while. So both of those selections for me would do perfectly. However, I have all my fingers and toes crossed for horse number 17, Mostata, in this contest. One paddock negative in this for you, and horse number 12, Golden Milk, being very on her toes. Rayan Altaraish had to dismount her in the parade ring, and same goes for horse number 19. I'm just looking behind my cameraman here. Consoling has just tipped Tariq Al-Mansour out of the saddle, so they will both be on my negative list for this race.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Shamila. Well, Mostata, hard to argue with that one, isn't it, Rory? Shamila, of course, loves these white stable fillies, and there's a lot of support as well on our YouTube channel for this horse too, so do keep those comments coming in. Can you see past this horse, Rory?
She's top rated here. She's rated 79, and there's not an awful lot of depth to this open race, so she deserves to be favourite. And I thought she wasn't a bad price either, looking at the odds earlier on, around 9-4. She was well beaten last time. That was in the Fillies Mile. But we'll see her running a big race on her penultimate start. This is Rital that we're seeing here. She finished second to Nermeen in a course and distance maiden last time out. Nermeen was well on top at the finish, but Rital showed plenty of ability to come clear of the others. She's stepping up a fair bit in class here, but she's clearly got above average ability to do this on her racecourse debut, so not one to rule out. She's the first one we see in action there.
Well, Rital could be one to keep an eye on then in this one. And then we'll be looking, of course, at Mostata, the white stable filly who's really caught Shamila's eye down in the paddock.
Yes, we see her 2 starts ago. She was well beaten in the Fillies Mile last time. It was a much tougher race than this. She was in a small field 2 starts back, but this was a good contest, a non-winners of 3, and she got the better of Alawaji to win by a length in a race where it was difficult to pick between the 4 runners beforehand, but she found the improvement to get the job done. I thought she showed a really good attitude this day, and although she's not one of the very best in this very strong stable, she does deserve her rating of 79. That puts her clear in this race, and I think she's going to be hard to beat unless the likes of Rital improve markedly from that debut effort.
And Camilo Espina, of course, has the ride, and he's yet to get a winner today, Rory. How desperate will he be to get one in this final race?
Well, I think interestingly, I've always said that the great thing about Camilo is he never seems to be desperate to get his head in front. You know, he knows the winners will come. He always seems pretty relaxed and laid back. Alex Moreno is one of those jockeys. Obviously, Alex not riding today. He's one of those jockeys who, when he gets a winner, he tends to get a glut of winners, and he tends to be a really streaky jockey. But if he ends up with a day where things go wrong for him in a couple of races, you can actually see that in his face later on the day. It does bother him, whereas Camilo always seems to be unperturbed by what's happened in previous races, and as a result, you know, he ends up making the right decisions in the right places.
Keeps things a bit closer to his chest, perhaps. This is horse number 12. This is Golden Milk, the horse that Shamila didn't really like in the
Yeah, I mean,
prelims.
this is thrown into this open race on her racecourse debut, and it seems to be proving too much for her, judging by the way she behaved in the parade ring and also the way she was tanking to the start there. So big negatives against her.
Mustard, by contrast, looks an absolute professional.
She does, yeah. She's had the 4 runs, and she looks like she knows what she's doing. The other one we're seeing is the horse we saw in the earlier VT footage, Retail, and she's behaving herself pretty well. Obviously, she's less experienced than our market leader, but clearly a filly with a bit of potential. She's drawn out wide, obviously, Retail, but that hasn't been an issue earlier on. One we haven't mentioned, although Shamila did mention that in passing, was Consoling, who unseated her rider Tariq Al Mansour in the parade ring. That's a little bit of a concern. This is her first start in Saudi Arabia. That's her in the, I think, in the picture at the moment, is it? Or there's two in the same colours. That might be Retournelle in actual fact. But yeah, Consoling won twice for Ollie Pears on the once over 7 furlongs on turf at Musselburgh, and then quite recently at Newcastle in October on her final start in the UK before joining her current stable. She got a rating of 71. She was actually second in a nursery of a mark of 71 on her penultimate start, so you know that she can run to that mark. The question is whether she's capable of doing that first time out. That's Retournelle in the first colour, so the one we saw on the white cap is indeed Consoling. You'd be a little bit concerned about her behaviour pre-race, and they don't always adapt at the first time of asking, so maybe Consoling will need a little bit of time to readjust to life in Saudi Arabia.
Perhaps Tariq Al Mansour takes the ride, and he's had a good day here today.
He has had a good day. As we said, he's heading towards 40 winners for the season, and well into the top 10 jockeys in the country. The teenager, I think he still is just 19.
There's George on our YouTube comments, and David as well, I believe. And let's head to Gareth Topham, our commentator then. Gareth, do you like the look of Mustata as well? Are you joining the rest of the gang?
I certainly think she holds strong claims here, doesn't she? She was very professional going down. Unlike one or two of her rivals, Consoling would be a filly that I'm certainly familiar with, having called her home in the UK. I think on both occasions actually, and yeah, she's interesting on her first start for her new stable, but yeah, her antics beforehand perhaps a little bit concerning, maybe not as much as Golden Milk though, who was very on her toes in the paddock and keen to the start as well. Mostata, I think her professionalism has been sort of portrayed in the betting as well, and 15-8 is the price for her. I think people have observed and certainly made their choice here with at 9-2 Retournelle, Jahana at 5-1, Consoling at 7-1, each way possibilities with Manea Alker at 9-1 along with Happy Baytown and Retail 14-1 and upwards the other runners. So Mostata, relatively short price favourite on the international betting markets in this concluding race, but it's not difficult to see why Camilo Ospina will be taking the ride. Loading up then for our finale, and this is Manea Alker heading into the stalls. Going into stall number 3, they're drawn in race card order in this final race. This is Jahana heading forward under Eddie Castro, and the loading up now well underway for this final race. Salfar heading in. We noticed earlier on there's a couple of doubly represented stables and owners here, so with regards Retournelle and Consoling, Consoling's rider will wear the white cap aboard the green and red colours, the green with the red epaulets. White cap Consoling, green cap at Retournelle, and Salfar and Al Nouri, who both carry the black with the white diamond and sleeves. It's going to be the first set of silks with Salfar, so therefore the black cap, and Al Nouri's rider will wear the red cap. And there is Al Nouri in the background heading forward into stall 16. This horse in shot in the green with the green cap, this is Happy Baytown, who was a previous winner elsewhere, but first Saudi run for Happy Baytown here, heads forward. And there aren't too many more, with also slotting into line Tahim into stall number 7, Abdullah Al-Odib taking the ride. Just a couple out of line now, by the looks of things. 15 Mayard, who's got plenty of white about her face, about to slot forward. And just Mostert to complete the lineup. I never think it's a bad thing being loaded late, and it might prove beneficial here for Mostert, who's drawn wide. But it hasn't been a bad place to be today. Let's see how they go. They're off and running then in the nightcap. Johanna's broken well, and also racing prominently Happy Baytown through the early stages. The latter it is who strides on and into a clear lead as well. Looks to be going fast. Happy Baytown is well ahead of Johanna, with on the very wide outside Consoling now moving through into second place, and Retail just up in behind her. They're being followed by Mostert, who, like a few of them from wider out, is now crossing over to try and gain a good early position. Al Nouri follows, black colours, red cap. Further down the pack then to Taseb Al Kir, with Golden Milk following, and Al Safiru down along the inside as they make their progress on towards the end of the back straight. And they're currently being towed along by Happy Baytown from Consoling, who's worked up into a nice posse, races in second. Retail not too far away in the orange and blue. Mostert, the favourite down along the inside, is running next as they're now swinging left-handed around the home turn. Manea Al-Khair is a little bit wider out, running in fifth, and after the leading five, there's a gap of some 4 or 5 lengths back to Al Nouri, who in turn is a little way clear of the other runners, headed off by Johanna as they're swinging back towards the home straight. Consoling then on a Saudi debut goes on into the lead as very quickly Happy Baytown drops away. Consoling then under Tariq Al Mansour, bringing them back towards home, just over 2 furlongs to run. Retail is in second. Mostert now being pushed along down along the inside, and Retournelle now goes off in pursuit of Consoling as they make the run down towards the concluding stages. The stable here would stop the race if they could at this point. They've got 1-2. Consoling it is who leads Retournelle. There's 3 lengths between the pair as they race into the closing stages. Manea Al-Khair is back in third. Consoling is out in front. She won't last for too much longer. Consoling from Retournelle. Consoling it is. Consoling wins the last, beating Retournelle into second. Manea Al-Khair, best of the remainder, in third, coming away from Mostert, who couldn't make any impression late on. Consoling it is. She won a couple of times over in the UK, and now she's managed to score on what was her Saudi introduction. She's done it nicely under Tariq Al Mansour, providing him with a double on the card. Consoling from stall 19. It has been a good day to be drawn wide. Gets the better of Retournelle in second place, and Manea Al-Khair back in third. The winner hanging on in a time of 1 minute 54.26. There's the result bottom left of screen. Consoling it is then, taking our final race on the card here in Riyadh. Nicely positioned throughout, hanging on grimly in the closing stages.
Well, who'd have thought it would be Consoling, the winner of our last race. Shamila's paddock negative. Consoling wasn't really looking very composed, was she, Rory, in the build-up to that race? And Shamila picked her out as being perhaps a bit agitated heading into that one, but what a run.
Yeah, did she unseat Tariq in the parade ring? Yeah, so she was interesting enough on paper, making her Saudi debut, which was a dual winner in the UK. This stable buy horses really well. They don't spend a lot of money on them, but they tend to find the right horses who are going to thrive in Saudi Arabia. And she was always handy at Consoling. And Tariq Al Mansour, again, been riding very, very well today. He's had a double on the card, very nearly a treble, didn't he? But yeah, he's a very, very well, a very capable rider, as I'm saying. He's still only a 19-year-old. This was on... Oh, he's well into the 30s for the season. He's in the top 10 in the jockeys table. We were pointing out earlier on that on a tricky ride in race 3, he didn't bat an eyelid. He was very, very cool. And he was cool here as well. Consoling We'll see later in the race, she seemed to get herself into a really good position off the bend and looked very likely to win, but she got tired inside the last 100 metres. Again, that's largely because of her antics pre-race just taking a toll. But again, you saw no panic at all from the jockey. He just kept her balance, kept her going, and she ended up holding on by, what, a head, a neck in the end. I think other jockeys might have just got after her, tried to keep her going, and got her beat instead. But Tariq Al Mansour, very, very good pair of hands.
Fantastic day, like you say, for Tariq Al Mansour, Rory, but a 1-2 for the trainer.
Yes, and again, we touched on this earlier on, the Naif Almendil Lordy, who has the licence these days, doing very well with his horses in the Riyadh season. Returnell, another horse bought reasonably cheaply from the Andy Slattery yard. She dead heated on her final start at Thurles in a very ordinary race. Well beaten on her debut here, but clearly gained an awful lot of benefit from that. She's run a cracker to go down in a driving finish.
And we are joined, of course, by Shamila, who's been giving her picks throughout the day. Shamila, how surprised were you to see Consoling win this race? And also your favourite for the race, your pick, Mostata. What happened?
I don't even know where Mustata finished in the end, but fantastic way for, came fourth apparently, so not too bad, but not too much of a surprise about Consoling coming first, because of course we have our star apprentice jockey Tariq Al Mansour on board, who's had a fantastic day, Mahalik as well, but I know a jockey who will be very sad he missed out on both those winners. It's Alex Moreno.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, he misses today and tomorrow. A guy who likes to ride his winners, doesn't like missing out, Alex, so he'll be kicking himself, but he'll be back on Saturday and no doubt hungry for winners again.
And Rory, the first day of 3 days of racing, I want to get your highlight from today.
Yeah, well, we talked about Tariq Al Mansour, and this was a second winner for him in the day, Mahalik, a horse that we've seen plenty of this season. He can be frustrating at times, tends to travel strongly and not see things out. And it looked briefly here after going clear that he might get challenged. Al Dassim came after him. He thought, oh, it's going to be the same again with Mahalik. He's going to find a horse travelling stronger than him late in the day, doing him. But on this occasion, he found more for pressure, kept on well to the line, and it was Al Dassim who looked a massive danger, who backed out of it and finished only fourth in the end. Mahalik ended up winning by 5 1/4 lengths with Recall the Show second, and Pagan running a cracking race, again having won on the turf here a couple of weeks ago in third, with Al Dassim fading out of it. Gorgeous horse, Mahalik, doesn't always deliver on the track, but he did today, and this was his kind of race, a race where he can dominate.
I think that it was an easy contest for him for sure, but he was looking so good in the preliminary stages, and we saw him walking to the stabling area beforehand as well. So I saw him in the parade ring. I was like, yeah, he should be my selection. He was just looking so good.
Yeah, it's great that you get those kind of insights, Shamila, from roving around the course here. And what about your highlight for the day? Rory, of course, has spoken about Mahalik, but what do you think?
It was difficult for me to choose just one, because Thursdays always tend to be quiet. But we had Arabian Pleasure today for Prince Saud bin Salman, which was amazing. But my highlight of the day, I'm going to give it to the second race for Abdullah Al Manif, his second winner of the Riyadh season. I think that he deserves all the success that he gets, and I think that he's just only getting better and better each season and buying better horses. So that's my highlight for today.
Yeah, very young man, isn't he? He speaks very good English. He knows what he wants. He spoke very well after that race again about what he's expecting from his horses, and we hope to see further success from him.
A race I really enjoyed was race number 10, and of course the evergreen winner was Man of the Night. And Shamila, your interview afterwards with the winning trainer Tamir Al-Dahani, that was fantastic to hear his words about the channel as well.
Yeah, I'm so happy that everybody tends to watch the English channel to see what we say about them and their horses, but to hear them enjoying it and saying great words about us and all our other colleagues who come over, it's really good, especially Tom Collins, who Tamir Al-Dahani loves Tom Collins, said he loves him more than me. So I've taken that a bit personally, but
we all love Tom Collins. You've got stiff competition there, Shamila. And he's made some really interesting comments, didn't he, Rory, about the jockey who is flying over to Europe this weekend, but he said he'd like him back in Taif.
Yeah, listen, he's done really well here, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. He doesn't normally ride in Taif. He didn't ride at all in Taif this season because he's champion jockey in Spain. He rides an awful lot in the French provinces as well. But interesting to hear that he'll be flown out specifically for big races in Taif next season. So he'll be flying back and forward from France/Spain, and that's good to see. He's a jockey who's really lit things up this season. I've really liked to see him in action. His English isn't the greatest, always slightly apologetic about his English, but he talks a good game. He knows exactly what he's doing, and it's been a joy to watch him ride this season.
And we've got 2 big days coming up as well for the rest of the week. What are you looking forward to, Shamila?
I'm definitely looking forward to Saturday. We have a lot of international jockeys coming over, Jim Crowley, Miguel Barcelona and Christian De Mero, so I cannot wait for that.
Absolutely. And Rory, what about you? What are you looking forward to, just quickly?
I'm looking forward to dinner tonight. I gather that our producer's buying, so that's always a pleasure.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Look, I did share my oranges with Rory earlier, so you can't complain that he's all that hungry. But thank you very much for joining us today on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia English Language Channel. It's been a pleasure to have your company. We'll see you next time.